with different qualities. And that's something to embrace.
Sorry.
So let it show with no apology.
Pertama di Indonesia, kopi dengan paduan rasa premium oat milk dan Brazilian espresso beans. Sekarang temukan sensasi baru minum kopi yang lebih nikmat. Cafino, upgrade your experience.
Berawal dari mimpi untuk menginspirasi. Di tahun 2005, JAK TV hadir sebagai salah satu stasiun televisi yang selalu menayangkan program-program yang menghibur dan mengedukasi, serta membawa nilai positif bagi pemirsa di rumah.
Sinergi yang kreatif,
transparan, dan profesional.
Dari Jakarta untuk Indonesia.
Rakyat Merdeka adalah media yang memberitakan peristiwa politik dan sosial sejak awal era reformasi. Dan Rakyat Merdeka konsisten berani tampil beda dengan bahasa yang mudah dimengerti.
Pagi-pagi enaknya ngopi. Mantap nih. Selalu happy ketemu sahabat yang sejati. Tanpa sekat, benar-benar ilmu padi. Tubrukers terus berkarya tanpa henti. Diseling sekali-sekali selfie. Susah senang ditemani si benar-benar kopi. Kopi Tubruk Gajah, benar-benar kopi.
Kami adalah B-Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan informasi, hiburan, hingga gaya hidup masa kini. Dengan platform media yang lengkap, kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Deretan media yang berintegrasi dalam B-Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, media informasi yang memberikan inspirasi lewat tayangan program televisi seputar hiburan, berita, hingga olahraga. Berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id adalah portal informasi di mana memiliki segmen yang berbeda, mulai dari berita seputar politik, hukum, peristiwa, informasi ekonomi dan finansial, hingga informasi berbahasa Inggris yang komprehensif. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak yang masih menjadi kebutuhan pasar dengan eksklusivitasnya, seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. B-Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas dan terlengkap untuk selalu menginspirasi.
Unexplained presents.
That's the way that I reconcile with being a figure on the internet that is constantly, for lack of better words, bullied and attacked.
Unveiling the secrets hidden in plain sight.
Pak Duta Besar, katanya sebentar lagi Anda akan terkejut karena akan ada berita yang luar biasa mengenai penyadapan Presiden dan beberapa anggota kabinet.
Advocating for human rights and justice.
Pemerintah mengakui ini sebagai kejahatan HAM, tapi tidak minta maaf.
So when people say Israel has the right to exist as an exclusively Jewish state, what does that mean? Does that mean that a military occupation, a fascist dictatorship subjugating millions of Palestinians, does that have the right to exist?
Where morals take place.
And even sometimes my own friends, some people that I know are keluarga yang tidak setuju, tapi I know what's right and I will be on the right side of history.
Catch new episodes of Explain Yourself podcast, only on YouTube and Spotify.
Hidup itu tentang bergerak. Gak ada berhentinya. Yang bisa bantu gua gerak terus cuma Hydro Plus. Dengan 7 ion Hydration Plus untuk hidrasi maksimal. Buat yang gak mau cairan tubuhnya habis, Hydro Plus Isotonic Drink non-stop plusnya.
Rasa nyaman itu gampang loh. Bisa pulang on time sesuai plan buat hangout bareng bestie. Walaupun kadang ada yang bikin gak nyaman. Dengerin playlist kesayangan, semangat lagi biar plan tetap aman. Dapetin nyaman itu simple kok. Pas perut bunyi saat lapar, langsung aja pesan online. Ngonten lancar, makin cuan.
Saat ada halangan dan mendadak stuck, rasa nyaman bisa jadi kesempatan untuk create something.
Nyaman itu bisa jalanin plan bareng Besti. Nyaman itu urusan nabung deposito serba digital. Nyaman itu transaksi apa aja, sesimpel itu.
Nyaman itu gak takut sama kebutuhan atau pengeluaran dadakan.
Ngebank senyaman mungkin di Line Bank.
Welcome to Hiroto Group. Hiroto Group is a holding company established in 2013. It focuses on 5 main business sectors: property, automotive, building construction, manufacture, and agriculture. Hiroto Land, business units in the property sector. Hiroto Motor, business unit in automotive sector. Business unit in the building construction sector. Business unit in manufacturing sectors. Hiroto Farm, business unit in agriculture sector.
Peristiwa demi peristiwa selalu terjadi dan terus berkembang sepanjang hari.
Saat Anda membutuhkan informasi dengan perkembangan berita mutakhir,
jadikan kami mata dan telinga Anda
untuk berbagai aktualita terkini.
Sambut kami sebagai referensi.
Ikuti semuanya di Kompas TV, independen, terpercaya.
PT Freeport Indonesia telah lebih dari setengah abad mengeksplorasi, menambang, dan mengolah batuan logam di dataran tinggi Kabupaten Mimika, Provinsi Papua melalui teknik penambangan terbuka maupun bawah tanah. dari 3 kandungan mineral berharga. Tembaga adalah sumber kehidupan kami. Nama Tembagapura menghiasi kota pusat operasi kami sebagai pengingat, sebagai bentuk terima kasih. Kami melakukan segalanya, dari penambangan, pengolahan, hingga pemurnian, disertai eksplorasi yang berkelanjutan. Semua menggunakan teknologi canggih dengan keselamatan pekerja sebagai prioritas. Prinsip ini ada dalam setiap kebijakan, strategi, dan prosedur K3 yang ketat dan bersertifikasi internasional. Sejak 1967, kami menjadi bagian dari Indonesia, khususnya Papua dan Timika. Puluhan ribu insan dari Sabang sampai Merauke telah menjadi bagian dari keluarga besar Freeport Indonesia. PT Freeport Indonesia terus mengidentifikasi, memahami, menyusun strategi demi mengurangi dampak lingkungan serta bertanggung jawab pada lingkungan sekitar. Tekad kami untuk terus bekerja keras demi mewujudkan yang terbaik. Bangga menjadi keluarga PT Freeport Indonesia. Kebanggaan Indonesia. Harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Pilih kuliner favoritnya dong, Pak. Kuliner favorit? Kalau saya sih sukanya soto Lamongan. Wah, enak banget itu. Kalau nasi Padang? Nasi Padang. Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang. Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Nasi Padang. Apaan? Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Nggak enak banget. Enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Semudah juga penyebarannya. Tapi tidak dengan para korbannya. Hidup mereka akan susah, menjadi sasaran ujaran kebencian. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Cek lagi ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Kalian bisa mulai dengan membaca Tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Bisnis Indonesia Group bertumbuh dan berkembang untuk memenuhi kebutuhan zaman yang terus bergerak dinamis. Dengan berbagai platform media dan layanan, Bisnis Indonesia Group telah berubah menjadi content provider company, pendukung kesuksesan Anda. Kami berkomitmen menghadirkan konten jurnalistik yang komprehensif, sehingga dapat menjadi navigator bisnis terpercaya. Dengan penyajian konten yang segar, kami menjangkau berbagai kalangan. Era digitalisasi memacu kami untuk memberikan informasi yang cepat, relevan, dan berkualitas. Bisnis Indonesia Group senantiasa membuka ruang kolaborasi, bergerak maju bersama, melewati setiap tantangan, dan mewujudkan kejayaan ekonomi Indonesia.
Kita semua memiliki mimpi. Mimpi akan kehidupan yang lebih baik, kesehatan yang lebih baik, dan masa depan yang lebih baik. Untuk mereka yang kita cintai. Keluarga kita, teman kita, dan lingkungan tempat kita tinggal. Di Tanoto Foundation, kami yakin bahwa mimpi dapat menjadi nyata saat setiap orang diberikan peluang yang setara untuk mengembangkan potensinya. Dan peluang yang setara itu berawal dari akses yang setara pula atas pendidikan yang berkualitas. Kami berkomitmen untuk membantu masyarakat meraih impian ini sejak awal, dengan menciptakan lingkungan pembelajaran yang mampu menumbuhkan harapan dan mendorong tercapainya cita-cita. Mulai dari pendidikan usia dini hingga pendidikan tinggi. Menciptakan para pemimpin untuk dunia di masa depan. Dan mendukung penelitian baru dan dinamis di bidang riset medis. Pendidikan yang berkualitas tidak hanya meningkatkan taraf hidup, namun juga bisa mengubah kehidupan itu sendiri. Membuka kesetaraan peluang yang memberi pilihan kepada individu dan komunitasnya. Di Tanoto Foundation, kami percaya akan sebuah masa depan di mana kesetaraan peluang merupakan kekuatan yang mendorong perubahan positif. Dan pendidikan yang berkualitas akan selalu menjadi fondasi untuk masa depan itu.
Good morning, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and the world.
So happy to be here as you start your day. Do you remember the bend
and
snap? Oh my God.
And that concludes the See Today updates for today. We'll return for information at 4 o'clock on the 3-hour news show.
Welcome back to See the Stories.
Now time for See Today Business with me, Kaisuria.
Come see the beauty, only on See Indonesia.
Dari Madrid, saya stay 1 malam, terus besok paginya saya naik kereta ke Granada. Eventnya diselenggarakan di Granada, Spain.
Sebelumnya saya memang sudah hampir 6-7 bulan latihan. Mudah-mudahan saya bisa selesai dengan baik. Itu harapan saya.
Kita berjumpa lagi di konten ngobrolin tentang Nusantara.
Spot C, kedatangan very special VIP guest today.
Kan udah ditanya juga di situ.
Ya kan ini kan beda acaranya.
Back to the topic, guys.
Tempo Scan Group. Not a magazine name. Some might think we only produce pharmaceutical products. In fact, we also produce consumer products, nutrition products, and cosmetics. Our brand equities have become market leaders. TempoScan also has dozens of production facilities spread across various regions of Indonesia. Almost all of our products are produced domestically. Our distribution network can reach all regions of the Indonesian archipelago. And Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, even Africa, presenting quality products at affordable prices. For more than 70 years, building an integrated business ecosystem thanks to the hard work and dedication of 12,000 TempoScan employees. We don't stop here. TempoScan continues to expand its business with limitless innovation. TempoScan, working wholeheartedly for society well-being. TempoScan Group. Not a magazine name. Some might think we only produce pharmaceutical products. In fact, we also produce consumer products, nutrition products, and cosmetics. Our brand equities have become market leaders. TempoScan also has dozens of production facilities spread across various regions of Indonesia. Almost all of our products are produced domestically. Our distribution network can reach all regions of the Indonesian archipelago. And Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, even Africa, presenting quality products at affordable prices. For more than 70 years, building an integrated business ecosystem thanks to the hard work and dedication of 12,000 TempoScan employees. We don't stop here. TempoScan continues to expand its business with limitless innovation. TempoScan, working wholeheartedly for society well-being. TempoScan Group. Not a magazine name. Some might think we only produce pharmaceutical products. In fact, we also produce consumer products, nutrition products, and cosmetics. Our brand equities have become market leaders. TempoScan also has dozens of production facilities spread across various regions of Indonesia. Almost all of our products are produced domestically. Our distribution network can reach all regions of the Indonesian archipelago. And Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, even Africa, presenting quality products at affordable prices. For more than 70 years, building an integrated business ecosystem thanks to the hard work and dedication of 12,000 TempoScan employees. We don't stop here. TempoScan continues to expand its business with limitless innovation. TempoScan, working wholeheartedly for society well-being.
Mediaindonesia.com bertransformasi dengan wajah baru, membawa semangat baru. Dalam upaya untuk tampil lebih segar, menjadi referensi semua kalangan, kami menjunjung komitmen tinggi, menampilkan konten terbaik dengan visual menarik. Media Indonesia, suarakan Indonesia. Kami temani Anda dari sore hingga malam hari dengan berita aktual dan berkualitas. Informasi paling hangat dalam sehari kami ulas dengan mendalam berikut dengan perkembangannya. Metro hari ini, Prime Time News, dan Top News. Perbaharui dan perdalam wawasan Anda dengan informasi terkini hanya di program-program petang hari kami.
Happy anniversary FPCI. I'm very happy and pleased to join the celebration of the 10th anniversary of the FPCI. FPCI has never failed to impress me with its pioneering insights and initiatives through engaging multiple stakeholders in understanding international affairs, including the ASEAN affairs on which I am closely involved. FPCI is unique in my eyes because, as the largest grassroots foreign policy group in ASEAN, it serves as an invaluable platform to meet opinion leaders, students, journalists, government officials, and more to discuss ASEAN affairs and how to further ASEAN-Korea relations. I wish the next 10 years of FPCI allow it to flourish even more as an ever-evolving community on foreign policy, and also hope FPCI continues to work closely with the Republic of Korea.
Most cordial greetings from the Embassy of Chile to Indonesia. I'm honored and excited to join so many colleagues, friends, and each one of you to celebrate the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, FPCI's 10th anniversary, a decade of citizen diplomacy. The commitment and the work led by Dr. Dini Patijalal has proven to be essential when it comes to advancing Indonesia's foreign policy objectives while addressing regional and international issues. At a time when the world needs far more peace, cooperation, and collaboration so as to put into place tangible solutions for our communities. FPCI makes a difference by getting people to think, to move, to stand up, and to take action. I am privileged as a Chilean diplomat to witness FPCI's growth, and I'm always near when it comes to contributing to its next steps and initiatives. United we stand.
Saudara-saudari yang saya hormati, please allow me to convey my warmest greetings and the very best wishes to Yang Mulia Bapak Dino Pati Jalal and his team for the 10th anniversary of the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. Selamat ulang tahun ke-10. Through these years, FPCI has grown into a unique platform for fostering dialogue and understanding among nations, providing time by time the wisdom. If you believe in nothing and stand up for nothing, you will achieve and become nothing. The anniversary came at a time when the world faces extraordinary challenges that need to be faced until and committed as never before. As Ukrainians confronting Russian brutal aggression, as the world needs efficient guidelines for restoring peace, justice, and security, we cannot help admiring the role of FPCI in providing tools for addressing critical issues and assisting the global community to shape up meaningful solutions. It is the FPCI that makes me feel once again that we're not alone in our struggle for independence, sovereignty, and freedom. Thank you all. Thank you, my friends. Semoga sukses in your fearless attacking the human race with love, goodwill, kindness, and smile.
First of all, let me express my gratitude for your kind invitation to participate in the Conference of Indonesian Foreign Policy. This year, the conference is devoted to the question of how middle powers can calm the storm and fix the world. I want to say this is a very important question, because I'm sure that without the participation of the majority of the world, it's impossible to establish normal relations on Earth. The Western countries have obviously decided to divide the world into good and bad. This is very dangerous. It actually leads to the construction of a wall between Western countries and the rest of the world. In such situation, it's very important to show that the countries of the global south are pursuing a different model of the world. Both Indonesia and Russia, like many other countries, want to live in an open world. In this world, all countries should have equal rights. In this world should be common rules for everyone. Today, the Western countries, using their access to mechanisms for regulating economic and financial relations, openly abuse this. They arbitrarily disregard international law and impose sanctions against all those they don't like. It seems to me that the countries of the global south are striving to create a more convenient and comfortable world in which no one can manipulate others. To create conditions under which the world can be rebuilt on a more just basis is a difficult task. That is why I highly appreciate the efforts of the foreign policy community of Indonesia in the field of the intellectual design of the future. Your community's 10 years of work show that Indonesian political thought is developing and considers global, world-scale approaches to the state of affairs in the modern world. The theme of this year's meeting speaks for itself. The role of countries capable of pursuing their own course is more important than ever. I wish the conference success and offer my congratulations to my colleagues from the foreign policy community of Indonesia on their 10th anniversary. Thank you.
Selamat pagi. It is nice to say hello to you all through this video. I'm Pan Song-won, Director of the Korea Foundation USA, based in Washington, D.C. First of all, I sincerely congratulate FPCI on its 10th anniversary. It brings back fond memories as I first connected with FPCI in 2019 while serving as the Director of CIFP Jakarta office in Indonesia. It is my understanding that in Indonesia, including FPCI, many competitive, independent, non-partisan foreign policy organizations are active. However, I believe the most defining aspect that sets FPCI apart from other organizations is the leadership of Dr. Dino Patijalal, along with the expertise, passion, and flexible thinking of the staff. Thanks to these qualities, FPCI has been able to implement numerous impactful domestic and international projects in just 10 years. I hope that FPCI will continue to serve as a vital bridge between domestic and international communities. And once again, I congratulate you on your 10th anniversary. Terima kasih.
Hi there, my name is Nat Kwabena Edisi, also known as Bolore, CEO of EIB Network Ghana. As we celebrate this milestone, we recognize FPCI's role in empowering future leaders and shaping a more interconnected global landscape. So to you guys, cheers to many more years of impactful dialogue and meaningful change. Happy 10th anniversary, FPCI. Cheers.
different qualities.
Sorry.
So let it show with no apology.
Pertama di Indonesia, kopi dengan paduan rasa premium oat milk dan Brazilian espresso beans. Sekarang temukan sensasi baru minum kopi yang lebih nikmat. Cafino, upgrade your experience.
Berawal dari mimpi untuk menginspirasi. Di tahun 2005, JAK TV hadir sebagai salah satu stasiun televisi yang selalu menayangkan program-program yang menghibur dan mengedukasi, serta membawa nilai positif bagi pemirsa di rumah.
Sinergi yang kreatif,
transparan, dan profesional.
Dari Jakarta untuk Indonesia.
Rakyat Merdeka adalah media yang memberitakan peristiwa politik dan sosial sejak awal era reformasi. Dan Rakyat Merdeka konsisten berani tampil beda dengan bahasa yang mudah dimengerti.
Pagi-pagi enaknya ngopi. Mantap nih. Selalu happy ketemu sahabat yang sejati. Tanpa sekat, benar-benar ilmu padi. Tubrukers terus berkarya tanpa henti. Diseling sekali-sekali selfie. Susah senang ditemani si benar-benar kopi. Kopi Tubruk Gajah, benar-benar kopi.
Kami adalah Be Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan informasi, hiburan, hingga gaya hidup masa kini. Dengan platform media yang lengkap, kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Deretan media yang berintegrasi dalam Be Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, media informasi yang memberikan inspirasi lewat tayangan program televisi seputar hiburan, berita, hingga olahraga. Berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id adalah portal informasi di mana memiliki segmen yang berbeda, mulai dari berita seputar politik, hukum, peristiwa, informasi ekonomi dan finansial, hingga informasi berbahasa Inggris yang komprehensif. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak yang masih menjadi kebutuhan pasar dengan eksklusivitasnya, seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Be Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas dan terlengkap untuk selalu menginspirasi.
Unexplained presents.
That's the way that I reconcile with being a figure on the internet that is constantly, for lack of better words, bullied and attacked.
Unveiling the secrets hidden in plain sight.
Pak Duta Besar, katanya sebentar lagi Anda akan terkejut karena akan ada berita yang luar biasa mengenai penyadapan presiden dan beberapa anggota kabinet.
Advocating for human rights and justice.
Pemerintah mengakui ini sebagai kejahatan HAM tapi tidak minta maaf.
So when people say Israel has the right to exist as an exclusively Jewish state, what does that mean? Does that mean that a military occupation, a fascist dictatorship subjugating millions of Palestinians, does that have the right to exist?
Where morals take place.
And even sometimes my own friends, some people that I know are keluarga yang tidak setuju, tapi I know what's right and I will be on the right side of history.
Catch new episodes of Explain Yourself podcast, only on YouTube and Spotify.
I personally think the event organized by Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia was life-changing. Personally, back then, when I was only 17 years old, they really uphold youth empowerment, where I was given the opportunity to talk about issues that matters, which I talk about Asian member states issues, about global diplomacy, about climate, about security. And that time, it really boosted my confidence and it really shaped me into who I am today. And not only that, it also opened so many networks that I have right now. So I think when I really think about Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, I see that as a community of empowerment that empowers especially youth, young people to really involve meaningfully to talk about issues that really actually impact us on daily basis. So now seeing that it's been 10 years, they're doing what they're doing. I cannot imagine how many lives that they've touched, how many policies that they reshape, how many conferences that they held that really important, not only for Indonesia, but for the whole world. To know what Indonesians can offer, what the youth of Indonesia can offer, what the women of Indonesia can offer. So I really think that it's a really great community and it should be continually doing so. So for Foreign Policy Committee of Indonesia and all their events, especially their flagship event, Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policies, congratulations for the amazing 10 years. I can wait to be a part of your journey ahead, more events that I personally would love to come, and I can wait to witness more breakthroughs that FPCI will definitely do. So congrats once again.
Hi, this message is for Dino Patijalal, a very dear friend of mine whom I've known God knows for how long, but also a word of congratulations to Dino and everyone that's been involved in the setting up of the foreign policy community in Indonesia. But on top of that, for everyone concerned to be able to not only maintain the very existence of foreign policy community in Indonesia, but also to heighten it to a level unprecedented in many countries, not just in Indonesia. I think Dino and the team have been able to bring about not only the relevance of Indonesia to the rest of the world, but the relevance and importance of foreign policy to the young generation. Many wonder how difficult it is to gather thousands of people in one room or on an online basis just to talk about foreign policy, a subject many consider alien, if not boring. But to Dino's credit and the team, of course, you guys have been able to rock and to bring about the importance and relevance of foreign policy in Indonesia to the future generation, which I believe will do great things for not just Indonesia, hopefully the world and the region. I've been privileged and honored to have been invited by the foreign policy community in Indonesia to participate in a couple of discussions which I thought were really, really cool in terms of exciting the young generation about how complex or how more complex the world is becoming in the context of this multipolarity. And I think the onus is on all of us, particularly the young generation, to take ownership of how things are going to get a little bit more complicated, but how we're all going to be able to resolve it collectively. In sum, Dino, well done on the last 10 years and the decades to come. Take care.
FPCI stands out for its bold leadership on Indonesia's green economy journey. It's the driving force behind the country's first net zero summit, bringing together diverse voices from policymakers to youth to business leaders to others to really help shape the ambitious climate solutions we need in a way that also boosts growth and prosperity. What makes FPCI truly unique is the inclusivity and reach that it has, together with the ability to translate complex issues like climate change to make them accessible and to bring together to create the space for action. At a time when collaboration is so desperately needed, FPCI is really helping Indonesia apply its free and active diplomatic approach to the climate crisis and moving forward together with other countries to solve this difficult challenge.
This is José Ramos Horta, President of Timor-Leste. It gives me immense pleasure to join everybody in congratulating my friend Dino Jalal and all the great team of young people in the foreign policy community of Indonesia who for the past 10 years started this Dream Forum that bring together voices, opinions, proposals of how to create a better world, a world of peace, of fraternity, in the midst of the incredible, dangerous challenges that we all face, with a world apparently lacking leadership, our multilateral institution that's supposed to be effective in preventing the ugly conflicts, whether it's Ukraine or Gaza, seem to have become irrelevant. In the midst of all of this, in the midst of a lack of dialogue, foreign policy community of Indonesia give us the forum, the space to air our anguish, but also our hopes, our ideas on how to recreate the multilateral world, one that is more fair, one that is more equitable, more representative of the growing powers of the world, including Indonesia, a country of almost 300 million people now, it should be a permanent member of the Security Council. So should be India, and Brazil, Mexico, Ethiopia, Egypt, South Africa, Algeria. So
Hadirin kami persilakan duduk kembali. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated.
My warmest congratulations to Dr. Dino, Prof. Dewi, and the foreign policy community of Indonesia on your 10th anniversary. The world is in great need of meaningful, candid dialogue today. In fact, more than ever before. And that's why the FPCI's role is so important. It offers stakeholders a platform to engage each other meaningfully on global issues that impact our future. My best wishes to FPCI as you continue to serve as an icon for convening diverse voices and inspiring constructive exchanges. I wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
This is José Ramos Horta, President of Timor-Leste. It gives me immense pleasure to join everybody in congratulating my friend Dino Jalal and all the great team of young people in the foreign policy community of Indonesia who for the past 10 years started this Dream Forum that bring together voices, opinions, proposals of how to create a better world, a world of peace, of fraternity, in the midst of the incredible, dangerous challenges that we all face with a world apparently lacking leadership, our multilateral institutions that's supposed to be effective in preventing the ugly conflicts, whether it's Ukraine or Gaza, seem to have become irrelevant. In the midst of all of this, in the midst of a lack of dialogue, foreign policy community of Indonesia give us the forum, the space to air our anguish, but also our hopes, our ideas on how to recreate the multilateral world, one that is more fair, one that is more equitable, more representative of the growing powers of the world, including Indonesia, a country of almost 300 million people now. It should be a permanent member of the Security Council. So should be India, and Brazil, Mexico, Ethiopia, Egypt, South Africa, Algeria. So I hope that we all continue to work with foreign policy community of Indonesia to share our anguish, our concerns, but also our hopes for a better world. And on you, Dino, and all the friends at the foreign policy community of Indonesia, warmest congratulations and a big thank you.
Dari mimpiku, dari mimpi perasaan, rasa cinta, kaulah yang diinginkan aku dari mimpiku, dari mimpiku. Coba terbangkan hayalku dari sadarku.
Geopolitical divides are preventing us from coming together around global solutions for global challenges.
We have at the present geopolitical tension, but I am an optimist in the interests of humanity.
Sometimes in our life, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there always
lagi berikan tepuk tangan meriah untuk LSPR Choir. Give a round of applause for LSPR Choir. Luar biasa, terima kasih teman-teman LSPR Choir yang sudah membuka dengan begitu semangatnya. Dan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Baik Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, ladies and gentlemen, boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk menyambut kehadiran yang terhormat Menteri Luar Negeri Republik Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Sugiono. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang Pak Menteri di Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy 2024. Baik Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, sekali lagi selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia dengan bangga mempersembahkan Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy 2024 dengan tema Can Middle Powers Calm the Storm and Fix the World. Perkenalkan Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, rekan-rekan sekalian, nama saya Sarah Wayne dan senang sekali pada pagi hari ini saya bisa memandu atau menjadi Master of Ceremony acara Opening Plenary kali ini. Sebelum kita memulai, izinkan saya untuk mengucapkan selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada seluruh pembicara serta tamu spesial yang telah hadir di tengah kita semua. We'd like to extend our warmest welcome to our distinguished guests. Yang terhormat Menteri Luar Negeri Republik Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Sugiono. Sekali lagi selamat datang kami ucapkan Bapak. And we'd like to also extend our warmest welcome to His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal, the Chairman of the Board of King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies. A very warm welcome, sir. And also a warm welcome to all ambassadors, diplomatic corps, and government representatives from 90 countries who have joined us this morning. Dan tentunya kami juga ucapkan selamat datang kepada seluruh peserta yang hadir baik secara langsung maupun yang hadir secara daring. Boleh berikan tepuk tangan yang luar biasa untuk kita semua pagi hari ini. Baik Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, tahun 2024 ini menandai 10 tahun berdirinya Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. Dan mengusung tema 10 Years of Citizen Diplomacy, FPCI telah berkembang menjadi ormas hubungan internasional terbesar tidak hanya di Indonesia, tetapi juga di Asia Tenggara dan Indo-Pasifik. Sebuah pencapaian yang pastinya patut kita banggakan. Dan lebih dari itu, Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy atau CIFP adalah konferensi kebijakan luar negeri terbesar di dunia. Dan itu semua diselenggarakan sepenuhnya oleh generasi muda Indonesia. Buat tepuk tangannya untuk generasi muda Indonesia yang begitu luar biasa. Dan hadirin sekalian, kami juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh sponsor yang telah membantu mensukseskan acara hari ini. Kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Embassy of the United States in Indonesia, Sinarmas, Polytron, Kavino, Kopi Gajah, Hydro Plus Isotonic Drink, Hana Bank, Hiroto Group, PT Freeport Indonesia, Tools for Humanity, MTech Group, Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, Tanoto Foundation, Embassy of Australia in Indonesia, PT Harum Energy, PT Tempo Scan Pacific, PT Triputra Agro Persada, Embassy of Sweden in Indonesia, Bank of China, Kikoman Aku Food, Sido Muncul, PT Kino Indonesia, Embassy of Germany in Indonesia, Jababeka Group, Bank Mayapada, PT Keramindo Megah Pertiwi, KMK Group. Dan terima kasih juga kami ucapkan kepada seluruh media partner CIFP 2024. Mahaka X, Mahaka Advertising, Republika, Jak TV, Rakyat Merdeka Online, Berita 1, BTV, Jakarta Club, Unexplained, Text from IR, Kata Data, KG Media, Kompas TV, C Today, Tirto.id, Bisnis Indonesia, Bisnis.com, Data Indonesia, Jakarta Bucket List, Most Radio, Inilah.com, Now Dots, The Conversation Indonesia, Liputan 6, Metro TV, Media Indonesia, Medcom.id, dan Sipaling HI. Dan kami juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada 43 mitra CIFP 2024. Dan kami juga ingin memberikan apresiasi kepada 51 FPCI chapters yang hadir pagi hari ini. Baik, sekali lagi boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan apresiasi kepada seluruhnya yang telah memberikan dukungan penuh hingga terselenggaranya CIFP 2024. Baik Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, sekarang saatnya kita ingin sapa ada teman lama yang biasanya selalu mencuri perhatian nih di acara FPCI, terutama di CIFP dari tahun ke tahun. Jadi siapa lagi? Apakah di sini ada yang kenal? Kira-kira saya mau menyapa siapa ya di atas panggung? Siapa? Oke, langsung saja saya perkenalkan kembali dan saya undang untuk bisa naik ke atas panggung Tera. Boleh kita sapa bersama? Let's say together, halo Tera. Waduh, sepertinya Tera masih malu-malu pagi hari ini. Boleh ya? Halo Tera, apa kabar? Coba, boleh kita ke tengah panggung? Sini, high five. Oke, Tera sini. Ayo kita ke tengah panggung, sapa semuanya. Boleh kita semuanya, kita wave ke Tera, kita bilang selamat datang Tera. Oke, sekarang udah di tengah panggung, the stage is yours. Tera silakan dadah-dadah terlebih dahulu ke seluruh pengunjung hadirin CIFP 2024. Oke, nah nanti sepertinya Tera pada hari ini akan keliling di CIFP 2024. Oleh karena itu hadirin sekalian jangan lupa nanti untuk bisa langsung saja ambil kesempatan berfoto bersama Tera. Karena nanti pastinya kita akan tunggu foto-foto dan juga bagaimana momen-momen keseruan teman-teman semua bersama Tera di CIFP 2024. Dan jangan lupa untuk upload di media sosial dengan menggunakan hashtag CIFP 2024 dan mention @FPC Indo. Bagaimana Tera? Udah nggak sabar ikut CIFP 2024 hari ini? Udah nggak sabar, buat tepuk tangannya untuk Tera. Karena sepertinya Tera ini mau curi start, mau berkunjung ke booth-booth yang ada di luar situ ya Tera ya. Oke, langsung saja kita persilakan. Silakan Tera untuk berkunjung ke CIFP 2024. Boleh berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Tera. Bye-bye Tera, sampai bertemu lagi nanti. Sampai jumpa. Dan pastinya sekali lagi hadirin sekalian Bapak dan Ibu, rekan-rekan, akan banyak keseruan dan juga diskusi-diskusi menarik di CIFP 2024 tahun ini. Oleh karena itu sekali lagi jangan lupa untuk bagikan momen-momen spesial dengan menggunakan hashtag CIFP 2024 dan juga mention @FPC Indo. Jadi langsung saja Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, selanjutnya kami ingin mendengarkan aspirasi dari para researchers nanti di CIFP 2024 yang akan kami lanjutkan pada kesempatan pagi hari ini. Tetapi sebelumnya Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, mari kita saksikan bersama video message spesial dari world leaders dan terkait kesan dan pesan mereka tentang FPCI. Selamat menyaksikan.
Ten years goes like lightning.
When we began FPCI, there were less than 12 people around the table, and we did not expect that we would go this far, but we knew our mission. Our mission was to spread internationalism to the Indonesian public, especially the youth, to push back against narrow nationalism or ultra-nationalism or xenophobia. There was a lot of pockets of xenophobia.
Well, I see that FPCI has really evolved in the past 10 years. When we conceived this, I'm one of the co-founders of FPCI with Dino Patijala. We only thought about how to make foreign policy becoming much more popular in Indonesia, so that foreign policy is something that we regard as being too important to be left only to the foreign policy establishment.
It was not easy to do because we had to improvise. We had to learn what worked or what not worked. We had to change the jargons. We had to understand what would appeal to the young people and to the larger public. It took us some time, but I think we finally figured out how to do so. And as a result, FPCI has become the largest grassroots foreign policy group, not just in Indonesia, not just in Southeast Asia, but also in the Indo-Pacific. I see what is unique about FPCI is first and foremost our grassroots orientation.
Many organizations such as this, they address and they have audience from elites, but FPCI addresses grassroots.
It was an eye-opening for me, because for me, it was the first time we went on the grassroots. When I was government official, I was always, far away from the grassroots somehow, because that's the nature of the work.
This has become a huge movement. In the past 10 years, we've seen the establishment of FPCI's chapters in universities throughout Indonesia. And then the conferences have also become bigger as well as more diverse. FPCI has become not just a movement, but also a very important think tank. It convenes various small-scale as well as big-scale conferences.
Usually when we talk about foreign policy group, you're talking about, few mostly older people, maybe diplomat, academician. But here is, you see, lot and lots of young people, very energetic, very curious, in a very high spirit to know more about the world they live in.
FPCI also believes that young people are capable of being the engine towards a global progress.
I think FPCI has been able to attract the best and the brightest young people in Indonesia, which is basically our future leaders.
I want FPCI to be a training ground for young people professionally and also in terms of how they interact with society. We've had so many young people who came to us. They become either staff or their interns. I can see how their life and their outlook on life and outlook on Indonesia and the world have changed because they join us. It's a privilege to join FPCI because it's very competitive.
Even for a not so young associate like me, this whole conducive atmosphere has allowed me to reclaim a bit of my dwindling youthful vibrancy. That has made FPCI a favorite among my post-career activities.
We are not afraid to speak truth to power. I know when you're in government, a lot of times the impulse is to be populist, right? To go along with what is popular thing to do, what is the convenient thing to do. I think on many issues that we face, FPCI always asks, what is the right thing to do? Our stand sometimes gets attacked or scolded by the public or those who disagree with us. It's fine, it's okay, we stand our ground. We have created a buzz, about foreign policy that was not there before. It's by showing that foreign policy can be hip. Foreign policy is keren, right? It's not boring, can be inspiring.
Celebrating 10 years of FPCI, is really marking all of the milestones that FPCI have achieved and are looking for decades ahead also, so that we hope that FPCI will not just be dependent on the energy of one or two people, but that the fact that it will grow into a real solid entity that could survive beyond the age of the founders.
Wow, 10 years is a long time really, and I knew from the start that for FPCI to gain credibility, it would take not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years. Credibility is about consistency, and 10 years is a good mark. I mean, I still can't believe I spent 10 years of my life building FPCI.
Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, seperti yang telah saya katakan sebelumnya, memang tahun ini CIFP 2024 terasa sangat istimewa. Kenapa? Karena pada tahun ini kita juga merayakan 10 tahun berdirinya Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. Boleh tepuk tangannya, silakan. Dan seperti yang telah kita saksikan bersama juga di video yang telah kita saksikan, bahwa FPCI memang bukan hanya sekedar organisasi saja. Ia lahir dari sebuah idealisme, semangat, cinta, dan keyakinan akan internasionalisme Indonesia. Maka untuk itu, untuk membuka CIFP 2024 hari ini, mari kita dengarkan bersama opening speech dari pendiri dan Ketua Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, Dr. Dino Patijalal.
Jalan ya. Ilham, can you fix my mic? Is it on? Yeah. Hello? Okay, welcome to everybody. Thank you, Pak Foreign Minister Sugiono, for coming here this morning. Yeah. Can I see you get up and let's give him a big hand of applause. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Sugiono. We wish you all the best, and I whispered to his ear that FPCI is ready to support his work, especially at the grassroots level, because foreign policy is about partnership. So thank you very much, Menlu Sugiono. And a special thanks also for His Royal Highness Prince Turki Arab Faisal Al Saud for coming here. 6 hours on flight from Saudi Arabia. You know, I was being very polite to the prince because I did not say one word, not one word, about the football match between Indonesia and Saudi Arabia. Right? Prince Turki, I said nothing. But I do pray that Indonesia will meet Saudi Arabia in the World Cup final in 2026. And I hope that Lionel Messi will become Indonesian citizen before that. Unless Saudi Arabia gets him first. A big thank you also to the former foreign ministers who are here. My former boss and good friend, Foreign Minister Marty Natalagawa. Yeah. Former Foreign Minister of Australia, Gareth Evans. Former Foreign Minister of Philippines, Delia Albert. Former Foreign Minister of Slovakia, Miroslav Lachowski. Vice Ministers from Thailand, Sihasak Puangketo. There he is at far end. Everybody here is special, all the guests, all the speakers, but special thanks also to Pa Amitav Acharya, the guru of international relations. I don't know if Pak Kishore Mabubani is here, but if he's here, is he not here yet? Okay, he's coming later on. All ambassadors, diplomatic corps, politicians, researchers, military, intelligence, journalists, activists, celebrities, teachers, and students. This is a very special year for FPCI because 2024 is a great year for us because we are now 10 years old. Is there a slide? After 10 years, this is what I look now. I mean, it took a lot of years for me. This is what I look now, right? And 10 years ago, I look a bit younger. So. I don't know why you're laughing. That's actually me. Yeah. So. And this is the office of FPCI in 2014, a small ruko in Tibet. And it was so small, we were so embarrassed to invite any ambassadors to come. And besides, it was next to Panti Pijat. So it was just too embarrassing. My wife said, Dino, you have to move. So we moved to an office in Jalan Sudirman. FPCI 10 years ago was like a small hut in a small village. And today, that small hut has become a small city. a small city full of like-minded people. Yes, you can clap your hands. Like-minded people who has a deep love for international affairs. FPCI now has a chapter in almost all campuses throughout Indonesia, which has international relations department. Malang, Medan, Jakarta, Jayapura, Surabaya, Samarinda, Makassar, Mataram, Bandung, Padang, Yogyakarta, Jember, Lampung, Salatiga, Semarang, and many, many more cities where we have chapters. Through Southeast Asia Lecture Hall, FPCI has engaged 100 campuses in Southeast Asia, and our aim is to reach 300 campuses in the next 5 years. Through FPCI Climate Unit, we organized the Net Zero Summit, which has become the premier climate conference in Indonesia, and FPCI call for Net Zero Indonesia by 2050 finally was endorsed for the first time by President Prabowo in the last G20 summit in Rio. Thank you, President. Thank you, Foreign Minister, for that support. We also invited the best youth from all provinces in Indonesia and from all diaspora communities to write a beautiful vision of Indonesia Centennial 2045. We also mobilized grassroots and social organizations in the global town hall. We had 24,000 people from 133 countries to discuss pressing global issues of common concern. We also invited Muslim, Christian, and Jewish religious leaders from the grassroots from 10 countries, where we asked them to define and formulate a joint Abrahamic peace declaration. And this was difficult because they were doing this in the midst of the Israel-Gaza war. FPCI Middle Power Studies Network is alive and kicking, and we are very glad that our call for Indonesia to adopt middle power policy has actually been adopted by the Indonesian government, which refers to Indonesia as a middle power. And through CIFP, our conference today, FPCI has convened the largest foreign policy conference in the world. Last night, this is 9,520 people who will attend all day. We have 2 floors, 5 rooms. This is just 1 room. And this is certainly has been certified as the largest foreign policy conference in the world. And the work of Indonesian youth, big hand. And in the past 10 years, Indonesia has grown to be the largest grassroots foreign policy group in Southeast Asia and Asia Pacific. But even with all this, FPCI is not measured by how we have grown as an organization or what kind of programs we create. FPCI's real impact is measured by our ability to detonate the explosion of young love for foreign policy across Indonesia. And this is very special because you see the evidence of this here in this room today. We have students from Universitas Potensi Utama. I don't know where they are here, but they took the boat for 3 nights from Medan to Jakarta. Apparently, they have never heard of airplanes. Yeah, so students from UKSW, about 200 of them, rented a bus for 15 hours to come here. Students from Unchen, Universitas Cendrawasih, they are somewhere here. They flew 6 hours from Jayapura to fly to our conference. Students from University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta took a bus. Yeah, there you go. They took a bus, and the bus was stranded, right, for several hours. Yeah, well done. You made it here. You know, they all come with their head and their heart. 1% come here to find their jodoh. But 99% come here to learn about foreign policy. Yeah. And you know, I was a diplomat for 28 years, and I guarantee you, you can ask Prince Turki, you can ask Ambassador Abdullah in UAE, you can ask Vasil in Ukraine, Pak Dubes dari Malaysia, everyone. This is irregular, right? You don't see this in any country, not in this scale, right? This pure, energetic passion of the youth for foreign policy. So let's give us all a big hand. You know, what we do at FPCI and what we are is relevant because people-to-people relations have become a geopolitical force. Okay? With regard to the ongoing war in Gaza, for example, millions of protesters in London, in Berlin, in Paris, in New York, and other places, they took the streets and they changed the debate and sometimes affected the policies of their governments. Indonesia-Japan relations today. Remember, there was the anti-Japanese riots in the 1970s, right? But now, based on FPCI ASEAN survey last year, Japan is seen as the most trusted country by ASEAN citizens. When you talk about trust, it's not trust between governments that matter. It's also trust between the peoples. And this is why FPCI held the Global Town Hall, where we get our staff to call everyone around the world, from Peru to Fiji to Botswana to Ghana to Bolivia, any country, and introduce ourselves and ask them to take part in the North-South, East-West dialogue of civil societies and universities to discuss and expand dialogue at a time when, due to geopolitical rivalries, the space for dialogue is shrinking among governments, especially those involved in rivalries. FPCI has therefore resolutely positioned ourselves to be a force in people-to-people relations. Our ambition next year is to hold the ASEAN People's Convention, ASEAN People's Convention, to make ASEAN really grassrooted. And I hope Pak Menteri Luar Negeri will support this effort. I have spoken to the ASEAN Secretary General, and he also is supportive of this effort, and inshallah, we can. Yeah. The big theme of this conference is how middle powers can calm the storm and fix the world. And this is relevant because as geopolitical rivalries rise, tensions rise, and create stagnant relations in the world system, middle powers have more freedom to create and shape the regional and the world order. Middle powers itu apa ya? Middle powers itu adalah kekuatan menengah, ya, bukan kekuatan yang besar atau kekuatan yang kecil, and kekuatan penengah juga, ya, mid-size and middle ground powers. Not all are middle ground, but most of them are mid-sized countries. Think of it as boxing. Yeah. Boxing, there's heavyweight, yeah. George Foreman is heavyweight, and there's lightweight, Manny Pacquiao. Marvin Hagler is a middleweight fighter. So middle power countries are sort of like middleweight boxers. There are more middle powers today than at any time in history, and this number keeps increasing. There are at least now one middle power, at least one, in every region of the world. And in the Middle East, there are a few, including Saudi Arabia. And they're not like before. They are much more powerful, and they have greater ambition. Several middle powers of the global south will have an economy larger than some G7 countries. And this is also true for their defense budgets. And they can do a lot. Indonesia, for example, during our chairmanship of the G20, we preserved the G20 and prevented it from crumbling, thanks to the efforts of President Prabowo and Menlu Retno Marsudi. Let's give them a big hand for this. But middle powers face great and big questions. Can they set the international agenda? Can they come together? Can middle powers of the global south work with middle powers of the global north? Can middle powers figure out the world order that they want, especially those in the global south? Can middle powers ease rivalries that are taking place today? Can middle powers resolve problems and conflicts in their own neighborhood? And for us in Indonesia, the big question is, can Indonesia reposition ourselves as a middle power? And if yes, the question is how. I believe Indonesia should aim to be a pivotal middle power with dynamic alignments. Yeah. A pivotal middle power with dynamic alignments. Let me explain why. Why pivotal middle power? Because there are already 24 middle powers around the world, and they don't perform the same. Some punch above their weight, and some less so. Indonesia should aim to be a pivotal middle power, not a marginal or inward-looking middle power. A pivotal power that can provide impactful leadership, statesmanship, mobilize others for the common good, strengthen regional order, and advance the global agenda. Indonesia can also be a pivotal middle power by pursuing dynamic alignments, right? Again, the key word here is alignments. And we're a bit confused because we are talking always about non-alignment, right? But listen to this. Non-alignment is in English. The Bahasa translation is non-block, right? Non-block. Non-block and non-alignments are two different things. Non-block is we don't enter into any military alliances, but we should engage in a variety of alignments. And you know why? Because in diplomacy, you want to get anything done, you need alignments. Anything that you want to get done, you need to have alignments with like-minded states. You want to form ASEAN, you need to have alignments with fellow ASEAN countries. You want ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific to progress, you need certain alignments. You want to fight protectionism, you need alignments. You want climate finance, you need to be aligned with certain countries. You want to protect freedom of the seas, you need alignments, right? So for us to have a dynamic alignments and this misnomer of non-alignment, which in Bahasa is called non-block, I think would be the key to a thriving and vibrant foreign policy in the coming years. This conference is being held in a new chapter of Indonesia's foreign policy, just a few weeks after the inauguration of President Prabowo administration. There's high expectation that Indonesia, which will be much more visible and active internationally compared to the previous administration, and we welcome that. And for the first time, there is a wonderful sync between three key elements in the Indonesian foreign policy: middle powerhood, strategic autonomy, and multipolarity. They are dancing much better and this time than they ever did before. And in the spirit of being a constructive stakeholder, FPCI would like to give some suggestions to the Prabowo administration and of course to our beloved Foreign Minister Sugiono. First, always remember that foreign policy begins at home. Before the world can understand you, our people must understand you. Our leadership abroad depends on our leadership in our own house. Everything has to be explained to our people so they don't second guess anything. A foreign policy that is understood and supported by the people will go a long way. If you agree with this, clap your hand. Secondly, we totally endorse the notion of Indonesia becoming enemy to none and friends to all. Zero enemy and 1,000 or 1,000,000 friends. But we must be careful that this does not translate into a foreign policy that tries to please everybody. I don't know what the secret of success is, but I do know that pleasing everybody is a recipe for failure and disaster. And remember, all the hard things that we achieve in foreign policy were achieved not by being nice, but by way of hustle, hard tussles, fiery debates, pushbacks, push and shove when we have to do so, especially or including with our friends. This is what we did in Cambodia. You know, we had to tussle with the United States, with China, and other countries, but we got the job done. This is what we did with the archipelago doctrine when we expanded our maritime territory, which was very unpopular among maritime countries, but we pushed, hustle, and tussle, and we got the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea to approve that. In 1963, we campaigned for West Irian, and we were tough, we were resolute, and in the end, we got Papua to be returned to the Republic of Indonesia. Right? As my father taught me, you get things done not just by being nice, but by being tough, but also being persuasive and fair with your counterparts. Third, always remember that Indonesia's foreign policy usually run into problems when it is driven by political vanity. Yeah. You know, I say this because in the age of social media and political populism, a lot of leaders around the world, in so many countries, become addicted to praise, which is a sign of weakness. There is plenty of examples in Indonesia's diplomatic history that prove this point. You know, one example was when Indonesia withdrew from the United Nations and created our own United Nations in what is called Conference on Emerging Forces. This was in the 60s, but this project failed because it just lacked international support and it wasn't credible. So we always have to check our ego at the door. You know, Gareth Evans is here. He was former Minister of Australia, and he would tell you that it was with humility and great diplomatic skill that Foreign Minister Ali Alatas, who worked with him, to resolve the Cambodian conflict, which is one of the greatest foreign policy achievements of Indonesia. And yes, Alatas resolved the Cambodian conflict not for fame or credit, but out of a genuine desire to deliver peace to a war-torn neighbor. And that kind of statesmanship has to be rediscovered in today's foreign policy. So remember, the purpose of foreign policy is not to seek praise, but to create impact. Politik luar negeri bukan untuk disanjung, tapi untuk berdampak. Yeah, if you agree, do clap your hand on this. Fourth, take care of our strategic autonomy. You know, strategic autonomy is about independence of thought, of judgment, and freedom of action. Yeah. And this is our biggest asset. You know, nobody owns us. Nobody tells us what to do or think. But in practice, it's not always that simple. You know, there are always pressures, enticements, and sometimes threats or veiled threats. And there are many ways strategic autonomy can be compromised, sometimes without us realizing it. And remember, this is especially critical because we are possibly entering an era of interventions. I'm not trying to scare you, but with AI, with disinformation, and with other measures, intervention can take many, many forms. And I predict that Indonesia will see an era of function in the landscape where there will be more and more attempts at intervention. And this is something that we need to be prepared for and guard against. Fifth, there is no substitute for Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is our home, our family, our benteng, our fort. You know, realistically, we cannot lead in South Asia. India is there. We cannot lead in Africa. South Africa is there. Nigeria is there. We cannot lead in the Middle East. Saudi is there. Other countries are there. Turkey is there. Egypt's there. We cannot lead in Latin America. Brazil's there. Mexico's there. Argentina's there. We cannot lead in Northeast Asia. China and Japan are there, right? But the only place in the world where it is natural for Indonesia to be expected to lead and to exercise that leadership role is in Southeast Asia. And this is why, after President Prabowo's successful visit to the United States, China, Peru, Brazil, UK, and UAE, FPCI strongly recommends that the next 3 to 6 months, President Prabowo visits all 10 Southeast Asian countries, including Timor-Leste. Agree? And why this is important? Because 8 out of 11 leaders in Southeast Asia are relatively new leaders. In Malaysia, in the Philippines, in Singapore, in Thailand, in Cambodia, in Timor-Leste, they've been around they took up their position only in the last 1 month or 2 to 3 years. And it is the perfect time for President Prabowo to lead this new lineup of Southeast Asian leaders, especially because it is said sometimes that the relationship among ASEAN leaders is less closer today compared to decades ago. And finally, always remember that we are obliged to live up to a long history of Indonesia's diplomatic excellence. You know, Indonesia is really an extraordinary country. I don't know if you realize this, but our revolution for independence in 1945, we are the first country to announce our independence after the war ended. And our decolonization struggle around the world led to a changing political map. There were only about 50 countries after 1945, and now there's about 200 countries, and we were that first country that announced independence outside the Western world. We started the Asia Africa Conference in Bandung, which signified a strategic event in the world system, because the countries in Asia and Africa, newly independent, said we want to matter, and we don't want to be subject, and we want to connect with fellow newly independent countries. We created the non-aligned movement in 1961, and that also helped to change the direction of world affairs, and in my view, helped to ease the pressures of the Cold War from spreading. We were one of the founding fathers of ASEAN in 1967, and we all know how that changed the whole picture of the region, and ASEAN has become one of the most stable, most progressive regions for cooperation in the world. We were one of the champions of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, which was a seminal achievement in international law. We resolved the conflict in Cambodia with France and the help of other friends as well, and that has paved the way for the kind of a more peaceful and united Southeast Asia that we have now. And we also created the Bali Democracy Forum, the only intergovernmental forum on democracy in the Asia Pacific. So there's a long list of diplomatic achievements that we can be proud of. The question now for Pak Menlu, Sugiono, and Bapak Presiden Prabowo Subianto is what's next. We wish President Prabowo and Foreign Minister Sugiono every success as they write the new chapter of Indonesia's diplomatic history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dino Patijalal, and also give a round of applause for FPCI. Baik Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, selanjutnya marilah kita bersama-sama ikuti keynote speech pada pagi hari ini. Oleh karena itu dengan hormat, izinkan kami untuk dapat mengundang ke atas panggung Menteri Luar Negeri Republik Indonesia, Bapak Sugiono. Sekali berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah kepada Menteri Luar Negeri Republik Indonesia, Bapak Menteri, kami persilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya Rahayu. First and foremost, I would like to thank Bapak Dr. Dino Patijalal for inviting me as the Foreign Minister of Republic of Indonesia to such an incredible forum. This is a great honor actually for me, but before I carry on, let me also address some of the dignitaries that are present in this room. When I walked in, I shook hands and watched that there are so many dignitaries and excellencies present. But when I asked my staff of the list of the dignitaries, they only put 4. So I'm really sorry. But of course, with all due respect, I would like to address first His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal Al Saud, Chairman of the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies, His Excellency Dr. Martin Atalagawa, my predecessor, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia 2009-2014, and also co-founder of FPCI, Ibu Profesor Dewi Fortuna Anwar, and also former ambassadors, former foreign ministers, former vice foreign ministers who attend this very distinguished forum held by FPCI. And also our fellow FPCI chapters, who, as Pak Dino mentioned before, came from all over the place, all over the campuses around Indonesia. Some travel hours and days, and some even travels on boat to get to Jakarta to attend this very wonderful conference. Thank you very much, everyone. It is an honor for me as a foreign minister to attend and stand here right in front of you. To be honest, when Pak Dino sent me a letter, I know there are 3 letters actually Pak Dino sent. One to the President of the Republic of Indonesia, the second one to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the third one convincing the Indonesian foreign minister to attend this forum. I had no clue, of course. I think everyone here gets the record that I only been a foreign minister for a little more than a month now. I didn't realize of how big and impactful this conference is. Listening to Pa Dino's presentation on how he found FPCI 10 years ago, along with Ibu Dewi Fortuna Anwar as the co-founder, it is very heartwarming because I can see the spirit, the idealism, the hope of all the attendees in this room on how Indonesia can contribute to international relationship and be a global player to maintain peace and order regionally and globally. And I've been to some conferences in my trip with the president to APEC, to G20. I thought, again, this is with all due respect, because some of the testimonies also mentioned this. I was a bit, what do you call that? Optimist, not optimist, maybe it's not the exact word, because, you know, I feel that I thought I was the young foreign minister which I met during the trip. But being in this room, I realized that there are so many young people also aspiring to make an impact in international relation, make an impact of Indonesia diplomacy in the future, and I believe many among you will one day be in my position now. Thank you very much again. And Pa Dino, I must admit that I'm not prepared actually on how this conference would be, and my personal opinion, this is a very extraordinary conference. My next question to you, you're not going to make this a political party, is it? Because this can also be a contender for the current political parties in Indonesia. With all this power, with all this spirit, with all this idealism, I think you can make it, we can make it for Indonesia. I am also very grateful that in the face of global uncertainties, of, as you mentioned, big powers, rivalries, and also the increasing and worsening conflict in Ukraine and Middle East, exacerbated by the imminent food scarcity, threat to access to water, and also energy crisis. There are so many great minds and those who care about the future of our world And this is also another hope for Indonesia, actually, to play its parts, to play its roles in the global platform. And I was going to say something, but I'm not forget. Because, tell you frankly, I'm a bit nervous. Well, I don't want to be pretend that I know about diplomacy or international relation more than you do. I mean, there's so many seasoned diplomats here, so many people, distinguished individual who are expert in this field, whereas I am, as I mentioned, been appointed as a foreign minister a little more than a month ago. I don't want to pretend that I know more than most of you. But seeing you here, seeing everybody who attend this conference, give me a boost of morale. That means I will not be alone in the stage of foreign ministry, but I will have a lot of support from you guys, from all my seniors who are here, that will, I believe, help me to carry out this responsibility that's been given by President Prabowo to navigate the foreign policy of Indonesia. And there's some questions regarding the direction of Indonesian foreign policy in the future. I think Pak Dino has had explained it in a very well and eloquent remarks. But I also want to reiterate again that Indonesian foreign policy, as stated by President Prabowo, will not change its course from what traditionally and constitutionally we are abide by all these years. We remain non-aligned, meaning, again, as Pak Dino said, non-aligned, not joining any military pact or any military bloc, because traditionally, Indonesia, the interest of the people of Indonesia is to be friend with everyone and enemy to none. Or quoting from the president's term, 1,000 friends to few and one enemy is too many. And also I want to quote President Prabowo's inauguration speech in front of the parliament, that we choose the independent and active foreign policy because it is of our national interest. It is in our national interest to make Indonesia a good neighbor for all the surrounding countries. Indonesia wants to create a strong web of friendship with all of its neighbors. In order to be one good neighbor, Indonesia will remain non-bloc, non-military pact, and want to be a good friend with everyone. Addressing the theme of this conference, which asks the question, can middle powers calm the storm and fix the world? I would like to make a comment on that. Storm is an act of nature. We cannot calm the storm. What we have to do is how to navigate the storm without being capsized in the storm, without being sink in the ocean before we get to our destination. And I think this is also true for our foreign policy, because the storm, the conflict, the dispute, the tension is historically human nature. There will always powers who will contend another power. There will be powers who will challenge another power that creates storm and turmoil in the world. But our position is how to navigate the storm, how to calm our ship so that we can pass the storm and survive as a nation. This is also of our national interest, because Indonesia was proclaimed its independence in 1945, aim to be here, to be part of global community for millennials to come, forever and ever. Amen. So in order to survive, we have to be able to maintain our position as a good friend, a good neighbor. Again, of course, without sacrificing our dignity, without sacrificing our sovereignty, but we want to stand tall together with other nations in the world. This is, I think, one of the reasons why President Prabowo also direct me as the foreign minister to come to BRICS. Because, as Pak Dino said, we need to create more alignment, in a sense, economically, to create prosperity for our people. We have to join the multilateral groupings for our national interest. We don't want to be tied to any bloc. We don't want to be tied to any position which will endanger our national interest. And this is also our part as a bridge builder to contribute to global peace and sustainability. That's why Indonesia presents in a lot of multilateral groupings. I mentioned BRICS. We also applying the accession to OECD. We also joining CPTPP, IPEF. Every multilateral groupings that will bring value to our country, we will join. And of course, ASEAN is something that is very pivotal in our region. We also try to reposition ourselves. It's true, Pak, out of 11, there's 8 new leaders in ASEAN. And I think when Pak Prabowo was still president-elect, he visited almost all except Timor-Leste and talked with all the leaders of ASEAN, introducing himself back then as the president-elect. And after he's in the office, I think we also will plan to go. I also talked to some of our colleagues in ASEAN that I will need to visit them. I want to introduce myself, and again, as the youngest minister in a term of that, the most junior, I think, among them, I need to go and pay respect for my senior in the region. That's why we also actively contribute to help resolving global challenges. And I mentioned we're facing food scarcity, we're facing access problem with access to water, and also energy crisis, energy insecurity. And we will push our efforts to fulfill and attaining the SDGs targets. There's so many details actually in this script. But I think it's easier if I talk freely, isn't it? Without having to be tied to formal method of delivering these remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I witnessed during the trip of President Prabowo overseas that there are so many countries, there are so many leaders of the world who, from the body language, from the from the verbal language, are putting so much hope to Indonesia under the leadership of President Prabowo. They felt that Indonesia can play a greater role in the global context. Instinctively, I think this is also what President Prabowo had in mind when he stated the priorities of his program during his administration basically is how to get our household together. President Jokowi and President Prabowo had shown us how two statements of a big country should work hand in hand, transition from one administration to the next very, very smoothly. This creates a conducive situation so that we can see ahead and facing all the challenges in front of us. This transition is something maybe some of us taken for granted. But this peaceful process enables us to focus on things that matter most to our people. We have to get our act together and address the situation of poverty in Indonesia. This is one of Prabowo's administration objective is to alleviate poverty and at one time eliminate poverty in Indonesia. The second one is to be able to fulfill our own need of food, to be self-sufficient in food. So the next one is self-sufficiency in energy. And also investing in human resources, by providing meals, nutritious meals to school children, and providing schools and scholarships for Indonesian young. Ladies and gentlemen, a country will be respected only if only, and if only it is strong, the people are prosperous, and the defense is, I mean, when I say strong, means physically, the defense, we can defend its territory, its sovereignty. And I also want to quote Pak Prabowo's remarks when he talked in front of CSIS. I hope I can find it. That the regime or government that cannot take care of its own people doesn't have any rights to comment on the policies of other countries. In other words, first we need to address the problem of our country. We need to be free from poverty, from hunger. We need to be free from too much dependence. And we have to process our own wealth for the benefit, for the interest of our people. We believe that with the wealth that Indonesia have, our economy will flourish. And when Indonesia economy is flourishing, when the people are prosperous, I think that is when we can be a very strong player regionally and globally. Ladies and gentlemen, the direction of our diplomacy, of course, will support the national programs that's been stipulated by President Prabowo's administration. And while advancing this program, we will remain firm in protecting our sovereignty and territorial integrity. And as we do so, we will also ensure that our region in the Indo-Pacific remains a peaceful and secure and stable place for all, based on mutual respect and international law. Two words that have been used by President Prabowo in all his trips and in many remarks, in many interventions during the conferences and the meeting, which will also be the guidance of Indonesian foreign policy, is cooperation and collaboration. Tension will always be there. Conflict will always be there. And only by cooperation and collaboration we can reduce the conflict, we can reduce the tension. And I think one of the most important role that the FPCI can play in this direction of foreign policy is how to create a strong people-to-people bond and people-to-people contact, as already said by Pak Dino Patijalal in his speech before. So ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, it is our part to play this. It is our part to together to cooperate, to collaborate, spread as many networks as possible, create a web of strong friendship with your fellows all over the world so that we can be a contributor to the global peace, security with dignity and be respectful by others. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu. Terima kasih.
Sekali lagi berikan tepuk tangan yang luar biasa. Terima kasih Menteri Luar Negeri Republik Indonesia Bapak Sugiono untuk keynote speech-nya di pagi hari di Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy 2024. Dan boleh juga kita berikan tepuk tangan sebagai bentuk apresiasi kita kepada Bapak Menteri Luar Negeri yang telah hadir di tengah kita semua pagi hari ini dan menyempatkan di tengah padatnya agenda. Dan kami persilakan juga kepada Pak Menteri untuk dapat melanjutkan agenda pada hari ini. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih setinggi-tingginya telah menyempatkan hadir di CIFP 2024. Baik Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, dengan demikian sesi opening plenary dari Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy 2024 telah selesai. Dan sebagai informasi setelah ini akan ada unveiling atau angkat tirai, A Decade of Citizen Diplomacy and Exhibition. Exhibition ini adalah bentuk selebrasi perjalanan satu dekade FPCI yang selama ini telah memberikan kontribusi nyata dalam membentuk kebijakan luar negeri Indonesia dan pastinya memajukan citizen diplomacy dan mengibarkan semangat citizen diplomacy itu sendiri. Di exhibition ini, hadirin sekalian bisa menikmati timeline and milestones, di mana bisa melihat perjalanan FPCI dari tahun ke tahun dengan pencapaian-pencapaian pentingnya. FPCI Chapters and Networks untuk melihat bagaimana FPCI tumbuh dan berkembang baik secara nasional maupun global. Testimonials from FPCI staff, yaitu kisah-kisah di balik layar dari tim yang mewujudkan idealisme dan mimpi FPCI. Exhibition ini terletak di area foyer sebelah kiri di depan hall ini dari Citizen Diplomacy Hall. Pastikan Bapak dan Ibu hadirin rekan-rekan sekalian menyempatkan waktu untuk mengunjungi exhibition ini karena akan ada kesempatan untuk mengenang perjalanan luar biasa sekaligus menyelami semangat yang terus membara di FPCI. Dan hadirin rekan-rekan, hari ini kami juga menghadirkan 22 sesi paralel yang berlangsung di 7 ruangan berbeda. Ketujuh ruangan tersebut adalah di sini, di Citizen Diplomacy Hall, ASEAN Room, Middle Power Room, Bebas Aktif Room, Wayang Bistro, C-Suite Room, dan Diplomacy Clinic Room. Dan sesi paralel pertama akan dimulai tepat pada pukul 11.40 waktu Indonesia Barat. Sekali lagi sesi pertama akan dimulai pada pukul 11.40 waktu Indonesia Barat. Jadi pastikan Anda tidak ketinggalan untuk mengikuti sesi pilihan Bapak dan Ibu serta rekan-rekan sekalian. Selain itu jangan lupa juga untuk bisa mengunjungi dan menjelajahi booth menarik yang tersebar di area venue CIFP 2024. Dan sebagai rangkaian penutup acara pada hari ini, nanti kami juga undang Bapak dan Ibu rekan-rekan sekalian untuk bisa bergabung kembali di closing plenary pada pukul 16.55 waktu Indonesia Barat. Nanti akan ada stand up comedy dan akan ada selebrasi perjalanan 10 tahun atau 1 dekade FPCI. Dan akan bertempat di ruangan ini di Citizen Diplomacy Hall. Dan jangan lupa kami juga mengajak Anda untuk terus bagikan momen spesial Anda dan upload di media sosial dengan menggunakan hashtag CIFP 2024 dan jangan lupa untuk mention @FPC Indo agar kami bisa melihat dan juga merasakan bersama keseruan yang Bapak dan Ibu dan rekan-rekan rasakan. And for those of you using an interpretation device, once again, we'd like to remind you to please return your devices to the interpretation service desk located on the left-hand side of the room. I'd like to also inform you that other rooms will also be providing interpretation devices. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih atas perhatian Anda. Selamat menikmati rangkaian acara yang telah kami siapkan dengan penuh semangat di Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy 2024. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
different qualities.
Sorry.
So let it show with no apology.
Pertama di Indonesia, kopi dengan paduan rasa premium oat milk dan Brazilian espresso beans. Sekarang temukan sensasi baru minum kopi yang lebih nikmat. Cafino, upgrade your experience.
Berawal dari mimpi untuk menginspirasi. Di tahun 2005, JAK TV hadir sebagai salah satu stasiun televisi yang selalu menayangkan program-program yang menghibur dan mengedukasi, serta membawa nilai positif bagi pemirsa di rumah.
Sinergi yang kreatif,
transparan, dan profesional. Dari Jakarta untuk Indonesia.
Rakyat Merdeka adalah media yang memberitakan peristiwa politik dan sosial sejak awal era reformasi. Dan Rakyat Merdeka konsisten berani tampil beda dengan bahasa yang mudah dimengerti.
Pagi-pagi enaknya ngopi. Mantap nih. Selalu happy ketemu sahabat yang sejati. Tanpa sekat, benar-benar ilmu padi. Tubrukers terus berkarya tanpa henti. Diseling sekali-sekali selfie. Susah senang ditemani si benar-benar kopi. Kopi Tubruk Gajah, benar-benar kopi.
Kami adalah B-Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan informasi, hiburan, hingga gaya hidup masa kini. Dengan platform media yang lengkap, kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Deretan media yang berintegrasi dalam B-Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, media informasi yang memberikan inspirasi lewat tayangan program televisi seputar hiburan, berita, hingga olahraga. Berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id adalah portal informasi di mana memiliki segmen yang berbeda, mulai dari berita seputar politik, hukum, peristiwa, informasi ekonomi dan finansial, hingga informasi berbahasa Inggris yang komprehensif. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak yang masih menjadi kebutuhan pasar dengan eksklusivitasnya, seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. B-Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas dan terlengkap untuk selalu menginspirasi.
Unexplained presents.
That's the way that I reconcile with being a figure on the internet that is constantly, for lack of better words, bullied and attacked.
Unveiling the secrets hidden in plain sight.
Pak Duta Besar, katanya sebentar lagi Anda akan terkejut karena akan ada berita yang luar biasa mengenai penyadapan Presiden dan beberapa anggota kabinet.
Advocating for human rights and justice.
Pemerintah mengakui ini sebagai kejahatan HAM, tapi tidak minta maaf.
So when people say Israel has the right to exist as an exclusively Jewish state, what does that mean? Does that mean that a military occupation, a fascist dictatorship subjugating millions of Palestinians, does that have the right to exist?
Where morals take place.
And even sometimes my own friends, some people that I know are keluarga yang tidak setuju, tapi I know what's right and I will be on the right side of history.
Catch new episodes of Explain Yourself podcast, only on YouTube and Spotify.
Hidup itu tentang bergerak. Gak ada berhentinya. Yang bisa bantu gua gerak terus cuma Hydro Plus. Dengan 7 ion Hydration Plus untuk hidrasi maksimal. Buat yang gak mau cairan tubuhnya habis, Hydro Plus Isotonic Drink non-stop plusnya.
Rasa nyaman itu gampang loh. Bisa pulang on time sesuai plan buat hangout bareng bestie. Walaupun kadang ada yang bikin gak nyaman. Dengerin playlist kesayangan, semangat lagi biar plan tetap aman.
Dapetin nyaman itu simple kok. Pas perut bunyi saat lapar, langsung aja pesan online. Ngonten lancar, makin cuan.
Saat ada halangan dan mendadak stuck, rasa nyaman bisa jadi kesempatan untuk create something.
Nyaman itu bisa jalanin plan bareng Besti. Nyaman itu urusan nabung deposito serba digital.
Nyaman itu transaksi apa aja, sesimpel itu.
Nyaman itu gak takut sama kebutuhan atau pengeluaran dadakan.
Ngebank senyaman mungkin di Line Bank.
Cek. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu dan hadirin sekalian. Dalam beberapa waktu yang akan datang, sesi paralel 1 di Citizen Diplomacy Hall akan dimulai. Sesi ini berjudul Challenges, Risks, and Opportunities for Indonesia's Foreign Policy Landscape under President Prabowo. Dan dalam sesi ini akan ada beberapa speakers yang prominent, Dr. Martina Talegawa, Profesor Yudi Krisnandi, Andi Wijayanto, dan Profesor Dewi Fortuna Anwar, dan sesi ini akan dimoderatori oleh Sumiang. Bagi Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin sekalian yang ingin menghadiri sesi, mohon untuk segera langsung menempati tempat duduk yang tersedia karena sesi akan dimulai dalam beberapa saat lagi. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin sekalian yang akan mengikuti sesi di Citizen Diplomacy Hall, Challenges, Risks, and Opportunities for Indonesia's Foreign Policy Landscape under President Prabowo, dimohon untuk segera menempati tempat duduk yang tersedia karena sesi akan dimulai dalam beberapa saat lagi. Terima kasih.
Selamat siang, Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati. Sesaat lagi sesi diskusi akan kita mulai. Kami mengundang Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk menempati tempat duduk dan juga adik-adik mahasiswa mungkin yang masih berada di luar dan ingin mendengarkan diskusi kita siang hari ini, kami undang untuk boleh memasuki main hall dan menempati bangku-bangku yang masih kosong. Kami persilakan. Selamat siang sekali lagi untuk Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, rekan-rekan diplomat, media, dan juga teman-teman mahasiswa. Sekali lagi kami undang Anda untuk boleh menempati bangku-bangku yang kosong. Kita akan segera memulai sesi diskusi kita siang hari ini. Perkenalkan, saya Sumiyang. Saya pernah menjadi jurnalis di Metro TV kurang lebih 20 tahun dan saya mengawali karir saya sebagai jurnalis berbahasa Mandarin. Jadi sedikit lebih pekerjaan saya ini bersinggungan dengan isu-isu yang berkaitan dengan China Indonesia, baik itu kerjasama, perdagangan, dan juga geopolitik dan lain-lain. Dan senang sekali hari ini saya dipercaya oleh Pak Dino untuk bisa memandu sesi diskusi siang hari ini dengan tema kebijakan luar negeri di era Presiden Prabowo. Apa saja resiko, tantangan dan juga peluang yang kita bisa raih di tengah perubahan global saat ini. Setelah Presiden Prabowo dilantik, muncul banyak pertanyaan dan juga ekspektasi bagaimana arah kebijakan politik luar negeri Indonesia ke depannya. Apalagi menghadapi dinamika global yang begitu cepat, rivalitas antara Indonesia, China, kemudian konflik di Ukraina dan juga Rusia yang masih berlangsung hingga hari ini, perang di Timur Tengah, krisis pangan, energi, dan juga kawasan Indo-Pasifik ini perlu menjadi pertimbangan, perhatian kita semua. Dan tentu kebijakan luar negeri sebuah negara akan menjadi satu elemen yang sangat penting untuk menentukan arah ke depan, bagaimana kita menjaga kedaulatan kita, memperkuat posisi kita di kancah internasional. Nah, ini adalah jawaban pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang akan kita gali jawabannya dari panelis yang akan hadir dalam sesi diskusi ini. Beliau-beliau ini adalah orang-orang atau tokoh-tokoh yang sangat kompeten dan memiliki wawasan yang luas tentang geopolitik dan juga kebijakan luar negeri. Sebelum saya kenalkan satu persatu panelis kita, saya juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih untuk mitra sesi siang hari ini yaitu Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana. Mungkin ada teman-teman yang dari UKSW. Halo, selamat siang. Terima kasih untuk supportnya di sesi ini. Nanti kita akan kasih kesempatan ya bagi teman-teman di floor untuk mengajukan pertanyaan. Jadi simak baik-baik diskusi kita siang hari ini. Siap Bapak Ibu? Adik-adik mahasiswa? Siap mengikuti sesi ini? Oke, langsung saja kita akan kenalan dengan para panelis kita siang hari ini. Yang pertama adalah Dr. Martinata Legawa, Menteri Luar Negeri Indonesia 2009-2014. Beliau dalam masa kepemimpinannya telah berhasil mengangkat posisi Indonesia di panggung global. Dan beliau merupakan simbol diplomasi yang berwibawa, yang kerap membawa suara Indonesia di forum internasional dengan elegan dan juga tegas. Boleh kita kasih tepuk tangannya juga untuk Dr. Marty? Boleh langsung bergabung. Berikutnya adalah Profesor Yudi Krisnandi. Beliau adalah Guru Besar Universitas Nasional, mantan Menteri Pendayagunaan Aparatur Negara dan Reformasi Birokrasi, serta mantan Duta Besar Indonesia untuk Ukraina yang akan membawa perspektif unik dari arena kebijakan luar negeri, terutama di tengah konflik Rusia, Ukraina. Kita sambut Prof. Yudi ke atas panggung. Berikutnya adalah Profesor Dewi Fortuna Anwar. Beliau adalah peneliti senior di Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional atau BRIN dan juga sosok yang membuat acara hari ini mungkin terjadi. Ia adalah co-founder Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. Kasih tepuk tangannya untuk Prof. Dewi. Last but not least, Bapak Andi Wijayanto, penasehat senior Laboratorium Indonesia 2045 atau Lab 45, Gubernur Lemhanas 2022-2023, keahliannya dalam geopolitik dan strategi nasional akan memberikan kedalaman pada diskusi kita hari ini. Boleh saya minta sambutan yang paling meriah untuk para panelis yang telah hadir. Apa kabar Pak Marty?
Baik, terima kasih banyak.
Prof. Yudi, Pak Andi, Prof. Dewi, terima kasih banyak sudah meluangkan waktunya untuk kita hadir di acara yang sangat istimewa ini. Prof. Dewi, I want to congratulate you untuk 10 tahun FPCI, luar biasa, ternyata sangat impactful Ibu.
Terima kasih banyak dan it is possible because all of the support of the young people.
Luar biasa untuk FPCI. Saya ingin mengawali diskusi kita hari ini dengan satu pertanyaan yang mungkin boleh dijawab oleh seluruh panelis. Memang ini masih terlalu awal ya kalau kita bilang mau menilai seperti apa kebijakan luar negeri Presiden Prabowo. Tapi saya ingin meminta pandangannya dulu atau opini dari masing-masing panelis setelah 1 bulan kita melihat Pak Prabowo ini gerak cepat ya, baru dilantik kemudian mengumumkan kabinetnya langsung melakukan lawatan sampai 16 hari ke beberapa negara. Saya ingin memulai dari Prof. Dewi dulu, ladies first, mungkin boleh memberikan pandangan secara general dulu Prof. Dewi, bagaimana melihat kebijakan luar negeri Pak Prabowo sejauh ini. Prof. Dewi silakan.
Ya, terima kasih Mbak Sumi. Ya, kita semua sependapat sekarang para pengamat bahwa Presiden Prabowo ini memang berbeda dengan Presiden Jokowi dalam hal kebijakan luar negeri. Kalau Presiden Jokowi dulu memang kurang tertarik pada isu-isu internasional kecuali yang berkaitan dengan isu ekonomi. Sementara Pak Prabowo punya perhatian yang lebih luas dan juga merasa cukup mampu untuk tampil di forum-forum internasional ya. Jadi saya mencatat dari pertama kali dia diproklamasikan sebagai pemenang, belum dilantik, sampai dia dengan dilantik jadi presiden, dia mengunjungi 17 negara. Dan begitu selesai dia dilantik, dia mengunjungi sekian banyak negara. Ada kunjungan bilateral, kunjungan menghadiri APEC, G20 dan sebagainya. Jadi ini menunjukkan bebasan aktif yang lebih aktif memang. Ya, dan dia memang secara pribadi presiden memainkan peran yang aktif, tidak hanya pada level birokrasi Kemlu saja, itu pertama. Yang kedua, dia juga kalau kita perhatikan bebasnya itu betul-betul ditunjukkan dengan pilihan kunjungan ke negara yang boleh dikatakan yang satu meng-counterbalance yang lain lah. Jadi menunjukkan Indonesia tidak ingin memihak ke satu atau yang lainnya. Misalnya kunjungan pertama adalah ke Beijing, ketika beliau baru diumumkan jadi pemenang, yang kemudian orang bilang, oh apakah Indonesia ini menjadi semakin dekat sekali dengan RRT. Tapi begitu dia selesai dari Beijing, dia langsung terbang ke Tokyo. Nah Tokyo ini di samping partner ekonomi Indonesia yang lebih lama lagi, adalah juga bagian dari persekutuan Amerika Serikat ya. Jadi dia adalah sekutu militer Amerika Serikat, bagian dari negara The Quad. Jadi ini menunjukkan ada itu memelihara balancing ya ini. Dan kedua ini dalam kunjungan setelah jadi presiden, dia berkunjung ke Cina lagi, ini menunjukkan memang kedekatan yang lebih istimewa dengan RRT, dan kita akan bicara lebih lanjut nanti tentang apa yang terjadi di Beijing. Tapi setelah dari Beijing ke Washington DC. Ya, jadi keembahnya sekutu Amerika jadi ya ini. Jadi ini saya kira boleh kita katakan ini bukan hanya sekedar bebas aktif, tapi mungkin bebas dan hyperaktif ya. Yang tantangannya ke depan lah seperti dikatakan Dr. Dino tadi, apakah ini sekedar kehadiran atau sekedar kebijakan atau ada impact yang lebih positif. Ini kira-kira bisa kita nilai dalam diskusi selanjutnya.
Baik, saya ingin bergeser ke Pak Andi. Pak Andi setuju dengan apa yang disampaikan Prof. Dewi, memang terlihat ada perbedaan gaya begitu ya kalau ketika kita bicara kebijakan luar negeri antara Pak Jokowi dan juga Pak Prabowo. Silakan Pak Andi.
Kalau dari perbedaan gaya saya sepakat. Tapi sebagai pengamat luar negeri yang ingin saya temukan itu adalah jawaban apakah kita sudah bisa mulai membaca doktrin Prabowo. Ya. Ketika Pak Jokowi 2014 menjadi presiden, ya, saya berada di tim di dalam, kami merumuskan kebijakan-kebijakan luar negeri berbasis apa yang sudah disampaikan oleh Jokowi JK ketika debat presiden. Ketika debat presiden, Pak Jokowi JK sudah merumuskan misalnya doktrin poros maritim dunia, sudah mengungkapkan keinginannya untuk memperjuangkan Palestina dan untuk isu-isu baru, misalnya saat itu sudah mengungkapkan keinginan untuk menjadikan Indonesia sebagai pemain utama di bidang ekonomi digital dan cyber, yaitu sudah dimunculkan. Jadi ketika masa transisi disiapkan dari kemenangan Pilpres sampai masuk ke pemerintahan di Oktober 2024, tim ini sudah bergerak untuk kemudian misalnya mengoperasionalkan apa yang menjadi komponen-komponen doktrin poros maritim dunia. Waktu itu menjadi 5 pilar, menjadi 7 pilar. Lalu tim ini juga secara terarah diminta untuk menyiapkan wakil menteri luar negeri yang memiliki pengalaman dalam dengan negara-negara Timur Tengah yang bisa berbahasa Arab. Lalu dimunculkan wakil menteri luar negeri dengan karakter seperti itu. Jadi ketika di 3 bulan pertama Pak Jokowi menjadi presiden, hal pertama yang kemudian dimunculkan adalah Pak Jokowi punya doktrin baru, poros maritim dunia, yang berbeda dengan doktrinnya Pak SBY di masa Pak Marty tentang zero enemies, thousand friends, yang berbeda dengan itu. Nah, di 100 hari pertama Pak Prabowo ini kami belum menangkap apa yang akan menjadi doktrin Prabowo. Yang saya tangkap dari pernyataan-pernyataan Pak Prabowo atau tadi Pak Sugiono sebagai Menlu, ada satu terminologi unik yang sering diulang. Terminologi itu adalah good neighborhood, ya, tetangga yang baik. Ya, apakah kata normatif ini yang akan menjadi doktrin barunya Pak Prabowo ke depan? Nah, itu yang harus dilihat operasionalisasi dari terminologi tetangga yang baik dalam kebijakan luar negeri dalam 3 bulan ke depan.
Baik, Prof. Yudi silakan.
Terima kasih Mbak Sumi. Sebagaimana beberapa kali ditegaskan oleh Pak Presiden Prabowo sendiri dan Menteri Luar Negeri bahwa Pak Prabowo akan tetap mempertahankan politik luar negeri Indonesia yang bebas dan aktif. Dan kemudian politik luar negeri Pak Prabowo juga akan menempatkan Indonesia pada posisi berkawan dengan semua negara. Lalu kemudian politik luar negeri Indonesia juga akan lebih mengedepankan diplomasi, perdamaian, dan kesejahteraan ekonomi. Dalam pandangan saya tidak akan terlalu banyak perubahan kebijakan politik luar negeri Indonesia. Karena platform kebijakan politik Indonesia untuk menyikapi berbagai macam konflik di dunia seperti yang terjadi saat ini di Timur Tengah tidak berubah. Indonesia tetap memberikan dukungan sepenuhnya kepada Palestina. Whatever the situation will happen. Lalu kemudian juga terhadap posisi Indonesia kepada masalah yang terjadi di Rusia dan dengan Ukraina, Indonesia memposisikan pada posisi yang netral, tidak terlibat di dalam konflik, tetapi menghormati kedaulatan Ukraina. Lalu kemudian terhadap masalah Laut Cina Selatan, Indonesia juga berada pada posisi yang mencoba menjembatani dispute antara Cina dengan negara-negara yang berada di kawasan Laut Cina Selatan. Dan juga banyak hal-hal lain yang menurut pandangan saya tidak akan terlalu banyak berubah. Karena Indonesian Foreign Policy di bawah Presiden Prabowo nanti akan lebih menitik beratkan kepada kepentingan-kepentingan agenda nasional. Ada 17 program aksi yang menjadi program andalan dari pemerintahan Presiden Pak Prabowo. Dari 17 program agenda pembangunan Presiden Pak Prabowo ini, saya melihat ada 5 program yang seluruhnya ini sangat terkait dan penting pada pembangunan ekonomi di dalam negeri yang membutuhkan dukungan hubungan internasional. Mungkin itu.
Oke. Saya ke Pak Marty. Pak Marty, ini berulang-ulang Pak Prabowo dalam beberapa kesempatan mengatakan 1000 kawan terlalu sedikit dan satu musuh itu terlalu banyak. Bagaimana memaknai statement ini kaitannya dengan kebijakan luar negeri Presiden Prabowo ke depan?
Saya kira dari pernyataan seperti tadi tersirat tekad Indonesia sebagai menjadi bagian dari solusi terhadap berbagai masalah di dunia ini. Masing-masing kita di ruang ini akan mampu dengan sangat eloquent dan sangat lugas menyampaikan, memaparkan berbagai kondisi tantangan yang dihadapi dunia pada saat ini. Namun bagaimana kita meresponsnya adalah tantangan yang kita hadapi. Jadi to speak beyond description permasalahan-permasalahan, tapi mencoba tampil dengan solusinya. Jelas dalam waktu yang sangat singkat ini, pemerintahan Bapak Presiden Prabowo sudah menunjukkan kemampuannya at the very least to be present. Jadi terlihat secara agendanya, kegiatannya, hitting the ground running, langsung terlihat tampil aktif. Namun tentunya dalam politik luar negeri tidak cukup kita menilai berdasarkan kegiatan, agenda menghadiri sidang A, B, dan C, melainkan kita melihatnya dari segi impact, dari segi apakah kepemimpinan Indonesia yang harus kita raih, tidak bisa kita paksakan, kita harus raih melalui kebijakan politik luar negeri yang cemerlang, itu menunjukkan efeknya, menunjukkan dampaknya. On this issue ini tentu sesuatu yang sifatnya proses, it's too early, terlalu dini untuk kita mencapai suatu kesimpulan mengenai 1 bulan terakhir. Yang pasti, as a basic minimum requirement, paling tidak Indonesia is seen to be present di berbagai forum penting ini, tapi kita masih menunggu bobot apa message apa yang kita ingin tampilkan. Kalau yang kehendak, prioritas, cita-cita dan kehendak Indonesia, saya kira kita semua sudah mendengarnya dengan baik. Tapi kan we live in a world of sovereign states. Kita hidup dalam dunia yang negara-negara yang berdaulat, yang memiliki tekad dan rencananya masing-masing. Dan things happen, terjadi di dunia ini yang harus kita sikapi. Jadi kita tidak bisa menyatakan apa yang menjadi prioritas kita pasti akan bisa dicapai. We have to implement it to the reality of the world as it is. Dan ini saya kira yang kita akan pantau, karena nggak ada automatic pilot. Kita harus bisa menerapkan yang menjadi rencana itu dalam keadaan sebenarnya. Dan this is where, inilah menurut kami, kita masih harus menunggu bagaimana pelaksanaan politik luar negeri itu.
Saya kembali lagi ke Prof. Dewi tadi ya. Memang terlalu dini kita menilai seperti apa arah kebijakan di bawah Presiden Pak Prabowo, tapi sudah ada sinyal-sinyal yang ditunjukkan lewat lawatannya ke beberapa negara, yaitu present tadi, kehadiran kita di kancah, di panggung internasional. Sebelum kita bicara tentang bagaimana kita berperan dan berkontribusi, kita perlu membaca juga mengenai kondisi global saat ini, apa yang menjadi resiko tantangan yang harus kita cermati gitu. Prof. Dewi, apa sih sebetulnya tantangan terbesar melihat situasi geopolitik saat ini bagi Indonesia?
Ya, kita dunia semakin menghadapi tantangan ya, tidak baik-baik saja. Jadi terlalu pendek sebenarnya waktu untuk berbicara. Kita berbicara tentang tantangan traditional security, kita juga berbicara tentang non-traditional security. Dulu setelah Perang Dingin berakhir, Francis Fukuyama pernah berkata the end of history, seolah-olah sebuah negara itu bergerak ke arah yang sama, akan menjadi liberal demokrasi, open economy dan sebagainya. Ternyata sejarah sudah kembali ya. Jadi tantangan utamanya itu ya kembali ke dunia politik di mana kekuatan menjadi utama lagi, di mana hukum internasional menjadi semakin lemah, tidak diperhatikan. Jadi konflik mulai terjadi lagi, perang yang kita perkirakan tidak akan terjadi antar negara. Eropa terjadi perang kembali, itu invasi Rusia terhadap Ukraina, di Timur Tengah begitu. Jadi konflik menjadi isu dan kita di Indo-Pasifik ini, terutama di Laut Cina Selatan, di utara, itu ada flashpoints yang bisa men-trigger konflik ya. Jadi perang itu menjadi salah satu ancaman. Kedua, geopolitical rivalry ya. Kita kembali bercerita, orang berbicara tentang multipolarity, banyak muncul pusat-pusat kekuatan ekonomi yang semakin menyebar. Tetapi di dalam kompleksitas multipolarity atau multiplex, ada muncul juga bipolaritas. Jadi ada dua superpower, US-China rivalry ini juga mulai menjadi superstruktur dari tatanan global. Jadi US-China rivalry itu akan semakin menjadi isu, apalagi dengan muncul kembalinya Presiden Trump yang akan menghantam China dengan tarif yang sangat tinggi dan decoupling dan sebagainya. Yang ketiga, ini boleh kita katakan non-traditional securities ya, isu environment. Ini adalah existential threats bagi kita semua. Banyak yang tidak percaya, termasuk Presiden Trump dan timnya tidak percaya dengan climate change disebabkan oleh manusia. Tetapi apakah dia percaya apa tidak, isu climate change ini menjadi sangat nyata dan saya kira generasi muda menjadi sangat concern pada itu. Karena isu climate change ini dan seperti juga konflik, ini terkait juga dengan food security. Karena tidak terprediksi ya apakah akan ada harvest yang memadai. Sementara konflik seperti yang terjadi di Rusia-Ukraina berdampak terhadap food supply. Ukraina lumbung dari gandum, Rusia adalah tempat kita membeli pupuk dan sebagainya. Yang keempat yang perlu diperhatikan adalah tantangan dari teknologi. Ada artificial intelligence, ada quantum computing, ada biotech dan sebagainya. Dan Indonesia kita masih berbicara tentang poverty, hunger ya, sementara di dunia di sana orang berbicara tentang superconductor ya dan sebagainya. Kita juga harus mampu berbicara dalam hal-hal seperti itu.
Oke, saya ingin masuk ke traditional security tadi, pertanyaan untuk Pak Andi karena latar belakang Anda di Lemhanas gitu ya. Perang ini masih menjadi ancaman bagi kita. Nah, kalau kita lihat di kawasan Indo-Pasifik ini, sebetulnya Indonesia ini kan posisinya sangat strategis. Bisa nggak kita lebih berperan lagi untuk menjaga perdamaian di kawasan Indo-Pasifik ini?
Ya, kerangka akademik saya itu selalu neorealis, struktural realis. Jadi pertanyaan dasarnya adalah mengapa kehadiran hegemoni negara besar tidak mampu menciptakan perdamaian? Mengapa perang tetap terjadi pada saat negara besar benar-benar mengimpos sistemnya dalam satu kawasan? Jadi apa yang salah dengan hegemoni yang dilakukan oleh misalnya Amerika Serikat? Dalam pemahaman saya, Amerika Serikat menjadi hegemoni mestinya bisa menciptakan perdamaian karena dia punya aliansi militer global. Aliansi militer globalnya ternyata tidak bisa membuat Rusia masuk ke Ukraina. Aliansi militer globalnya tidak bisa membuat misalnya Korea Utara bertingkah laku sesuai dengan keinginan rejim nuklir Amerika Serikat. Aliansi militer global Amerika Serikat ini diperkuat dengan kehadiran senjata nuklir. Senjata nuklir mestinya menghadirkan teori penangkalan yang membuat negara-negara itu berpikir 2-3 kali kalau mau macam-macam dengan Amerika Serikat. Tidak kejadian. Ya, Ukraina yang jelas-jelas didukung Amerika Serikat, Rusia masuk-masuk saja itu. Ya, Korea Utara yang jelas-jelas ditekan oleh Amerika Serikat masih saja nakal-nakal dengan membangun senjata nuklir. Yang ketiga dari Amerika Serikat adalah Amerika Serikat sebetulnya mengandalkan PBB. Tapi kemudian Amerika Serikatnya sendiri yang tidak konsisten menggunakan PBB. Ya, yang dalam 1 tahun terakhir ini semua upaya kita untuk membahas masalah-masalah genosida yang dilakukan Israel misalnya di Gaza diveto oleh Amerika Serikat. Yang keempat, sistem yang juga diciptakan oleh Amerika Serikat yang kelihatannya tidak berfungsi secara efektif adalah institusi-institusi ekonomi finansial global yang dia ciptakan. Ya, ada IMF, ada Bank Dunia, ada ADB untuk di Asia, ada juga misalnya WTO. Ya. Pada saat Amerika Serikat mestinya mengusung liberalisasi ekonomi, yang terjadi sejak Trump adalah dimulainya perang dagang, dimulainya perang teknologi. Bahkan kita sudah tahu bahwa nanti Trump memerintah Januari 2025, tarif antara Amerika Serikat dengan Cina akan gila-gilaan dimainkan sebagai instrumen politik ekonominya Amerika Serikat. Terakhir, instrumen Amerika Serikat yang juga tampaknya sedang ditantang hari ini adalah penggunaan mata uang dolar sebagai global currency yang kemudian ditantang. Ya, ketika Pak Sugiono melakukan kunjungan luar negeri pertamanya menghadiri BRICS di Rusia, salah satu isunya adalah bahwa BRICS akan mengeluarkan mata uang sendiri untuk menantang mata uang global, dolar. Nah, apakah kemudian dolar ini akan menjadi kelemahan utama Amerika Serikat, terutama karena kelemahan internal dari ekonomi Amerika Serikat yang tidak bisa pulih sepenuhnya sejak COVID-19. Jadi Amerika Serikat tampaknya harus menjelaskan atau harus kembali menilai mengapa perangkat-perangkat atau saya menyebutnya pilar-pilar hegemoni mulai dari aliansi militer, nuklir, PBB, sistem keuangan global dan juga dolar tidak mampu menciptakan perdamaian.
Saya ke Prof. Yudi, dengan pengalaman Anda sebagai mantan duta besar di tengah konflik Rusia-Ukraina ya Prof. Bagaimana Anda melihat dampak dari konflik ini terhadap diplomasi Indonesia? Kita ingat pada saat Pak Jokowi masih menjabat, sempat berupaya untuk memediasi. Menurut Anda ini langkah yang konkret yang perlu diteruskan oleh Presiden Prabowo ke depan atau seperti apa Prof?
Di awal terjadinya full scale invasion Rusia terhadap Ukraina, hanya beberapa bulan ya, 24 Februari dimulai, tanggal 30 Juni 2022 Presiden Jokowi adalah Presiden Asia pertama yang berkunjung ke kota Kiev pada saat itu. Dan membawa misi perdamaian yang kemudian dilanjutkan dengan pertemuannya dengan Presiden Rusia Putin. Nah sayangnya langkah-langkah yang lebih konkret di dalam menjembatani konflik Rusia dan Ukraina ini tidak dilanjutkan oleh Indonesia. Pada saat itu sudah menjadi satu modal dasar ya Indonesia sebagai middle power untuk berperan. Walaupun kemudian ada pertemuan G20 di Jepang, Presiden Jokowi bertemu kembali, lalu Pak Presiden terpilih Pak Prabowo juga 1 tahun yang lalu bertemu dengan Zelensky di Shangri-La Dialog di Singapura ya dan seterusnya. Nah, namun langkah-langkah yang konkret Indonesia sebagai the middle power itu belum nyata. Kalah oleh misalnya Turki dengan Grand Initiative-nya, kalah dengan Qatar atau Saudi Arabianya yang coba mempertemukan kepentingan-kepentingan Rusia dan Ukraina untuk berdamai. Namun satu hal bahwa sikap politik luar negeri Indonesia ini konsisten tetap menghormati integritas wilayah, menghormati kedaulatan dan meminta untuk dihentikannya perang dan mencari solusi dengan cara-cara yang damai. Nah itu konsistensi kita. Namun konsistensi sikap politik luar negeri saja tidak cukup menempatkan kita memiliki peran sebagai the middle power dalam upaya menciptakan perdamaian dunia. Kenapa hal ini penting? Karena amanat konstitusi kita, kenapa kita merdeka, salah satunya kita akan turut serta di dalam upaya menciptakan ketertiban dunia. Jadi sebetulnya yang harus dilakukan Indonesia adalah menjadi juru damai atas setiap adanya konflik yang terjadi di dunia ini, apalagi perang. Kenapa? Karena Indonesia adalah negara yang cinta damai, negara yang secara konstitusional memiliki cita-cita untuk terwujudnya dunia yang damai. Jadi Indonesia seharusnya terpanggil dalam setiap terjadinya konflik-konflik dunia. Laut Cina Selatan harusnya kita segera mengambil langkah-langkah yang konstruktif untuk mengatasi itu. Palestina dengan Israel atau Libanon juga harus lebih konkret bantuan-bantuan kemanusiaan dan hal-hal lain yang bisa kita lakukan. termasuk juga menghentikan perang antara Rusia dan Ukraina yang sudah memasuki tahun ketiga. Kita punya kesempatan untuk melakukan itu.
Oke. Saya ke Pak Marty. Pak Marty, memang ini isunya banyak sekali ya yang bisa kita bahas, tapi saya ingin dalami mengenai rivalitas antara Amerika dan China, apalagi setelah Trump terpilih gitu ya. Sudah pasti prediksinya ini akan makin tegang hubungan antara kedua negara. Bagaimana Pak Marty melihat dengan prinsip-prinsip dasar kita bebas aktif ini bisa berperan di tengah-tengah ini, mengambil peluang di tengah-tengah rivalitas kedua kekuatan besar ekonomi dunia ini tanpa meninggalkan prinsip bebas aktif kita, Pak Marty?
Sebagaimana disampaikan tadi dalam beberapa kali kesempatan, persaingan geopolitik ini menurut hemat kami sudah merupakan suatu keniscayaan, sesuatu yang tidak dapat dihindari. Apakah Amerika, Tiongkok, tapi juga ada negara-negara lain, misalnya India dengan Tiongkok, dan negara-negara lain di Asia Utara misalnya. Sekarang pilihan kepada kita adalah apakah kita semata pasif, trying to survive, hanya ingin menyelamatkan diri dari kenyataan ini, atau kita aktif. Kalau menurut hemat kami, secara pribadi, pilihannya jelas. Kita harus secara proaktif mencoba bukan hanya agar selamat dari kontestasi ini, melainkan mencoba mempengaruhinya dengan membuat misalnya rules of behavior, code of conduct. Bagaimana persaingan-persaingan ini bisa dilakukan tanpa harus menghasilkan peperangan terbuka. Inilah yang selama ini dilakukan Indonesia berpuluhan tahun. Kita tidak diam diri, kita proaktif, kita reshape and mold the regional architecture. Kita ciptakan ASEAN, ASEAN Community, ASEAN Regional Forum, East Asia Summit, dan seterusnya. Ini bukan tanda-tanda negara yang pasrah, yang penting kita selamat. Kita proaktif mencoba mempengaruhi keadaan itu. Dalam kaitan inilah menurut hemat kami melihat Amerika Tiongkok seperti saat ini misalnya, kita perlu menawarkan konsep-konsep yang cemerlang, yang relevan, bagaimana kita bisa menciptakan kembali trust, rasa saling percaya, bisa meminimalisir the risk of unintended conflict, konflik yang tidak direncanakan, crisis management capacity. Ini adalah tadi pertanyaan tentang bagaimana politik luar negeri kita sampai saat ini. This is the manifestation. Kita tidak bisa semata mengumbar ini rencana kita. We have to deliver. Kita harus menunjukkan apa yang kita ingin capai. Dan Amerika dengan Tiongkok saya kira sesuatu keniscayaan tadi kami sampaikan. Misalnya kalau kita menyebutkan konsep peaceful settlement of disputes. Apapun yang kita sengketakan, ada komitmen untuk menyelesaikan sengketa itu melalui jalan-jalan damai. Saya kira hal-hal seperti ini yang bisa disuarakan oleh Indonesia, tidak semata tahan badan mengharapkan badai ini akan berlalu. Karena ini is a permanent turbulence. Badai tidak akan berlalu, ini adalah this is the fact of life. Jadi kita harus mencoba bukan hanya menavigasi, bukan hanya berdiam diri dan mudah-mudahan kita selamat. Kita harus merubah dinamikanya. I think that is what Indonesian foreign policy has been about. Bukan pasif, bukan netral, bukan tidak pilih antara A atau B, tapi kita menciptakan dinamika yang baru. Demikian.
Oke, boleh berikan tepuk tangan, ini banyak insight sekali dari Pak Marty juga. Kembali ke Prof. Dewi tadi, ini bukan proaktif lagi, bukan aktif lagi, tapi hiperaktif gitu ya yang ditujukan oleh Pak Prabowo di awal kepemimpinannya. Kalau Prof. Dewi bisa kasih masukan begitu ya, kira-kira langkah konkret apa, jadi jangan hanya sekedar hiperaktif saja, tapi betul-betul bisa berkontribusi dan menghasilkan sesuatu tidak hanya untuk dunia tapi juga untuk Indonesia, Prof. Dewi.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya ingin lanjut dari apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Marty tadi ya, bahwa Mas Andi seorang realis akan melihat bagaimana konstelasi power ya. Tetapi kita harus akui bahwa kalau dari segi real power capacity, dari segi kemampuan militer kita, kemampuan ekonomi kita, itu kita masih jauh. Kalau kita menunggu sampai kita memiliki kapasitas tersebut, Indonesia nggak mungkin melaksanakan hal-hal yang lebih luar biasa. Tapi kenyataannya waktu kita masih miskin sekalipun, Indonesia sudah menjadi tuan rumah dari Asian African Conference ya. Kita sudah menggalang koalisi antara negara-negara baru merdeka. Kita mengatakan kepada super blok itu, 2 blok, kami tidak ingin memilih satu atau lain, tetapi ada jalan tengah non-blok. Dia apa artinya? The power of ideas yang sudah dibuat oleh Indonesia itu penting sekali untuk dilanjutkan dan selalu diperkuat. Ya, jadi kita kekuatannya bukan pada kekuatan realis, tapi pada kekuatan idealis, pada kekuatan normatif. Jadi Indonesia dianggap sebagai normative middle powers, norm entrepreneurs. Dan salah satu tantangan utama adalah sebelum kita go global adalah memperkuat jaringan di ASEAN kembali. Ketika kita berbicara bagaimana Indonesia bisa tidak hanya sekedar navigasi untuk selamat, tetapi bisa menjadi juga bagian dari solusinya, orang akan selalu melihat ASEAN. Ya, ASEAN memainkan peran sentral di Indo-Pasifik ini, tetapi ASEAN mengalami krisis di dalamnya. Ada krisis dari semakin beragamnya dengan anggota yang semakin banyak, tentu semakin diverse ya ASEAN itu. Jadi sulit mencari titik temu. Nah, ini yang diharapkan dari Indonesia. Kepemimpinan Indonesia di ASEAN bukanlah kepemimpinan yang hegemonik. Itu dihindari oleh Indonesia. Kalau kita hegemonik, negara-negara tetangga kita yang kecil akan takut dan curiga, dan justru mereka akan mencari perlindungan dari saudara-saudara tua yang lain. Ya, jadi kita justru kalau Pak Harto dulu Tut Wuri Handayani, kalau sekarang mungkin katanya Ingarso, bangun Karso, jadi orang Minang harus belajar juga nih bahasa Jawa, lagi berada di tengah-tengah memberi semangat. Jadi bagaimana kita kembali memperkuat ASEAN. Pak Martin kita kan bilang, does ASEAN matter? Yes, tetapi kita harus membuat ASEAN itu kuat, dan ini leadership Indonesia sangat-sangat ditunggu di sini.
Oke, Pak Martin ada yang mau ditambahkan?
Oh tidak, silakan aja. Tapi saya hanya ingin menggarisbawahi lagi bahwa diplomasi, dialog adalah kekuatan Indonesia dalam berbagai masalah. Dan saya sendiri juga secara pribadi, mohon maaf, karena ini tema besar dari konferensi ini, agak sedikit ada trouble dengan istilah middle power.
Apa itu Pak?
Karena kalau saya percaya setiap negara, apakah kecil, apakah middle, apakah besar, we are all sovereign equal. Kita sama. Negara penduduknya 10 juta, 20 juta, 1 miliar. Dan kita bekerja keras untuk memperoleh kesetaraan itu. Mengapa sekarang kita membeli agenda seolah-olah dunia ini ada stratifikasi? Ada yang major, super, ada yang middle, ada yang small. Apalagi power di sini dimaksud adalah kemampuan untuk mempengaruhi outcome. Currency-nya semakin berubah. Tidak saja military power, tapi ada soft power, ada diplomacy, issue dependent. Setiap isu ada konstelasinya sendiri. Climate change konstelasinya apa, dinamikanya apa. Pandemic, global financial issues. Kita harus hati-hati jangan merayakan seolah kita sekarang telah menjadi middle, karena dengan demikian kita bisa diberikan ceiling yang kita tidak bisa dobrak. Saya merasa Indonesia lebih daripada middle. We are a sovereign power, we are an independent power. Tapi saya tidak harus merasa bahwa kita dibatasi, bahwa kita terlihat tengah. Kalau yang dimaksud tengah adalah kemampuan powernya. Kalau tengah yang dimaksud adalah orientasi politik luar negerinya, menjembatani dan seterusnya, saya setuju. Karena itulah forte dari Indonesia, bridge builder. In a way therefore middle, tapi bukan netral. Tapi kalau power yang dimaksud adalah stratifikasi, saya yang pertama akan melawan konsep itu.
Oke, jadi jangan pernah mengecilkan diri, atau jangan-jangan batasan itu kita buat sendiri, Pak Marty, bukan orang lain.
Ya, maksud saya itu kita berjuang untuk menyatakan all states are equal, sovereign and equal, dari yang kecil, tengah, dan terbesar. Kenapa sekarang kita membeli argumentasi bahwa kita harus, Pak, ini pundak kita, sekarang kita sudah menjadi middle. Kita adalah sovereign, independent power. Itulah Indonesia.
Baik. Kalau mau tepuk tangan boleh, silakan teman-teman. Saya ke Pak Andi lagi. Pak Andi, perang ini kan macam-macam ya. Ada perang senjata. Kemudian salah satu yang jadi ancaman terbesar itu adalah perang cyber yang juga akan kita hadapi. Kalau kita tidak fokus pada teknologi, maka kita akan kemudian ketinggalan seperti itu. Bagaimana Pak Andi melihat ke depan kita harus lebih berperan dalam hal ini? Silakan.
Ya, saya cerita pengalaman saya sebagai Gubernur Lemhanas. Saat itu saya menjadi wakil Indonesia ke Cyber Summit yang membicarakan penggunaan artificial intelligence dalam ranah militer. Ya, ada hampir 50 negara hadir di situ, lalu kami Indonesia tidak punya posisi apa-apa ya tentang bagaimana mengatur, waktu itu temanya responsible AI for military use gitu ya. Kami tidak punya Indonesia, dari Kemlu tidak ada, dari Kementerian Pertahanan tidak ada, dari Lemhanas juga belum melakukan kajian dalam bagaimana mengatur itu ya. Jadi kita berusaha membaca negara-negara besar itu memainkan isu ini seperti apa. Lalu kita kemudian menangkap 3. Negara-negara seperti Amerika Serikat itu menginginkan agar isu ini dibiarkan berjalan saja untuk melihat bagaimana teknologi akan berkembang, siapa yang kemudian akan lebih unggul. Ya. Jadi ketika itu acaranya di Den Haag, itu koordinasi antara Kemlu, Kemhan Belanda dan Korea Selatan. Jadi ketika masuk ke ruangan itu kita sudah melihat sponsor-sponsor teknologi-teknologi besar untuk summit tersebut. Jadi kalau Amerika Serikat ya Belanda dengan Korea Selatan mungkin karena keunggulan teknologi membiarkan ini isu ngambang, tidak kemana-mana, lalu mengusulkan agar isu ini dibahas dalam forum-forum multilateral seperti yang dilakukan di Den Haag. Ya, forum keduanya kemudian dilakukan di Seoul. Ya, lalu ada Cina. Cina rupanya sejak tahun 2018 sudah mengusulkan agar isu ini dibahas dalam kerangka seperti membahas senjata, seperti membahas disarmament, ya, dan menginginkan dibahasnya melalui mekanisme PBB, Security Council, lalu PBB Security Council-nya kayak menyiapkan semacam konferensi khusus yang nanti akhirnya mengatur AI dan cyber. Ya. Ketika sudah mendengar 2 pandangan begini, saya berbicara dengan Ibu Menlu, saya berbicara dengan Pak Menhan, Pak Prabowo. Apa sebetulnya posisi Indonesia? Apakah mau ikut posisi Cina, mengaturnya secara keras dalam konteks disarmament, ya pengaturan senjata, proliferasi senjata, atau diambangkan seperti Amerika Serikat. Dan saat itu kita benar-benar tidak ada posisi. Nah itu mungkin yang saya tadi ingin juga nyambung ke Pak Marty. Ya. Kadang-kadang isunya itu memang lepas konteks dari peringkat power, ya benar-benar lepas dari situ. Waktu itu saya ingat Filipina itu delegasinya unik, yang lain-lain itu dari pertahanan atau dari luar negeri, Filipina delegasinya dari Kementerian Perdagangan. Saya kaget tuh, kenapa dari Kementerian Perdagangan, dan menolak 100% menolak pengaturan AI cyber di rejim internasional. Dia ingin lepaskan saja ke pasar bebas. Nah hal-hal seperti ini yang harus kita pelajari baik-baik, karena banyak isu-isu yang benar-benar ketika saya mendiskusikannya di dalam, kita betul-betul belum punya posisinya. Kita tidak tahu untuk isu ini kita bertingkah laku sebagai great power kah, sebagai middle power kah, atau no position. Akhirnya Indonesia saat itu saya diberi waktu 3 menit untuk berbicara, saya bilang Indonesia no position untuk isu responsible AI for military use, karena benar-benar tidak ada. Dan 32 negara posisinya akhirnya no position seperti Indonesia, karena itu adalah konferensi pertama. Terima kasih.
Ketika dihadapkan dengan kondisi seperti itu, kita harus kemana? Itu kembali lagi, apa sih prinsip-prinsip yang harus dipegang oleh Indonesia untuk menentukan kita mau kemana Pak Andi?
Ya prinsip paling dasar adalah melihat kebutuhan kita ya, national interest kita apa, masalah yang kita hadapi seperti apa. Tapi kalau misalnya seperti AI untuk kebutuhan militer ya, isunya benar-benar baru. Ya, di pertahanan kita, di militer kita belum ada penggunaan AI untuk kita berperang. Itu benar-benar belum ada. Kita benar-benar baru punya mendirikan pusat cyber, baru benar-benar punya satuan cyber dan seterusnya benar-benar baru organisasi kerangka. Ya kalau kita seandainya ada serangan cyber masih bergantung kepada BSSN, belum bergantung kepada Mabes TNI atau Kementerian Pertahanan, kita tuh benar-benar nol atau kalau saya bilangnya malah negatif 1. Ya di isu itu malah negatif 1. Karena gitu harus hati-hati untuk mempelajarinya lalu secara cepat membangun kapasitas, membangun kemampuan minimal untuk memahami lika-liku isunya. Ya. Isu itu mungkin belum akan relevan ke kita. Saya meramalkannya sampai tahun 2027 belum akan relevan untuk pertahanan kita. Ya, tapi nanti begitu tiba-tiba ada kecenderungan penggunaan AI, penggunaan cyber untuk menekan kebijakan-kebijakan terutama luar negeri dan pertahanan terkait dengan konflik-konflik, nah baru isu itu akan relevan. Tapi waktu saya di Den Haag itu benar-benar pengalaman berharga di mana saya masuk dan tidak ada sama sekali posisi yang bisa ditawarkan Indonesia untuk isu yang untuk negara-negara seperti waktu itu di samping saya ada Menhan Ukraina, di samping saya ada Menhan Estonia, ada Menhan Finlandia yang posisinya sudah sangat-sangat jelas ya kuat karena mereka memang perkembangan teknologinya sangat-sangat bagus.
Dalam lawatannya ke luar negeri beberapa waktu lalu Pak Prabowo menunjukkan keinginan untuk Indonesia bergabung dengan BRICS dan OECD ya. Prof Yudi mungkin bisa menjawab pertanyaan ini. Tadi Anda sebutkan bahwa foreign policy-nya Pak Prabowo ini terlihat fokus pada kepentingan agenda nasional gitu. Mungkin Prof Yudi bisa sedikit memberikan pandangan apa sih sebetulnya untungnya kita bergabung dengan BRICS dan juga OECD dan bagaimana kita bisa tetap konsisten menjaga foreign policy kita dengan prinsip bebas aktif itu tadi, Prof.
Saya berpandangan ya sudah tepat yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah Indonesia untuk ikut di keduanya. Karena kita ingin mendapatkan keuntungan untuk kepentingan nasional kita melalui kerjasama ekonomi internasional. Bukannya tidak tahu kita bahwa OECD dengan 38 negaranya itu mengcover kurang lebih 62% GDP dunia. Sementara BRICS kurang lebih 30-35%. Dengan yang relatif baru keanggotaannya. OECD sudah dibentuk sejak tahun 1961 dan diaksesi terus. Indonesia tahun 2012 atau 14 Pak Marty tolong dikoreksi baru ingin ikut dengan OECD. Namun akselerasi keterlibatannya di OECD ini mungkin punya birokrasi yang panjang ya, jadi agak lama sehingga Indonesia harus jadi observer dulu beberapa tahun, lalu kemudian sekarang juga baru aksesi dalam proses menunggu. Padahal kan sebenarnya kita sudah ingin sekali masuk di dalam organisasi itu untuk kepentingan kerjasama ekonomi Indonesia sendiri. Dengan adanya BRICS ini, kita langsung datang ke Kazan, langsung bisa didaftarkan walaupun belum menjadi anggota penuh ya. Baru sebagai apa istilahnya kita sudah diundang dan betul-betul welcome ya, kelihatan BRICS ini lebih welcome daripada OECD. Nah, seharusnya kalau saya, Pak Marty, Mas Andi atau Ibu Dewi Fortuna ini pemimpin dari negara OECD, G7 misalnya ya, the leader of G7, saya langsung ambil cepat itu harusnya Indonesia ya, supaya dalam kontestasi geopolitik internasionalnya Indonesia berada dalam satu pilar bersama, harusnya begitu. Tapi kan OECD ini tidak melihat itu. Nah, bagi Indonesia sendiri kedua-duanya penting untuk kepentingan nasional Indonesia sendiri. Sebagaimana yang saya sampaikan di awal, dari 17 program prioritas pembangunan Presiden Pak Prabowo, 5 program yang berkait langsung dengan kerjasama internasional itu untuk kepentingan nasional seperti pengentasan kemiskinan, swasembada pangan, terus kemudian peningkatan kapasitas pertahanan, lalu kemudian akses terhadap kesehatan dan juga pengembangan teknologi informasi bagi kualitas pendidikan kita. Nah, jadi kembali lagi, dua-duanya bagi Indonesia penting dan dua-duanya bagi Indonesia perlu untuk ikut serta di dalam semua organisasi-organisasi kerjasama ekonomi internasional, karena keduanya menyangkut kepentingan nasional Indonesia. Saya melihat tidak ada lagi negara yang sangat superpower sekarang. Amerika bukan satu-satunya negara yang menjadi hegemoni dunia. Ada Cina yang diperkirakan oleh Goldman Sachs pada tahun 2045 nanti akan menjadi negara terkaya di dunia, ya, akan melewati Amerika Serikat, dan Indonesia diperkirakan menjadi negara keempat setelah Cina, Amerika, India, dan itu tentu akan merubah konstelasi superpower. Rusia dulu disebut superpower, tapi sekarang bukan lagi superpower. Kalau Rusia superpower, tidak perlu dia memerangi Ukraina. Demikian Mbak Sumi.
Baik, karena keterbatasan waktu, saya akan menutup diskusi kita ini dengan satu pertanyaan untuk seluruh panelis dan juga mungkin sedikit berbeda untuk Pak Marty ya, karena Pak Marty sudah sebagai mantan Menlu ya. Kalau misalnya Pak Marty saat ini masih menjabat sebagai Menlu, apa kira-kira usulan langkah konkret yang bisa Bapak berikan kepada pemerintah untuk tetap konsisten dengan prinsip bebas aktif, namun sekaligus memperkuat posisi tawar kita Pak di kancah internasional. Silakan Pak Marty.
Saya saat ini sedang menikmati masa pensiun, jadi bukan pada tempatnya bagi kami untuk memberikan nasihat atau masukan kepada pemerintah saat ini, kecuali mungkin hanya menggarisbawahi bahwasanya diplomasi itu adalah suatu profesi, suatu keahlian yang bagi para diplomat di Kementerian Luar Negeri, mereka sudah tekuni 20 tahun, 30 tahun dengan berbagai pengalaman yang dibangun selama itu. Sehingga dalam pelaksanaan politik luar negeri, setiap pemerintahan seyogianya betul-betul mencoba untuk memperoleh manfaat dari professional advice yang dapat diberikan oleh rekan-rekan di Kementerian Luar Negeri. Karena merekalah yang hari demi hari terus-menerus memiliki institutional memory, institutional knowledge, kemampuan untuk membaca ruangan, dinamika suatu perundingan untuk bisa mengamankan politik luar negeri Indonesia. Tadi disampaikan berbagai forum yang kita akan gabung atau tidak gabung, tekad dan niat Indonesia ke depannya. Memang diperlukan presisi, laser sharp definition of our national interest. Kepentingan kita itu apa? Dan kita perjuangkan secara sistematik, terus-menerus. Dan dalam kaitan ini sekali lagi, kalau mohon maaf karena kami datangnya memang dari Kementerian Luar Negeri, saya ingin speak on behalf of the professional diplomats. Make them work for you. Manfaatkan keahliannya, pengalamannya, dan seterusnya. Kalau tidak, memang the world is a very tough situasi yang sangat tough. Kalau kita tidak menggunakan semua kemampuan yang kita miliki, maka akan sulit. Misalnya dengan joint statement yang telah dicapai antara Indonesia dengan Tiongkok baru-baru ini. Meskipun kami secara pribadi tentu tidak mengetahui apa yang menjadi latar belakang dan pertimbangan di belakangnya, banyak pertanyaan yang timbul di benak kami. Kalau kita berbicara tentang joint development di areas of overlapping claims antara Tiongkok dengan Amerika dengan Indonesia, pertanyaan yang timbul adalah di mana overlapping claims-nya itu? Karena dalam pihak Tiongkok hingga saat ini tidak pernah memberikan koordinat dari 9 dash lines-nya itu. Tidak pernah ada koordinatnya. Bagaimana kita bisa mengetahui di mana overlapping claims-nya? Undang-undang kita sendiri, Undang-Undang nomor 48 tahun 2008 mengenai wilayah negara Indonesia, menyebut secara gamblang negara-negara di mana kita menjadi tetangga. Ada 10 negara. Tiongkok bukan salah satu negara itu. Jadi bagaimana kita bisa memiliki overlapping claims dengan suatu negara yang dalam undang-undang tahun 2008 nomor 43 secara gamblang tidak disebut Tiongkok sebagai tetangga kita. Pertanyaannya adalah joint statement ini kan merupakan seharusnya hasil dari pembahasan semua stakeholders, para ahli kita semua. Itu hanya contoh. Kalau saya tidak ada jawaban, saya hanya ada pertanyaan. Tapi mudah-mudahan dalam setiap tahap, setiap permasalahan, gunakan, manfaatkan, deploy, employ, empower para diplomat kita. Karena mereka lah yang memang bekerja untuk itu. That's what they are paid for. That's why they are civil servants dan diplomat Indonesia. Gunakan mereka.
Baik, saya langsung ke Prof. Yudi, nanti dilanjutkan Pak Andi dan Prof. Dewi juga karena keterbatasan waktu. Mungkin singkat saja Prof. Yudi, terakhir what next gitu, apa yang kira-kira harus dilakukan oleh pemerintah untuk memperkuat kebijakan luar negeri kita?
Indonesia ini kan sudah memiliki modal dasar diplomasi internasional ya. Sebagai negara terbesar di ASEAN, sebagai negara berpenduduk muslim terbesar di dunia, dia ikut organisasi konferensi Islam, sebagai negara demokrasi keempat terbesar di dunia, sebagai negara yang secara geografis itu sangat strategis, sebagai negara dengan kekayaan alam yang sangat luar biasa dibutuhkan oleh dunia. Nah, kelima modal dasar diplomasi kita ini seharusnya memiliki satu kekuatan bargaining power untuk Indonesia terlibat mendamaikan dunia yang sedang konflik pada saat ini. Jadi yang disebut dengan politik bebas aktif atau kemudian netral atau non-blok bukan berarti kita diam. Karena ada prinsip-prinsip internasional yang kita sudah bersepakat untuk ikut di dalamnya. Pertama, piagam PBB, artikel 1, 2, 3, dan 4. Yang kedua, kita juga mengakui hukum laut internasional, UNCLOS 1982. Kita juga ikut dalam konvensi Vienna tentang hubungan diplomatik 1961, 64, dan seterusnya. Nah, itu semua menjadi pegangan Indonesia untuk mengambil peran yang signifikan untuk menengahi Rusia dan Ukraina. Bagaimana menghentikan perang? Karena Indonesia ini negara yang bisa diterima oleh keduanya. Kita memiliki hubungan diplomatik dan sejarah yang cukup panjang dengan Rusia. Begitupun kita juga memiliki hubungan diplomatik sejarah yang cukup panjang dengan Ukraina. Kita bisa menjadi penengah. Begitupun juga di Middle East. Kita baik dengan Lebanon, kita baik dengan Palestina, kita mendukung Palestina. Kita juga baik dengan Iran yang dianggap sebagai sponsor daripada Hamas dan Hizbullah. Kita juga baik dengan Amerika Serikat. Kita walaupun tidak punya hubungan diplomatik tapi kita baik-baik saja dengan Israel. Kita bisa mengambil peran di situ. Apalagi di Laut Cina Selatan yang tadi disinggung oleh Pak Marty. Kita tidak punya masalah apapun dispute dengan Cina. Kita tidak ada masalah dengan negara-negara yang dispute juga dengan Cina. Sebagai pemimpin ASEAN kita bisa mengambil satu jalan tengah untuk mengurangi ketegangan di situ sehingga kapal-kapal perang Amerika Serikat tidak perlu ada juga di Laut Cina Selatan dan juga tidak perlu juga militer daripada Cina menguasai Laut Cina Selatan. Inilah peran ke depan Indonesia yang kita harapkan dan akan menjadi kebanggaan seluruh bangsa Indonesia akan peran politik luar negerinya.
Baik, thank you Prof. Yudi, silakan Pak Andi.
Ya, terabasan-terabasan yang ingin dilakukan oleh pemerintah baru, presiden baru, menteri luar negeri baru itu harus kemudian mengecek kembali posisi-posisi dasar, rujukan-rujukan utama Indonesia untuk beberapa isu. Tadi Pak Marty sudah menyampaikan tentang overlapping claim misalnya untuk Laut Cina Selatan. Prosesnya sudah sangat panjang, kerja senyap para diplomat itu sudah sangat panjang. Kita di OC 2011, mulai COC 2018, kemarin di Laos itu baru saja selesai perundingan ke-45 membahas COC. Jadi dalam 2018 sampai 2024, 45 kali kita perundingan. Ya tentunya diplomat-diplomat yang di Laos yang tingkat direktur, kalau di Kemlu, ya pertanyaan utama yang harus mereka jelaskan di Laos dalam 3 hari kemarin adalah apa maksud Indonesia dengan kata overlapping claim? Itu pertanyaan utamanya. Akan ada hal-hal baru yang harus kemudian dicek ulang oleh Bapak Presiden, Pak Menlu, untuk tidak menggoyahkan kredibilitas komitmen Indonesia untuk beberapa hal-hal dasar. Jadi misalnya begini, saya meramalkan Trump untuk cepat menyelesaikan masalah Rusia-Ukraina akan menawarkan gencatan senjata berdasarkan status quo okupasi teritorial efektif. Akan menawarkan itu. Itu artinya Indonesia harus mengakui bahwa invasi yang dilakukan oleh Rusia sejak 1000 hari yang lalu sampai nanti entah kapan gencatan senjatanya itu dilakukan, itu de facto wilayah Rusia. Bertentangan tidak dengan prinsip kita tentang teritorial, tentang invasi. Hal seperti itu harus kita cek kembali, apa sih posisi dasar kita. Katakanlah kalau seandainya Trump nanti inaugurasi Januari 2025, lalu Trump ingin fokus menyelesaikan masalah Israel-Palestina. Saya meramalkan Trump akan kembali menggunakan Abraham Accord sebagai rujukan utamanya. Semua negara yang mau terlibat untuk menyelesaikan Israel-Palestina, tanda tangan, ikut Abraham Accord. Kalau tidak diajak oleh Trump. Untuk kita artinya apa? Artinya kita saat itu juga, detik itu juga mengakui Israel. Melakukan normalisasi hubungan dengan Israel. Kita harus ngecek kembali ke hutang kita ketika Konvensi Asia Afrika Dasar-Sila. Ya, bahwa Israel adalah satu-satunya hutang Asia Afrika Dasar-Sila yang belum Indonesia penuhi, satu-satunya. Dan kita tidak akan melakukan normalisasi hubungan dengan Israel sebelum kita mendapatkan kemerdekaan penuh Palestina. Tapi bukan ini arah yang akan dilakukan oleh Trump misalnya. Nah itu 3 contoh saya, 3 contoh tentang Laut Cina Selatan, ada negosiasi ke-45, ada tentang nanti de facto teritorial, tentang nanti misalnya Abraham Accord, dan Kemlu yang sebagian besarnya adalah kerja senyap harus benar-benar diyakinkan untuk kembali menggunakan pedoman-pedoman rujukan-rujukan dasar yang selama ini menjadi posisi utama Indonesia di ruang diplomasi.
Oke, terakhir Prof. Dewi, mungkin apa yang menjadi aset terbesar kebijakan luar negeri Indonesia yang bisa kita maksimalkan?
Ya, aset ya kita punya track record ya. Kita sudah memiliki modal dasar seperti apa yang dikatakan tadi, dan karena posisi Indonesia selama ini yang 1000 friends, zero enemies, kita aktif, kita bisa dipercaya begitu, dan ini yang sangat penting. Tapi saya ingin mengangkat ya, karena sebagai peneliti itu berbeda dengan mantan Menlu yang tidak mau memberi nasihat kepada pemerintahan sekarang. Peneliti itu selalu memberikan nasihat yang tidak diminta sama sekali. Jadi itu tugas kita ya. Jadi saya kira saya hanya ingin mengangkat tiga isu saja sebagai barangkali yang bisa kita sampaikan. Pertama, seperti dikatakan tadi, foreign policy begins at home. Jadi deliverables itu pertama adalah dia harus membumi di Indonesia sendiri. Jadi apa kepentingan nasional utama yang ingin dicapai. Dan ini yang belum disebut. Pak Prabowo ini menginginkan pertumbuhan ekonomi 8%. Bagaimana caranya? Pertumbuhan ekonomi 8% itu tidak mungkin hanya dicapai dengan modal di dalam negeri saja. Di dalam hal ini kebijakan luar negeri perlu kita pakai semaksimum mungkin, seoptimum mungkin untuk mendatangkan investasi, untuk mencari pasar baru, untuk membuka peluang-peluang kegiatan ekonomi yang lainnya. Sebab kalau seandainya tidak deliver, itu akan kehilangan konstituen di dalam negeri. Ini yang akhirnya terjadi, ada Brexit ya, ada populisme dan sebagainya. Akan ada penolakan dari rakyat sendiri. Ini sibuk di luar apa hasilnya bagi kami. Yang kedua, tidak bisa hanya Indonesia first and only for Indonesia. Kita ada di permukaan undang-undang dasar kita harus aktif ya, terlibat di dalam perdamaian dunia dan sebagainya. Jadi ada public goods, tetapi kita juga harus mengukur kapasitas. Indonesia itu global player atau regional player. Maunya sih kita ada di mana-mana. Tetapi kalau harus memprioritaskan, prioritaskan region kita. Lingkungan ASEAN ini tidak baik-baik saja. Ada isu Myanmar, ada isu Laut Cina Selatan, macam-macam isu. Ini Indonesia harus berada di depan. Sebelum kita mendamaikan Israel dan Palestina, coba tangani itu isu di Myanmar ya dan sebagainya. Yang ketiga yang paling penting yaitu adalah kehati-hatian. Ini ada risiko ketika presiden kita itu adalah foreign policy president, sangat gemar melakukan high diplomacy. Kalau membuat kesalahan nanti tidak ada shieldnya, tidak ada tameng ya. Jadi perlu prinsip kehati-hatian yang luar biasa. Sebab diucapkan lagi main-main itu bisa dianggap sebagai kebijakan. Jadi dalam hal ini memang peran dari diplomatic corps, peran dari ahli-ahli international law itu sangat penting. Jangan kita diberi nasihat oleh orang di Washington, lain kali Indonesia itu ya libatkanlah international experts-nya. Ini kan teguran yang saya kira tidak perlu begitu. Jadi ke depan kita harap prinsip kehati-hatian. Karena di dalam hubungan internasional apalagi dalam satu statement, language matters. Language matters, makanya negosiasi setiap koma, setiap titik, setiap kata-kata itu dipilih. Jadi seperti kata Pak Marty tadi, gunakanlah ahlinya juga untuk mendraft konsep dan baca dulu konsep tersebut. Terima kasih.
Kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk seluruh panelis kita untuk insight hari ini. Karena keterbatasan waktu, kita hanya akan berikan kesempatan kepada 2 penanya. Silakan langsung saja, boleh panitia dibantu dengan mic. Wow, ini antusias sekali yang mau nanya banyak nih. Tapi kita cuma pilih 2 saja ya. Boleh? Sebelah sini kayaknya tadi paling duluan deh. Yang di depan yang berkacamata, silakan. Sebutkan namanya dan pertanyaannya.
Baik, terima kasih Mbak Sumi, Pak Marty, Pak Yudi, Pak Andi dan juga Bu Dewi. Saya Rizky dari Universitas Indonesia, jurusan Hubungan Internasional. Saya ada 2 pertanyaan terkait dengan kebijakan luar negeri yang dilakukan oleh Indonesia. Tadi mungkin sudah terjawab juga terkait dengan overlapping claim Laut Cina Selatan, di mana Presiden Prabowo mengunjungi China beberapa waktu yang lalu. Sebenarnya kita appreciate sekali apa yang dilakukan oleh Presiden Prabowo karena langsung menjadi panglima diplomasi Indonesia. Namun menurut saya overlapping claim terkait dengan Laut Cina Selatan itu juga menimbulkan dilema buat negara-negara tetangga kita. Meskipun sebenarnya kita dengan line itu tidak bersinggungan langsung, tapi ada negara-negara tetangga kita yang bersinggungan. Itu bagaimana caranya agar tidak menimbulkan enemy yang baru? Tadi kalau konsepnya 1000 teman terlalu sedikit, satu musuh itu terlalu banyak. Itu bagaimana pendapat Bapak? Kemudian pertanyaan kedua, Indonesia dikategorikan atau kita mengkategorikan diri kita sebagai middle power terkait dengan perdamaian di kawasan Timur Tengah, khususnya genocide yang dilakukan oleh Israel terhadap Palestina, warga Palestina. Kalau kita berharap ke hegemon Amerika Serikat, sepertinya agak kurang bisa karena apapun yang terjadi di UN itu selalu diveto oleh Amerika Serikat. Tapi tiba-tiba beberapa waktu yang lalu kita disalib nih sama China yang berhasil mempersatukan 14 faksi yang ada di Palestina. Hamas dan Fatah itu berhasil disatukan. Indonesia yang sudah berjuang sejak awal itu tiba-tiba disalib. Itu kira-kira kapasitas seperti apa yang harus kita tingkatkan agar kita juga bisa bermain dalam tingkatan yang seperti itu. Baik, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Rizky. Kita jawab dulu ya, nanti untuk yang pertanyaan kedua, keep it short ya, karena keterbatasan waktu. Mungkin Pak Marty bisa menjawab dulu pertanyaan pertama tadi terkait overlapping claim di Laut Cina Selatan, bagaimana kita harus berhati-hati supaya kemudian tidak menciptakan enemy baru, Pak Marty.
Ya, saya sendiri, sekali lagi saya sampaikan, saya sebagai orang awam dari luar hanya melihat ke dalam, tidak memiliki semua informasi yang saya seharusnya saya tidak miliki. Jadi saya juga sama dengan rekan kita, ada pertanyaan saja di benak kami saat ini. Meskipun tadi pertanyaannya adalah menyangkut kemungkinan dampaknya terhadap negara-negara Asia Tenggara lainnya, pada saat ini kepedulian saya lebih ke dalam negeri dahulu, ke Indonesianya dulu, karena satu pertanyaan yang masih ada di benak kami yang mungkin ini hanya wujud dari keterbatasan kami sendiri adalah tadi itu, bagaimana mensinkronkan pernyataan yang menyatakan kita akan membuat sebuah joint development di overlapping claims, areas of overlapping claims, sementara undang-undang kewilayahan kita sendiri yang menyebut secara gamblang negara-negara di mana kita bertetangga, ada Malaysia, ada Singapura, ada Palau, Timor Leste, Papua Nugini, India, Vietnam, dan seterusnya, ada 10 kalau saya tidak salah, tidak ada satupun disebut Tiongkok. How can we have overlapping claims terhadap suatu negara yang berdasarkan undang-undang bukan tetangga kita? Jadi hanya pertanyaan yang betul-betul sangat awam dan pencerahan. Kalau yang disampaikan teman rekan kita tadi, itu juga penting karena selama ini Indonesia mengenai masalah Laut Cina Selatan menempatkan dirinya sebagai fasilitator. Karena kita tidak terlibat secara langsung dalam masalah conflicting claim di sana. Kalau sekarang kita sudah menyatakan kita juga ada overlapping claims dengan Tiongkok, maka posisi to be above the fray, di atas perseteruan itu akan sedikit pudar. Karena sekarang kita bagian dari yang sedang bertikai itu. Jadi untuk saat ini saya am the last person, I have no answers. Tapi saya banyak pertanyaan, tapi terutama yang tadi pertama yang itu, menurut hemat kami sangat hakiki. Karena kita membuka satu vista, satu pemikiran baru, karena kita selama ini menentang klaimnya Tiongkok, itu jelas, lantang, lugas, dan kita ulang kembali berkali-kali. Tapi di saat yang sama kita menyebut ada overlapping areas, plural, areas of overlapping claims. Di mana ini? Karena kita menurut undang-undang, kita tidak bertetangga dengan Tiongkok. I think this deserves clarification, supaya kita jangan menimbulkan ketidakpastian, demikian.
Saya langsung saja minta Prof. Yudi mungkin yang menjawab untuk pertanyaan kedua tadi ya, kapasitas apa yang bisa kita tingkatkan supaya suara kita bisa lebih didengar lagi di kancah internasional. Silakan Prof.
Saya kebetulan pernah menjadi anggota Komisi 1 DPR ya 5 tahun penuh, menjadi mitranya Pak Marty dan rekan-rekannya di Kementerian Luar Negeri. Kemudian saya juga bertugas di Ukraina merangkap Georgia dan Armenia, sangat dekat dan erat sekali dengan seluruh diplomat-diplomat Kementerian Luar Negeri kita. Secara kapasitas sumber daya manusia ini sangat luar biasa ya. Di Kementerian Luar Negeri ini memiliki pemahaman tentang geopolitik yang sangat detail dari semua wilayah, Afrika, Amerika, Eropa, Timur Tengah, semuanya ada ya. Oleh karena itu sumber daya manusia yang memahami geopolitik dunia ini yang ada di Kementerian Luar Negeri harus kita manfaatkan dengan sebaik-baiknya untuk memberikan analisa, pemikiran-pemikiran, prediksi-prediksi situasi yang akan datang terhadap pergerakan setiap negara di dunia yang akan membawa resiko kepada negara lainnya. Jadi dengan cara itulah ya, dengan cara melibatkan itu kita akan selalu aware dengan persoalan-persoalan yang tengah kita hadapi untuk yang memerlukan satu posisi politik Indonesia seperti tadi masalah di Timur Tengah. Kenapa kok jadi Cina yang mempertemukan seluruh faksi-faksi yang bertikai di Palestina dan Libanon? Kenapa tidak Indonesia? Padahal Indonesia sejak era Presiden Soekarno itu menjadi pelopor kemerdekaan Palestina. Nah itu karena kita kurang melibatkan ya stakeholder-stakeholder yang memahami persoalan ini dan juga melibatkan tokoh-tokoh yang bisa mengakses terhadap pihak-pihak berkonflik di mana kita bisa mengambil peran. Tidak hanya di Timur Tengah, di Rusia dan Ukraina kita pun bisa melakukannya. Apalagi tadi di Laut Cina Selatan sangat bisa kita melakukannya. Gunakan kemampuan human resources yang memiliki pengalaman dan kemampuan ini untuk terlibat di dalam foreign policy pemerintah kita.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Yudi. Sayang sekali waktu kita habis, ya pertanyaan dihabiskan oleh Rizky tadi. Jangan sebel ya sama Rizky ya, pulang hati-hati ya Rizky ya. Baik, kita akan tutup diskusi kita hari ini. Boleh saya minta tepuk tangannya yang paling meriah untuk para panelis kita hari ini. Terima kasih Pak Marty, Prof. Yudi, Pak Andi dan juga Prof. Dewi untuk insight-nya siang hari ini. Kita akan meminta para panelis untuk bisa berfoto bersama untuk mengabadikan momen ini. Silakan fotografer untuk mengambil posisinya.
Foto bersama dulu ya.
Baik, saya gabung ya. Gak apa-apa Pak, biar perempuan yang mengapit hari ini ya. Terima kasih sekali lagi. Ada cenderamata yang akan kita berikan. Boleh silakan. Ya, silakan
untuk
langsung.
speakers dulu ya.
Foto dengan keempat speakers dulu boleh, Pak? Iya. Langsung saja. Oke, silakan. Kita banyak dapat wawasan hari ini dari keempat tokoh yang berbagi dengan kita siang hari
Terima
ini.
kasih sekali lagi. Untuk Mbak Moderator juga ada.
Oh iya, terima kasih. Wow, saya besar sendiri ya.
Spesial.
Oke, terima kasih sekali lagi juga untuk teman-teman untuk partisipasi aktifnya sampai selesai, luar biasa. Mungkin kalau mau nanya-nanya habis ini boleh ya, silakan. Terima kasih sekali lagi.
with different qualities.
Sorry.
So let it show with no apology.
Pertama di Indonesia, kopi dengan paduan rasa premium oat milk dan Brazilian espresso beans. Sekarang temukan sensasi baru minum kopi yang lebih nikmat. Cafino, upgrade your experience.
Berawal dari mimpi untuk menginspirasi. Di tahun 2005, JAK TV hadir sebagai salah satu stasiun televisi yang selalu menayangkan program-program yang menghibur dan mengedukasi, serta membawa nilai positif bagi pemirsa di rumah.
Sinergi yang kreatif,
transparan, dan profesional.
Dari Jakarta untuk Indonesia.
Rakyat Merdeka adalah media yang memberitakan peristiwa politik dan sosial sejak awal era reformasi. Dan Rakyat Merdeka konsisten berani tampil beda dengan bahasa yang mudah dimengerti.
Pagi-pagi enaknya ngopi. Mantap nih. Selalu happy ketemu sahabat yang sejati. Tanpa sekat, benar-benar ilmu padi. Tubrukers terus berkarya tanpa henti. Diseling sekali-sekali selfie. Susah senang ditemani si benar-benar kopi. Kopi Tubruk Gajah, benar-benar kopi.
Kami adalah Be-Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan informasi, hiburan, hingga gaya hidup masa kini. Dengan platform media yang lengkap, kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Deretan media yang berintegrasi dalam Be-Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, media informasi yang memberikan inspirasi lewat tayangan program televisi seputar hiburan, berita, hingga olahraga. Berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id adalah portal informasi di mana memiliki segmen yang berbeda, mulai dari berita seputar politik, hukum, peristiwa, informasi ekonomi dan finansial, hingga informasi berbahasa Inggris yang komprehensif. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak yang masih menjadi kebutuhan pasar dengan eksklusivitasnya, seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Be-Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas dan terlengkap untuk selalu menginspirasi.
Unexplained presents.
That's the way that I reconcile with being a figure on the internet that is constantly, for lack of better words, bullied and attacked.
Unveiling the secrets hidden in plain sight.
Pak Duta Besar, katanya sebentar lagi Anda akan terkejut karena akan ada berita yang luar biasa mengenai penyadapan Presiden dan beberapa anggota kabinet.
Advocating for human rights and justice.
Pemerintah mengakui ini sebagai kejahatan HAM, tapi tidak minta maaf.
So when people say Israel has the right to exist as an exclusively Jewish state, what does that mean? Does that mean that a military occupation, a fascist dictatorship subjugating millions of Palestinians, does that have the right to exist?
Where morals take place.
And even sometimes my own friends, some people that I know are keluarga yang tidak setuju, tapi I know what's right and I will be on the right side of history.
Catch new episodes of Explain Yourself podcast, only on YouTube and Spotify.
Hidup itu tentang bergerak. Gak ada berhentinya. Yang bisa bantu gua gerak terus cuma Hydro Plus. Dengan 7 ion Hydration Plus untuk hidrasi maksimal. Buat yang gak mau cairan tubuhnya habis, Hydro Plus Isotonic Drink non-stop plusnya.
Rasa nyaman itu gampang loh. Bisa pulang on time sesuai plan buat hangout bareng bestie. Walaupun kadang ada yang bikin gak nyaman. Dengerin playlist kesayangan, semangat lagi biar plan tetap aman.
Dapetin nyaman itu simple kok. Pas perut bunyi saat lapar, langsung aja pesan online. Ngonten lancar, makin cuan.
Saat ada halangan dan mendadak stuck, rasa nyaman bisa jadi kesempatan untuk create something.
Nyaman itu bisa jalanin plan bareng Besti. Nyaman itu urusan nabung deposito serba digital.
Nyaman itu transaksi apa aja, sesimpel itu.
Nyaman itu gak takut sama kebutuhan atau pengeluaran dadakan.
Ngebank senyaman mungkin di Line Bank.
Welcome to Hiroto Group. Hiroto Group is a holding company established in 2013. It focuses on 5 main business sectors: property, automotive, building construction, manufacture, and agriculture. Hiroto Land, business units in the property sector. Hiroto Motor, business unit in automotive sector. Business unit in the building construction sector. Business unit in manufacturing sectors. Hiroto Farm, business unit in agriculture sector.
Peristiwa demi peristiwa selalu terjadi dan terus berkembang sepanjang hari.
Saat Anda membutuhkan informasi dengan perkembangan berita mutakhir,
jadikan kami mata dan telinga Anda
untuk berbagai aktualita terkini.
Sambut kami sebagai referensi.
Ikuti semuanya di Kompas TV, independen, terpercaya.
Selamat siang Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian. Dalam beberapa saat lagi kita akan memulai sesi selanjutnya di Citizen Diplomacy Hall. Di sesi selanjutnya berjudul State of the World 2024 and Prognosis for 2025. Pada sesi ini akan terdapat 4 speakers. His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal, Chairman of the Board of King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies. Ambassador Robert O. Blake Jr., former U.S. Ambassador to Indonesia and Senior Managing Director at McLarty Associates. Kishore Mahbubani, Founding Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. dan juga Profesor Amitav Acharya, Distinguished Professor of International Relations at the School of International Service, American University. Bagi Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang ingin bergabung dalam sesi ini, mohon untuk segera memasuki ruangan karena sesi akan dimulai dalam beberapa menit lagi. Terima kasih.
PT Freeport Indonesia telah lebih dari setengah abad mengeksplorasi, menambang, dan mengolah batuan logam di dataran tinggi Kabupaten Mimika, Provinsi Papua melalui teknik penambangan terbuka maupun bawah tanah. Dari 3 kandungan mineral berharga, tembaga adalah sumber kehidupan kami. Nama Tembagapura menghiasi kota pusat operasi kami sebagai pengingat, sebagai bentuk terima kasih. Kami melakukan segalanya, dari penambangan, pengolahan, hingga pemurnian, disertai eksplorasi yang berkelanjutan. Semua menggunakan teknologi canggih dengan keselamatan pekerja sebagai prioritas. Prinsip ini ada dalam setiap kebijakan, strategi, dan prosedur K3 yang ketat dan bersertifikasi internasional. Sejak 1967, kami menjadi bagian dari Indonesia, khususnya Papua dan Timika. Puluhan ribu insan dari Sabang sampai Merauke telah menjadi bagian dari keluarga besar Freeport Indonesia. PT Freeport Indonesia terus mengidentifikasi, memahami, menyusun strategi demi mengurangi dampak lingkungan serta bertanggung jawab pada lingkungan sekitar. Tekad kami untuk terus bekerja keras demi mewujudkan yang terbaik. Bangga menjadi keluarga PT Freeport Indonesia. Kebanggaan Indonesia. Harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Pilih kuliner favorit dong, Pak. Kuliner favorit? Kalau saya sih sukanya soto Lamongan. Wah, enak banget itu. Kalau nasi Padang? Nasi Padang. Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang. Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Nasi Padang. Apaan? Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Nggak enak banget. Nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Semudah juga penyebarannya. Tapi tidak dengan para korbannya. Hidup mereka akan susah, menjadi sasaran ujaran kebencian. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Cek lagi ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Kalian bisa mulai dengan membaca tito.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Bisnis Indonesia Group bertumbuh dan berkembang untuk memenuhi kebutuhan zaman yang terus bergerak dinamis. Dengan berbagai platform media dan layanan, Bisnis Indonesia Group telah berubah menjadi content provider company, pendukung kesuksesan Anda. Kami berkomitmen menghadirkan konten jurnalistik yang komprehensif, sehingga dapat menjadi navigator bisnis terpercaya. Dengan penyajian konten yang segar, kami menjangkau berbagai kalangan. Era digitalisasi memacu kami untuk memberikan informasi yang cepat, relevan, dan berkualitas. Bisnis Indonesia Group senantiasa membuka ruang kolaborasi, bergerak maju bersama, melewati setiap tantangan, dan mewujudkan kejayaan ekonomi Indonesia.
Kita semua memiliki mimpi. Mimpi akan kehidupan yang lebih baik, kesehatan yang lebih baik, dan masa depan yang lebih baik. Untuk mereka yang kita cintai. Keluarga kita, teman kita, dan lingkungan tempat kita tinggal. Di Tanoto Foundation, kami yakin bahwa mimpi dapat menjadi nyata saat setiap orang diberikan peluang yang setara untuk mengembangkan potensinya. Dan peluang yang setara itu berawal dari akses yang setara pula atas pendidikan yang berkualitas. Kami berkomitmen untuk membantu masyarakat meraih impian ini sejak awal, dengan menciptakan lingkungan pembelajaran yang mampu menumbuhkan harapan dan mendorong tercapainya cita-cita. Mulai dari pendidikan usia dini hingga pendidikan tinggi. Menciptakan para pemimpin untuk dunia di masa depan. Dan mendukung penelitian baru dan dinamis di bidang riset medis. Pendidikan yang berkualitas tidak hanya meningkatkan taraf hidup, namun juga bisa mengubah kehidupan itu sendiri. Membuka kesetaraan peluang yang memberi pilihan kepada individu dan komunitasnya. Di Tanoto Foundation, kami percaya akan sebuah masa depan di mana kesetaraan peluang merupakan kekuatan yang mendorong perubahan positif. Dan pendidikan yang berkualitas akan selalu menjadi fondasi untuk masa depan itu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Citizen Diplomacy Hall. The next session at the Citizen Diplomacy Hall will begin in a few minutes. The title of the session is State of the World 2024 and Prognosis for 2025. For those of you who want to join the session, please take your seat now as the session will begin in just a few minutes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Citizen Diplomacy Hall. The next session at the Citizen Diplomacy Hall is titled State of the World 2024 and Prognosis for 2025. For those of you who would like to join the session, please take your seat as the session will begin shortly. Thank you.
Good morning, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and the world.
So happy to be here as you start your day. Do you remember the bend and snap? Oh my God.
And that concludes the See Today updates for today. We'll return for information at 4 o'clock on the 3-hour news show.
Welcome back to See the Stories.
Now time for See Today Business with me, Kai Surya.
Come see the beauty, only on See Indonesia.
Dari Madrid, saya stay 1 malam, terus besok paginya saya naik kereta ke Granada. Eventnya diselenggarakan di Granada, Spain.
Sebelumnya saya memang sudah hampir 6-7 bulan latihan. Mudah-mudahan saya bisa selesai dengan baik. Itu harapan saya.
Kita berjumpa lagi di konten ngobrolin tentang Nusantara. Spot C kedatangan very special VIP guest today.
Kan udah ditanya juga di situ.
Jangan ini kan beda acaranya.
Back to the topic, guys.
Welcome to State of the World 2024 and Prognosis for 2025 panel. It is an honor to invite the panelists of this State of the World 2024 panel on the podium here. His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal Al Saud, please, Ambassador Robert Blake, Professor Kishore Mahbubani, and Professor Amitav Acharya. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2024 has been marked by significant political and geopolitical shifts, with elections in many countries testing the resilience of democratic systems. The results of these elections, especially in the US and other countries with important roles in global politics, will shape geopolitics heading into 2025. The ongoing rivalry between the United States and China continues to dominate the geopolitical landscape. At the same time, regional tensions in the Middle East, Europe, and South China Sea increase global instability. The escalating crisis in the Middle East is becoming a critical hotspot. And as the world looks towards 2025, these dynamics underscore the urgent need for reform in global governance structures, as the absence of effective multilateral mechanisms leaves the international community almost paralyzed. This session will explore the key developments of 2024 and provide prognosis for 2025, focusing on global power shifts, regional conflict, and the future of international cooperation. For this panel, we are partnering with General Ahmad Dani University. And again, please welcome our high-level panelists here. I may again introduce His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal Al Saud, the chairman of the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies. Ambassador Robert Blake, the former US ambassador to Indonesia and senior managing director at McLarty's Associates. Professor Kishore Mahbubani, the founding dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy and distinguished fellow of Asia Research Institute at National University of Singapore. He is author of many books, and one had been Enlightening the World, Can Asians Think? And Professor Amitav Acharya, Distinguished Professor of International Relations at the School of International Service, the American University. For the opening general assessment session, general question to all of you: how do you assess the state of the world in 2024? What are the issues, what are the challenges, and the threats? Your Royal Highness, please. Should work.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. First of all, I'd like to extend my thanks and gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Dino Pati Jalal for inviting me to this wonderful congregation and this wonderful conference. And my thanks also go to his staff and their efforts in organizing this event and for facilitating my presence here. I also take this opportunity to congratulate President Prabowo Subianto for assuming the office of the presidency of Indonesia, and wish him and his new administration all the success to lead this great country to a prosperous future. In the few minutes that are allowed me, let me state the following issues. The first is, in our world in 2024 is not pleasing at all, and I wish that I can predict what is ahead of 2025. However, I'm always hopeful. Second, our world is facing multiple crises, wars, broken international institutions, and neglect of international principles, rules, and norms. It is imperative that we go forward to a better world by, first of all, reforming our international institutions like the United Nations Security Council. How can it be that in that august organization, many billions of people are not represented in that august organization? In India, in Southeast Asia, in Latin America, in the Arab world, everywhere, there is no representation on the Security Council. And I think it needs to be reformed to include all these peoples who have a right to be at that wonderful institution. The other thing I would like to add is that we really don't need a World War III in order to have a new international order. Therefore, middle powers and emerging powers in the South can play a very important role in bringing balance to our broken international order. So events like the Ukraine war and the Middle East war should be handled more adroitly than is being done at the United Nations Security Council. I have stuck to my 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. There's quite a lot on the table, Ambassador Blake. Kindly, what are your assessments of the state of the world in 2024?
Well, since I'm the only American here today that's on the stage, let me first of all congratulate Padino on the 10th anniversary. I was present in the beginning 10 years ago, and Sometimes we were lucky to get 50 people into the room. I can tell you now, it's amazing to see almost 10,000 people showing up. So congratulations. It's always hazardous to make predictions about Donald Trump, but let me try to just hazard a few predictions about kind of his vision of the world and some of the important flashpoints that we should look towards in 2025. I think that the president is really going to be focused on a couple of things. First, on trying to resolve some of these conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East so that he can focus on what he sees as the greatest threat to the United States, which is China. So let me just talk very, very briefly about each one of those. I think in Ukraine, you're going to see, as he's already said, he wants to try to bring an early solution, a negotiated solution to the situation in Ukraine. Most likely, it'll be along whatever the current front is at the time of those negotiations. And that's why you see the Russians really trying to gain more and more advantage now before those negotiations start. I think a real key will be what kind of security guarantees the Ukrainians will be able to get from the West, short of a NATO membership. So those are the things I'll be watching there. In the Middle East, again, I think that President Trump is going to want to try to bring a halt to the fighting in Gaza. You've already seen the ceasefire that has been arranged between Lebanon and Israel. It's still fragile, but it is important and something to build on. I think Trump is going to be very mindful of Netanyahu, and likewise Netanyahu, I think, will be more accommodating of Trump's interests than he was of President Biden's interests. That said, I think what's going to happen is, let's say on the West Bank, there's a lot of people in the United States who are worried that Netanyahu may actually try to annex the West Bank. I don't think that's going to happen for several reasons, but I do think he'll probably allow a continued expansion of settlements in the occupied territories, which is something that most of us have opposed most of our lives. But I do think Trump is going to be very mindful of his relations with Saudi Arabia and with the UAE. And so he's not going to go too far because his real goal is to expand the Abraham Accords that were quite a success in his first term. And the prize, of course, would be relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel. So that will be an important, I think, constraining factor on what he wants to do. On Iran, of course, another major flashpoint. Again, I don't think that he's likely to pursue. Is that my ticking saying I'm going to?
Well, but take your time a bit.
Let me just do two more minutes.
Sure.
I don't think he's likely to. Can we turn that off or not? I guess not. I don't think he's likely to pursue military action against the Iranians. And I do believe that there is an opportunity for negotiations between the United States and perhaps other parties as well. They'll have to include the important Gulf states. So I'm hopeful that there will be some progress there. None of us want to see, of course, Iran develop nuclear weapons. China we'll come back to in the conversation later, so I don't want to go too much into that, but that is obviously going to be his major focus for the administration for not just 2025, but throughout the administration. And let me just end with one important note, which is climate. I don't think everybody needs to worry as much about America's position on climate because we have 24 Democratic governors, including the states of California and places like that, who will continue to drive our climate policy, whatever the Trump administration does. What will matter is climate finance, where clearly the United States is not going to be doing very much on climate finance. And what will also matter is just the absence of any kind of American climate diplomacy. John Kerry really did drive a lot of progress while he was climate envoy, and of course there will not be a climate envoy under President Trump. So those are my opening remarks. A very uncertain period ahead. Trump will try to drive the agenda, but there will be very important guardrails on what he can do. So I don't think we need to be worried about all the extreme things that he's saying, because a lot of what he's saying is really just for negotiation and will be subject to negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be coming back to President Trump, and thank you, technical support, for switching off the sound. I think the clock is large enough. Professor Mahbubani, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me join my colleagues here to congratulate Dino on this spectacular conference. We say the world has become a global village. The global village is here. Now, as you could tell, there's a very vicious timekeeper here. We're 3 minutes. The way I think I can compliment what my good friends, His Royal Highness Prince Turkey has said and what Bob has just said. I think it's on the floor there, yeah.
It's not because of what you...
Yeah, okay. You know, my remarks do have an explosive impact. Just, okay, very quickly, I just have 2 more minutes. The reason why our world looks very confusing is because there are lots of short-term challenges we have to deal with, but at the same time, we are dealing with long-term structural challenges to the world order. And a whole new world is being born in front of our eyes. And I describe that new world as a new 3M world. And the 3 M's are multi-civilizational, multipolar, multilateral. 3 M's. It's multi-civilizational because many more civilizations are coming back after centuries of being quiet, dormant. And so I'll give you an example. We are very alarmed by the events in Gaza. But that's also because the world opinion has become so much stronger on such issues. It's becoming multipolar because lots more powers are playing a role on the world stage. And if you watch, for example, what Russia has done, clearly this is a result also of a multipolar world. And at the same time, it's a multilateral world because all the pressing global problems, including the one of climate that Bob mentioned at the end, can only be solved by global multilateral organizations. And we have to work on that too. Thank you.
Professor Amita.
Thank you very much. Given the time ticking, I would go quickly. My first point is that Trump is a consequence, not a cause, of a lot of the changes we have seen today. He is a consequence of the decline of support for globalization in the United States itself. He exploited it, doesn't mean he caused it. Similarly, he is the consequence of the relative decline of the West at the global level. So he's feeding into that populism because Americans are worried about, just like Europeans, the West in general, that relative position is declining. So he is exploiting this, and Trump is not the only conservative leader in European Union. You have seven governments in the European Union who have right-wing parties, populist parties, in the government. So this is a global trend. Last year was the year of elections. There was about 74 countries from January 1st to December 31st. 74 countries go through elections. 68 finished. And the election shows, these elections shows that the outcome is mixed. There is no end of history. World is going to have democracies, authoritarian countries, communitarian countries, and populist countries. So let's say the world changes, it's Trump-proof. This situation, as Kishore said, is going to continue. But there will be some differences that Trump can make. And one of them is, I think in the Middle East, he might revive or strengthen the Abraham Accords, which I think in the long term is good for the peace. But for that, he has to solve the short-term problems of Gaza and Lebanon. And secondly, Trump will, in the Indo-Pacific, he will embrace Indo-Pacific. He actually was the first one who completely embraced Indo-Pacific, increased the freedom of navigation operations. And that will be there. He will commit himself. But on the economic side, I'm not so sure because of the threat of sanctions and economic nationalism. But the Indo-Pacific policy will not see too many changes. And finally, the future, Kishore, of course, I have just finished writing a book, 5,000 Years of History of the World, and Trump is just like 8 years of that, okay. So I think, look at the long term of history. I completely agree that the world is becoming multi-civilizational, multipolar, but I also would argue that actors in the world are no longer great powers, middle powers. We heard Pak Dino talk about middle power, how many middle powers are playing an important role, like Indonesia. In a multipolar world, countries like Indonesia have no role. It's only great powers. But the proliferation of middle powers, non-state actors, corporations is going to create what I call a global multiplex. I don't believe the term or multipolar is adequate because it's mainly about military or economic power, and it doesn't talk about other actors. But global multiplex that takes into account a lot of other actors, and still going to be a lot of interdependence and civilizations and ideas. That's what Trump presidency is going to point to, no matter what his own policy may be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The need to reform and world order had been mentioned. Your Royal Highness and Professor Amitav again, how do you envision the future world order? In particular, what role will emerging powers and blocs and other mini-lateralisms play in reshaping the global order? Your Royal Highness.
Thank you very much. First of all,
sorry?
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me just say, before I answer that question, is I fully endorse what Dino said in his presentation, not just on what is happening in your part of the world here, but also in other parts of the world. I equally endorse what the foreign minister said on the role of Indonesia and how it can bring countries together, and representing the policy of the president of Indonesia. As far as Saudi Arabia is concerned, of course, there was a suggestion to the reform of the United Nations that was presented by our late foreign minister, Saud al-Faisal, many years ago, when the issue of reform of the United Nations Security Council was put before the United Nations. And that is, when a United Nations Security Council resolution is passed, any subsequent resolution that has to do with implementing that resolution cannot be vetoed by the veto powers. So I'll give you an example. Resolution 242 on after the war between Israel and the Arab states in 1967 clearly defined that acquisition of territory by force of arms cannot be accepted. In order to implement that proposition, many resolutions were introduced at the United Nations Security Council, but unfortunately they were vetoed. And so preventing implementation of Security Council resolutions should be one way of not allowing the veto powers to contradict the passing of those resolutions. The other thing is, as I mentioned, the billions of people across the globe, whether in Asia, you have India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, other countries, Indonesia, they're not represented on the Security Council. In Africa, All of the African states are not represented in the Security Council. Latin America is not represented. So all these countries, I think, should have an equal representation on the United Nations Security Council in order to be fair and to truly present a multipolar world instead of a unipolar or a bipolar world as has been in the past 50 years since the Second World War. Another thing I would respectfully add is that implementing these resolutions will definitely be the way to go forward, as we've seen the examples in the Middle East and now in the Ukraine. The prevention of their implementation is what is keeping the wars going on and the killing of people continuing. Look at the number of people that were killed in Gaza and in Lebanon just recently. Over 50,000 people at the most conservative estimate of those people, let alone that are going to be found in the wreckage and in the destruction that has occurred since then. How can we accept that those numbers continue to be added to and not do anything about that? So we have to put a stop. And another thing I think that will go a long way to prevent such extraordinarily vicious cycles is to prevent the double standard that has been implemented in our part of the world since the Second World War. We've seen that most clearly since the Ukraine war started a couple of years ago, where the issues of humanitarian relief for Ukrainians was immediately advanced by particularly Western countries, and the refugees were provided with sustenance and everything that they needed. But when it comes to the issue of Palestine, those principles that they applied in Ukraine were never implemented in Palestine. So the double standard has to stop, and there have to be one standard for all people, whether east or west, north or south, it doesn't matter. But that is something that Indonesia and Saudi Arabia and other countries that are concerned about stopping the killing is an important step forward that we can all engage in and hopefully accomplish before this year ends, which is in the next month or so.
Thank you very much, Professor Amitabh.
Saskia, let me come back to your question about globalization and middle powers, because I think it's important for the audience here. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the death of globalization, and it's true that both the United States and China have been using a combination of tariffs and export controls and subsidies and all kinds of things to gain technological advantage and control things like critical minerals. But it's also important to note that global trade has not declined as much as you might think. And the reason for that is that multinational corporations and countries more broadly are adapting. And that multinationals and countries are shifting their supply chains, for example, and companies are adapting. And so it doesn't have as much of an impact as you might think. And if a trade war does happen between the United States and China, which looks likely, it actually could be of some benefit to a country like Indonesia. Yes, it's not good for your largest investors and your largest markets to have a trade war. But on the other hand, as these supply chains shift, Indonesia could benefit from that. Obviously, Vietnam already is benefiting from it, but I think Indonesia as well could benefit from it. And more broadly, all of these middle powers like Indonesia, like India, like the UAE, like Saudi Arabia, are going to become more influential now as countries look to export more to those countries and to curry favor with those countries. So I actually think this is going to be quite an interesting opportunity for the middle powers.
We will address financial and economic aspects a bit further on. Professor Amitabh, please, on blocks and other mini-lateralisms.
Can I also address your question about the emerging powers, the role of the emerging powers, or just multilateralism? I mean, I can actually bring all this together to say that, again, from a long-term perspective, we see what people sometimes call the rise of the rest, or rise of the global south. And this is not just about BRICS. It's not just about China, India, now, of course, Saudi Arabia. I think the global south as a whole is rising. Over 50%, now 56% of the world's GDP is by, and if you include China in the global south, is actually not produced by the West. It's produced by the rest. And that more general rise of global south also going to change globalization. Globalization will not be driven by just north-south, but also south-south. One of the things that have happened in the last 30 years, thanks mainly to China, but also because of India and Brazil, is that south-south trade is now over one-third of global trade. South-south. South-south investment is actually almost 50% of global investment. So globalization is no longer driven by the West. It's going to be driven by emerging powers and the rest. And another development is the global south. We should think the global south is a disruptive force and non-aligned movement. Actually, global south has always been a positive, constructive, a bridge. Now, a country like Saudi Arabia, joining the BRICS, it doesn't mean it's going to protest against American dominance or Western dominance. It will be a bridge. Connect China with the United States, Middle East with Europe. And I think most of global south is a bridge, not a divisive, disruptive force that people sometimes say like third world, global south, seen in a very pejorative, negative way. And if you bring that all together, I think multilateralism also will change. You may think of multilateralism only because of the UN, but I think multilateralism is also in ASEAN, in European Union. African Union, one of the most dynamic regional organizations in the world. So multilateralism will become decentered, and it will remain. Global multilateralism is not going to disappear, but it always comes and down. Depends on who is the president, who is the prime minister, who is the secretary general. But regional organizations and plurilateral organizations, BRICS, G20, also jump in, and it will be a more inclusive, I believe, much more inclusive multilateralism than the end of multilateralism.
Thank you very much. Let's concentrate on a special region. Professor Mahbubani, how do you view the current state of the Indo-Pacific amid major power competition and disputes such as the South China Sea and Taiwan status? Do you believe ASEAN through AOIP can play an effective role in fostering stability and cooperation in the region? Thank you.
Let me begin by quoting an Arab proverb which says, "He who speaks about the future lies, even when he tells the truth." As you know, the future is always surprising us. But at the same time, there are very few things you can predict with great certainty over the next decade or two. And you can absolutely predict that the competition within the world's number one power, the United States of America, and the world's number one emerging power, China, will intensify. Now, there are very deep structural causes behind this contest. It's not just driven by personalities. And for both countries, it's an existential struggle. For the United States, if China succeeds in becoming the number one economy, the United States, which has been the number one for 130 years, is going to have a hard time adjusting to being number two. So it's existential, which is why you have a strong consensus in Washington, D.C., that you got to stop China. But at the same time, for China, it's also existential. Because China went through a century of humiliation from 1842 to 1949. And to have its dream of succeeding economically be thwarted by the United States, they can't accept it. So both sides are going to make a massive effort in this contest. But I also want to add here that while the contest will get intense, there'll be moments when they will have to step back and compromise once in a while. So if you take, for example, President Donald Trump, he believes one way he measures his success is how the stock markets react to what he does. So if he imposes more tariffs on China, if there's a big trade war and the stock markets come down, then President Donald Trump may say, maybe let me try to compromise. But for us in Southeast Asia, it's important for us to understand that what is protecting Southeast Asia today is the fact that we have a strong, vibrant ASEAN to protect us. And what many in Southeast Asia don't know is that you compare ASEAN to any other regional organization, it has outperformed every other regional organization in many respects. You know, it's actually quite shocking that there are major wars going on in Gaza and Ukraine. Wars reflect geopolitical incompetence. The fact that Southeast Asia hasn't had a major war in 45 years shows geopolitical competence. And we mustn't underestimate the geopolitical competence of ASEAN. And in terms of economic growth, in the year 2000, Japan was the world's second largest economy. Japan was 8 times bigger than ASEAN in the year 2000. Today, Japan is only 1.3 times bigger than ASEAN. By 2030, ASEAN will become bigger than Japan. It's amazing in 30 years to go from being 1/8 the size of Japan to becoming bigger than Japan. And in the years 2010 to 2020, ASEAN added more to global economic growth than the entire European Union did, even though the European Union is 5 times bigger than ASEAN. Now, ASEAN has done remarkable things. So we in Southeast Asia, if we want to protect ourselves from the great power contest that you spoke about, Saskia, what we have to do is keep on strengthening ASEAN.
Thank you very much. We will always have to put regional analysis in the US context. Ambassador Blake, the US presidential election results have shown that Donald Trump has returned to the presidency. How do you assess the global impact of Trump's foreign policy, and what challenges or opportunities might arise from this approach?
Thanks, Saskia. I think I sort of answered a lot of that in my opening remarks, but let me come back to China because I didn't really talk too much about that. I agree with everything that Kishore just said, and I think when Donald Trump looks at the world, he and his key advisors, Marco Rubio, who is the Secretary of State designate, and Michael Waltz, who is the National Security Advisor designate, they see China not only as the greatest military threat to the United States, but also as the greatest threat to our industry and to our workers. And that's why they're so laser focused on China. And that's why you hear Trump talking about imposing 60% tariffs on Chinese imports and things like that. I think a lot of that is a negotiating ploy to invite some sort of negotiation with the Chinese. There are a lot of countervailing pressures that will really prevent a complete decoupling between the United States and China, and I'll just mention a few of them. One is, of course, that American companies still have a huge presence in China, and China is a major, major market. And guess what? One of Trump's closest advisors is Elon Musk's, and his Tesla factory in China is his second largest market in the entire world. So Musk by himself is probably going to be playing a moderating influence on China's thinking. On Trump's thinking about China. Secondly, I think, if, to the extent you start talking about very high tariffs, there's two problems with that. One, countries are going to retaliate. So China itself will initiate retaliatory tariffs against the United States, but also tariffs are highly inflationary, and many Chinese inputs, if there's high tariffs on those, it's going to affect the competitiveness of American exports. So a lot of these, I think, his more sensible advisors will quietly talk to Trump about some of his policies. And one of the interesting things to watch is that he has chosen his entire cabinet on the basis of loyalty, not on the basis of any kind of policy experience. And many of them have contradictory views on these things. So it's going to be very interesting to see whose views in the end prevail. But I think some of the trends that I've just talked about will be very important to watch.
Thank you very much. Let's move to another region. Your Royal Highness, the Middle East. How do you foresee the region's future in terms of potential peace and stability? Additionally, what are your thoughts on the prospects of a two-state solution? You mentioned that briefly, but maybe you could enlighten us a bit further. Thank you.
Well, let me just start by saying that when Dino Jalali said that Indonesia seeks to be friends with all and zero enemies, that is equally the case, I think, not just for Saudi Arabia, but the GCC countries and other Arab countries as well. And referring to what was said by Ambassador Blake as well on China and the US and Dr. Mahboubani about the rivalry between China and the US, I don't think any country in the world wants to be in the middle of that rivalry. We'd like to be friends with all of them. US, Europe, China, Southeast Asia, whoever, Russia. The world has to come together rather than be separated and apart from each other. So that's one aspect. From that perspective, a two-state solution, in my view, is an imperative. It is not a choice. If we want peace in the Middle East, there has to be a Palestinian state that can represent the Palestinian people who have been denied not only the right for self-determination, but also for having a peaceful and progressive identity that can contribute to the world rather than be the force and the center of conflict. And as I mentioned in my previous statement, the killing that is continuing, not just since October of 2023. It has been continuing since even before 1948, when Israel was established. So from that perspective, the Arab Peace Initiative, in my view, is the only viable solution to the two-state solution. And in that also perspective, I would humbly recommend that the United Nations Security Council pass a resolution stating flatly that any party to the Arab-Israeli dispute that does not accept a two-state solution should not engage in any negotiation on a two-state solution. And this is the only way that we can prevent the spoilers, I would call them, whether they be the so-called Islamist parties that do not accept a two-state solutions like Hamas and others of that ilk, nor the present Israeli government with its composition of the maximalist Zionist ambitions that want to establish a Zionist state from the Nile to the Euphrates, including parts of Saudi Arabia. Those will be denied the seat at any negotiating table for a two-state solution. And from that perspective, I think the world community has to come together in order to make that dream come true rather than simply talking the talk, but not walking the walk.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. We like to be friend with all. That is also Indonesian perspective. Ambassador Blake, you explained the problem of increased import tariffs. With Trump's policies, not only the problem of increased import tariffs, but what about pushing European nations to drastically raise their NATO spending? NATO's 2%. What impact could these measures have on transatlantic relations? To bring it down to a short, easy question that can be answered in 20 seconds, what is the future of the West? No, just kidding.
I do think Trump is going to continue to press the European Union nations to increase their military spending. He's already had quite an important impact, I will say, on that, and we can see more of that. And then more broadly, I think already the Europeans are anticipating a smaller trade war with the Trump administration. And so that's why you see people like Christian Lagarde already advising European countries to buy more from the United States, particularly on the defense side. So I think already countries are beginning to position themselves to precisely to try to avoid maximalist trade wars.
Thank you very much. You would have another 2 minutes?
No, that's okay. I overstepped my bounds the last time, so I learned my lesson.
Thank you very much. Let's stay in the world of financial and economic issues here. Professor Mahbubani and Professor Amitav, with tariffs on Chinese imports under Trump and the intensifying competition in industrial policies, how do you foresee the US-China relations in the coming year, focusing on industrial policies? Professor Mahbubani and Professor Amitav.
Well, I'm going to take his 2 minutes. I spoke earlier about how the US-China competition will intensify. There's no question at all. But what's interesting is that even though there are similarities in how the two sides approach this challenge, there are also differences. And one of the fundamental differences, as Henry Kissinger told me when I wrote my book, Has China Won? The Chinese do have a long-term strategy for managing this competition. And one of the most important ways that China is protecting itself in the US-China contest is that it is emerging as an indispensable manufacturing power in the world. It's creating a situation where for all countries in the world, if you want to develop your manufacturing sector and you're looking for components, you have to go to China. And this is, by the way, true of American companies also. I think, Bob, you mentioned Tesla and how Tesla has one of these largest factories in China. Ask yourself, how much would Apple be worth today, this $3 trillion company, if we couldn't get components from China? Now, this dependence on China was not an accident. It was by design to ensure there are limits to how far you can push China. And I think one of the interesting things that will emerge is that more and more Americans will become aware that how much the US economy is dependent on the Chinese economy, and therefore it cannot decouple. Somebody told me, I haven't seen the paper yet, but when Marco Rubio, who's going to become the Secretary of State, when he was a senator, actually endorsed a paper by someone pointing out that if the US tries to decouple from China, the US may actually significantly damage its own economy because it relies so much on so many Chinese components, and frankly, for many of the day-to-day products that Americans consume, they come from China. But even more importantly, there was a very important lecture given by Professor Adam Tooze from Columbia University in Zurich a few weeks ago. And he said the first China shock happened when China began to produce products at low cost and took away jobs from industrial countries. That was the first China shock. He said, get ready for the second China shock. The second China shock is when the world realizes that the only way to develop your industrial capacity is to copy and learn from the Chinese. So the world has come full circle in 30 years, where the Chinese succeeded by copying from the world. Now the world has turned around. The world has got to learn how to copy from China.
Thank you very much. I'm tempted to ask, if the US cannot decouple, can Europe de-risk? But that would go a bit too far. We could add that to the final round, but please, Professor Amitav, your views on competition in industrial policies in the US-China relations.
Okay, I must confess I'm not a big expert on industrial policy, but what it is reflecting, that the whole idea of industrial policy started in East Asia. The East Asia model, Japan miracle. It was based on countries like Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, providing strategic subsidies and encouraging economies through very close business-government relations. And during the Biden administration, we saw signs of United States embracing that kind of an approach. You know, Jack Sullivan's speech about, you know, kind of a selective, encouraging selective sectors. And now Trump might increase that. I'm not saying he will do that, but he might. So I think the industrial policy, much as neoclassical economists dislike it, is actually at the moment gaining ground as opposed to the pure sort of market Puritans. So we have to wait and see. I want to remind everybody that this is Trump's second term. There is less pressure. He may not, and his audience is basically his base, not the international community. But in the second term, he might do things that may not sort of justify what we are, the worst case mindset some of us have, that Trump will wreak havoc and basically destroy the liberal international order. He may not do any of that. He may actually turn out to be good for the world. I mean, I'm just saying that is a possibility, because in the second term, you don't have the same political pressure, unless he wants his children to become president. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's possible. So let's, with that, I think one of the things that's definitely going to happen is China is going to aggressively do what it's already doing, increase its trade relations with the global South countries. I think that China-India normalization, or the agreement, is not an accident. India is a market of 1.4 billion people, the largest market in the world. Chinese say they're going to have high tariffs in the US. Where do they go? They have to go to countries like India, in Africa, Latin America. And also, I don't think, I actually see an interesting, as Kishore might say, reconvergence happening here. The United States is becoming a little more like East Asia, and China will, on the other hand, is becoming a little more liberal because it needs market access in the global South. So let's say this could become maybe an unintended consequence. History is full of unintended consequences that nobody can predict. That whatever Trump might be thinking of doing might turn out to be completely different in 4 years' time.
Saskia, can I just comment on one thing on the industrial policy?
Yes, very briefly.
Yeah. I think on industrial policy, it's quite important for everybody to note. In America, one of the arguments against Chinese imports has been that they benefit from government subsidies, and therefore it's unfair. But in fact, if you look at things like electric vehicles, China is not only the lowest cost producer, but they're by far the most efficient as well. And it's not because of subsidies, it's because of cutthroat competition within China. And so everybody, the United States, the Europeans, are very, very worried about not only BYD, but a lot of the other Chinese electric vehicle manufacturers coming in and just wiping out our industries. And by the way, Indonesia should be a little bit concerned about that as well, because you're becoming a major car exporter and manufacturer. If BYD is allowed to come in here, you face a similar challenge that all of us are going to go through.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We assessed the state of the world in 2024, future world order questions, the need to reform. We analyzed industrial policy, financial and economic issues, and region-specific regional challenges like South China Sea, the US-China competition, and the Middle East. And with us, I'd like to thank our experts here on the panel, His Royal Highness, Prince Turki.
Well, Professor Mahboubani quoted an Arabic proverb. I will quote another one for you. Your friend is he who tells you the truth, not he who agrees with you. And this is a principle that we all need to practice and implement, rather than simply pay lip service to it. Whether it is industrial policy, whether it is commercial competition, whether it is statecraft or whatever, if the other party does not know where you're coming from, presumably they will make the wrong decision about your intentions. But if they do know where you're coming from, if they're a friend, they will be reassured by you. And if they're not your friend, they will at least be aware that this is what you are truly promoting or presenting to them. And instead of being Machiavellian in our diplomacy and in our politics, let's be straightforward. And I think this is what Indonesia wants to be, and not also Saudi Arabia and other countries like that. So please, the big giants, whether it is China or the United States or Europe or Russia or whatever, take care to be straightforward with the rest of us, so that we don't misinterpret you and we don't fear you, but rather be truthful to you and tell you where we are coming from.
We'll move on, and there is a question from the audience, from the floor, for each panelist. Now I have to. I'm not quite sure how we're going to manage that. I will take 2 from each side, right? Okay. The 2 ladies on this side, and then you on this side, please. And a short question.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yani, and I'm a student of IPMI International Business School. So thank you for the opportunity. Actually, my question is a little bit beyond of this discussion, but please allow me to asking this thing. So if I ask him for this example for Prince Turkey or maybe Prof. Amitov or the other speakers, how to interpret a statement that of course will be a diverse or will be different understanding, which could be a different outputs, even the implementations. So my question from all of your opinions, as the leader, why the top brass or leaders give a statement that she or he realize it can make a different implementation and outputs, instead of confined to straightforwards. And I'm pretty sure all of you guys have an extraordinary experience and extensive experience, and as the good leader, so what the reason behind that? Thank you.
Who's volunteering?
Can you just summarize the question? I missed the.
Okay,
Yeah.
so can I
in 2 sentences?
Okay, so about the how to interpret the leader statement, it will become different, right? So from your opinion as the leader, how you can try to straightforward, I'm sorry, I mean, why you don't try to give a straightforward a statement, instead to give like, let's say, for the ambiguity statements.
Okay, is it about social injustice and double standards?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
social
you.
injustice and double standards.
Yeah, thank you.
Who's volunteering?
Well, I think Prince Turkey did raise the question of
Yes.
injustice and double standards. And you see, the world has changed, as I said, in the beginning, fundamentally. If something like Gaza had happened 50, 60 years ago, you could have swept it under the carpet. Today you cannot, right? And I must say, of course, you've got to be fair and point out, yes, the killings by Hamas were wrong. Innocent civilians shouldn't be killed, but there are laws of humanitarian war that, humanitarian laws of war that apply. And clearly what has happened in Gaza has stunned the world, And I think one thing that many in the West don't realize is that, 12% of the world's population lives in the West. 88% lives outside the West. This 88% are asking every day, why isn't something more being done to solve the problem? And that's what's happening. And so we have to understand that that's a major phenomenon around the world.
We'll have to move on. We're a bit short in time and move to the other half of the audience hall. One question, one short question.
Okay.
Who volunteered here? Yes, please.
Oh, can I? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the honor for giving me the opportunity. My name is Professor Devin Nugroho. I am basically an ex-semester student from UPH. So my short question is, due to the rise of right wing in Europe and some rise of the far left inside of European politics and America itself, how do you expect it will actually change the situation of the world itself? Because if we use the theory of individual level, leadership, leaders, and also their personality matters in trying to manage the world itself and making the international system being changed for the more into the future that we may actually kind of predict it, but not so predicted anymore.
Yeah, thank you. The rise of right-wing populism and right-wing politics in Europe, that is a new topic, but maybe we can address it very, very briefly in 30 seconds. Yes, Ambassador, please.
It's an important question, and I think, let's just take the United States. The reason Donald Trump won the election is that 50% of our country feel like they've been left behind, and 50% of our country could not pay a $500 medical bill right now because they don't have the money. So our politicians naturally are focused on helping those people and helping them to increase their incomes, not on helping the problems of the entire world. And so I just came from the COP in Baku, and of course there was a huge problem with climate finance, but it's not just climate finance, it's disaster recovery. It's a huge range of things that all of which demand huge amounts of money from the developed world. And the populist politicians are just simply not going to approve that right now. So it's a real problem.
You, very briefly.
Because I actually studied populist movements and the state of democracy in the world. And as I said, there will be 74 elections around the world by the end of this year, for 2024. And if I were to draw a silver lining, I would say the rise of populist movements in Europe makes Europe more normal. Because we are talking about end of history and democracy prevails all over the world. That's not happening. Europe has democracies and some authoritarian tendencies, but populist movements, so does the global south. Similarly, the Ukraine war in some ways levels the playing field. During the Cold War, Europe was at peace, and the rest of the world, 97% of the conflicts happened in the Third World. Now, having a conflict in Europe makes Europeans realize they're just like other people. And they just have to accept that the world is becoming a level playing field. There's nothing unique and distinctive about Europe. And once you realize that, you get rid of the West versus the rest mindset. The West and the rest are not really that different. They are similar people, similar solutions, and similar problems. And I actually see this leads to the more of a level playing field, what I call a global multiplex, as opposed to West is superior, rest is undemocratic, and West is peaceful, the rest is conflictful. So I actually draw that conclusion in my book, in 5,000 Years of History, and I think that this may be one of the silver linings that we can see for the future. The West and the rest are not so different from each other after all.
Thank you very much. And please join me to thank our experts here on the panel. We have to... Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a picture together. Okay. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you very much once again to all the distinguished speakers and moderators. Please give a round of applause. And from FPCI, we have a special gift that we would like to give to you. Please, for the moderator, Ms. Saskia Huber. Thank you very much for moderating. For Ambassador. Thank you. Okay.
Nino, I hope this is one of those t-shirts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acharya.
Good morning, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and the world.
So happy to be here as you start your day. Do you remember the bend and snap? Oh my God.
And that concludes the See Today updates for today. We'll return for information at 4 o'clock on the 3-hour news show.
Welcome back to See the Stories.
Now time for See Today Business with me, Kaisuria.
Come see the beauty, only on See Indonesia.
Dari Madrid, saya stay 1 malam, terus besok paginya saya naik kereta ke Granada. Eventnya diselenggarakan di Granada, Spain.
Sebelumnya saya memang sudah hampir 6-7 bulan latihan. Mudah-mudahan saya bisa selesai dengan baik. Itu harapan saya.
Kita berjumpa lagi di konten ngobrolin tentang Nusantara.
Spot C kedatangan very special VIP guest today.
Kan udah ditanya juga di situ.
Ya kan ini kan beda acaranya. Back to the topic, guys.
Tempo Scan Group. Not a magazine name. Some might think we only produce pharmaceutical products. In fact, we also produce consumer products, nutrition products, and cosmetics. Our brand equities have become market leaders. TempoScan also has dozens of production facilities spread across various regions of Indonesia. Almost all of our products are produced domestically. Our distribution network can reach all regions of the Indonesian archipelago. And Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, even Africa, presenting quality products at affordable prices. For more than 70 years, building an integrated business ecosystem, thanks to the hard work and dedication of 12,000 TempoScan employees. We don't stop here. TempoScan continues to expand its business with limitless innovation. TempoScan, working wholeheartedly for society well-being. Tempo Scan Group. Not a magazine name. Some might think we only produce pharmaceutical products. In fact, we also produce consumer products, nutrition products, and cosmetics. Our brand equities have become market leaders. TempoScan also has dozens of production facilities spread across various regions of Indonesia. Almost all of our products are produced domestically. Our distribution network can reach all regions of the Indonesian archipelago. And Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, even Africa, presenting quality products at affordable prices. For more than 70 years, building an integrated business ecosystem, thanks to the hard work and dedication of 12,000 TempoScan employees. We don't stop here. TempoScan continues to expand its business with limitless innovation. TempoScan, working wholeheartedly for society well-being. Tempo Scan Group. Not a magazine name. Some might think we only produce pharmaceutical products. In fact, we also produce consumer products, nutrition products, and cosmetics. Our brand equities have become market leaders. TempoScan also has dozens of production facilities spread across various regions of Indonesia. Almost all of our products are produced domestically. Our distribution network can reach all regions of the Indonesian archipelago. And Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, even Africa, presenting quality products at affordable prices. For more than 70 years, building an integrated business ecosystem, thanks to the hard work and dedication of 12,000 TempoScan employees. We don't stop here. TempoScan continues to expand its business with limitless innovation. TempoScan, working wholeheartedly for society well-being.
Mediaindonesia.com bertransformasi dengan wajah baru, membawa semangat baru. Dalam upaya untuk tampil lebih segar, menjadi referensi semua kalangan, kami menjunjung komitmen tinggi, menampilkan konten terbaik dengan visual menarik. Media Indonesia, suarakan Indonesia. Kami temani Anda dari sore hingga malam hari dengan berita aktual dan berkualitas. Informasi paling hangat dalam sehari kami ulas dengan mendalam berikut dengan perkembangannya. Metro hari ini, Prime Time News, dan Top News. Perbaharui dan perdalam wawasan Anda dengan informasi terkini hanya di program-program petang hari kami. Metro hari ini, Prime Time News, dan Top News. Perbaharui dan perdalam wawasan Anda dengan informasi terkini hanya di program-program petang hari kami. Metro hari ini, Prime Time News, dan Top News. Perbaharui dan perdalam wawasan Anda dengan informasi terkini hanya di program-program petang hari kami.
with different qualities.
Sorry.
So let it show with no apology.
Pertama di Indonesia, kopi dengan paduan rasa premium oat milk dan Brazilian espresso beans. Sekarang temukan sensasi baru minum kopi yang lebih nikmat. Cafino, upgrade your experience.
Berawal dari mimpi untuk menginspirasi. Di tahun 2005, JAK TV hadir sebagai salah satu stasiun televisi yang selalu menayangkan program-program yang menghibur dan mengedukasi, serta membawa nilai positif bagi pemirsa di rumah.
Sinergi yang kreatif,
transparan, dan profesional.
Dari Jakarta untuk Indonesia.
Rakyat Merdeka adalah media yang memberitakan peristiwa politik dan sosial sejak awal era reformasi. Dan Rakyat Merdeka konsisten berani tampil beda dengan bahasa yang mudah dimengerti.
Pagi-pagi enaknya ngopi. Mantap nih. Selalu happy ketemu sahabat yang sejati. Tanpa sekat, benar-benar ilmu padi. Tubrukers terus berkarya tanpa henti. Diseling sekali-sekali selfie. Susah senang ditemani si benar-benar kopi. Kopi Tubruk Gajah, benar-benar kopi.
Kami adalah B-Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan informasi, hiburan, hingga gaya hidup masa kini. Dengan platform media yang lengkap, kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Deretan media yang berintegrasi dalam B-Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, media informasi yang memberikan inspirasi lewat tayangan program televisi seputar hiburan, berita, hingga olahraga. Berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id adalah portal informasi di mana memiliki segmen yang berbeda, mulai dari berita seputar politik, hukum, peristiwa, informasi ekonomi dan finansial, hingga informasi berbahasa Inggris yang komprehensif. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak yang masih menjadi kebutuhan pasar dengan eksklusivitasnya, seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. B-Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas dan terlengkap untuk selalu menginspirasi.
Unexplained presents.
That's the way that I reconcile with being a figure on the internet that is constantly, for lack of better words, bullied and attacked.
Unveiling the secrets hidden in plain sight.
Pak Duta Besar, katanya sebentar lagi Anda akan terkejut karena akan ada berita yang luar biasa mengenai penyadapan Presiden dan beberapa anggota kabinet.
Advocating for human rights and justice.
Pemerintah mengakui ini sebagai kejahatan HAM, tapi tidak minta maaf.
So when people say Israel has the right to exist as an exclusively Jewish state, what does that mean? Does that mean that a military occupation, a fascist dictatorship subjugating millions of Palestinians, does that have the right to exist?
Where morals take place.
And even sometimes my own friends, some people that I know are keluarga yang tidak setuju, tapi I know what's right and I will be on the right side of history.
Catch new episodes of Explain Yourself podcast, only on YouTube and Spotify.
Hidup itu tentang bergerak. Gak ada berhentinya. Yang bisa bantu gua gerak terus cuma Hydro Plus. Dengan 7 ion Hydration Plus untuk hidrasi maksimal. Buat yang nggak mau cairan tubuhnya habis, Hydro Plus Isotonic Drink non-stop plusnya.
Rasa nyaman itu gampang loh. Bisa pulang on time sesuai plan buat hangout bareng bestie. Walaupun kadang ada yang bikin gak nyaman. Dengerin playlist kesayangan, semangat lagi biar plan tetap aman. Dapetin nyaman itu simple kok. Pas perut bunyi saat lapar, langsung aja pesan online. Ngonten lancar, makin cuan.
Saat ada halangan dan mendadak stuck, rasa nyaman bisa jadi kesempatan untuk create something.
Nyaman itu bisa jalanin plan bareng Besti. Nyaman itu urusan nabung deposito serba digital. Nyaman itu transaksi apa aja, sesimpel itu.
Nyaman itu gak takut sama kebutuhan atau pengeluaran dadakan.
Ngebank senyaman mungkin di Line Bank.
Welcome to Hiroto Group. Hiroto Group is a holding company established in 2013. It focuses on 5 main business sectors: property, automotive, building construction, manufacture, and agriculture. Hiroto Land, business units in the property sector. Hiroto Motor, business unit in automotive sector. Business unit in the building construction sector. Business unit in manufacturing sectors. Hiroto Farm, business unit in agriculture sector.
Peristiwa demi peristiwa selalu terjadi dan terus berkembang sepanjang hari.
Saat Anda membutuhkan informasi dengan perkembangan berita mutakhir,
jadikan kami mata dan telinga Anda
untuk berbagai aktualita terkini.
Sambut kami sebagai referensi.
Ikuti semuanya di Kompas TV, independen, terpercaya.
PT Freeport Indonesia telah lebih dari setengah abad mengeksplorasi, menambang, dan mengolah batuan logam di dataran tinggi Kabupaten Mimika, Provinsi Papua melalui teknik penambangan terbuka maupun bawah tanah. dari 3 kandungan mineral berharga. Tembaga adalah sumber kehidupan kami. Nama Tembagapura menghiasi kota pusat operasi kami sebagai pengingat, sebagai bentuk terima kasih. Kami melakukan segalanya, dari penambangan, pengolahan, hingga pemurnian, disertai eksplorasi yang berkelanjutan. Semua menggunakan teknologi canggih dengan keselamatan pekerja sebagai prioritas. Prinsip ini ada dalam setiap kebijakan, strategi, dan prosedur K3 yang ketat dan bersertifikasi internasional. Sejak 1967, kami menjadi bagian dari Indonesia, khususnya Papua dan Timika. Puluhan ribu insan dari Sabang sampai Merauke telah menjadi bagian dari keluarga besar Freeport Indonesia. PT Freeport Indonesia terus mengidentifikasi, memahami, menyusun strategi demi mengurangi dampak lingkungan serta bertanggung jawab pada lingkungan sekitar. Tekad kami untuk terus bekerja keras demi mewujudkan yang terbaik. Bangga menjadi keluarga PT Freeport Indonesia. Kebanggaan Indonesia. Harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Pilih kuliner favoritnya dong, Pak. Kuliner favorit? Kalau saya sih sukanya soto Lamongan. Wah, enak banget itu. Kalau nasi Padang? Nasi Padang. Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang. Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Nasi Padang.
Apaan?
Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Nggak enak banget. Enak banget. Enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Semudah juga penyebarannya. Tapi tidak dengan para korbannya. Hidup mereka akan susah, menjadi sasaran ujaran kebencian. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Cek lagi ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Kalian bisa mulai dengan membaca tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Bisnis Indonesia Group bertumbuh dan berkembang untuk memenuhi kebutuhan zaman yang terus bergerak dinamis. Dengan berbagai platform media dan layanan, Bisnis Indonesia Group telah berubah menjadi content provider company, pendukung kesuksesan Anda. Kami berkomitmen menghadirkan konten jurnalistik yang komprehensif, sehingga dapat menjadi navigator bisnis terpercaya. Dengan penyajian konten yang segar, kami menjangkau berbagai kalangan. Era digitalisasi memacu kami untuk memberikan informasi yang cepat, relevan, dan berkualitas. Bisnis Indonesia Group senantiasa membuka ruang kolaborasi, bergerak maju bersama, melewati setiap tantangan, dan mewujudkan kejayaan ekonomi Indonesia.
Kita semua memiliki mimpi. Mimpi akan kehidupan yang lebih baik, kesehatan yang lebih baik, dan masa depan yang lebih baik. Untuk mereka yang kita cintai, keluarga kita, teman kita, dan lingkungan tempat kita tinggal. Di Tanoto Foundation, kami yakin bahwa mimpi dapat menjadi nyata saat setiap orang diberikan peluang yang setara untuk mengembangkan potensinya. Dan peluang yang setara itu berawal dari akses yang setara pula atas pendidikan yang berkualitas. Kami berkomitmen untuk membantu masyarakat meraih impian ini sejak awal, dengan menciptakan lingkungan pembelajaran yang mampu menumbuhkan harapan dan mendorong tercapainya cita-cita. Mulai dari pendidikan usia dini hingga pendidikan tinggi. Menciptakan para pemimpin untuk dunia di masa depan. Dan mendukung penelitian baru dan dinamis di bidang riset medis. Pendidikan yang berkualitas tidak hanya meningkatkan taraf hidup, namun juga bisa mengubah kehidupan itu sendiri. Membuka kesetaraan peluang yang memberi pilihan kepada individu dan komunitasnya. Di Tanoto Foundation, kami percaya akan sebuah masa depan di mana kesetaraan peluang merupakan kekuatan yang mendorong perubahan positif. Dan pendidikan yang berkualitas akan selalu menjadi fondasi untuk masa depan itu.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Citizen Diplomacy Hall. And in the next few minutes, in this hall, we will have the session A3 titled Middle Power Diplomacy, How Middle Powers of the World Are Becoming Game Changers in International Affairs. For those of you who want to join the session, please take a seat as the session will begin shortly. And this Middle Power Diplomacy session will feature 4 speakers and a moderator. The speakers are Professor the Honorable Gareth Evans, Foreign Minister of Australia, 1988 to 1996. Her Excellency Melba Priya, Ambassador of Mexico to Japan. Professor Gordon Flake, the founding CEO of the Perth US Asia Center. And Mr. Cornelius Purba, Senior Editor at the Jakarta Post. And this session will be moderated by Mapda Hairunisa Fajrila Siddiq, researcher at the Habibi Center and Women in Foreign Policy Fellow at FPCI. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to ask you to kindly take your seat because the session will begin in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Hi, this is Khairi Jamaluddin from Malaysia. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate my very good friend, Dr. Dino Pati Jalal, and everyone at the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, FPCI, for your 10th year anniversary. FPCI has grown to become the largest grassroots-led organization that focuses on foreign policy in the Asia Pacific, and it has contributed tremendously in trying to frame the narratives of geopolitics of today, not just for Indonesians, but also for everyone who's participated in FPCI's programs and meetings throughout the years. I've been a proud friend and member of FPCI, and I wish you all the best to more years ahead of making us understand the world better.
It's truly a great pleasure and honor to convey this congratulatory message to my good friend, Ambassador Dino Parijalal, on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, or FPCI for short. It's quite remarkable that the FPCI has grown to become the largest grassroots foreign policy group in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and in the Indo-Pacific, with an impressive network of over 100,000 people. Yet it's also not surprising that such a major foreign policy initiative should come from Indonesia. Indonesia, as we know, has produced many outstanding diplomats, from Adam Malik to Ali Alatas. Indonesia has also launched many significant diplomatic initiatives like the famous Bandung Conference, and also hosted the first ever ASEAN Summit. At the same time, it's clear that Indonesia has also one of the most successful democracies in the world. So against this backdrop, it's not surprising that the FPCI has had some remarkable achievements, including, for example, hosting the world's largest foreign policy conference in 2019 with the participation of over 11,000 people. And FPCI has also held this massive global town halls like the one in 2023, which engaged 111 civil society groups, 42 universities, and had 28,000 participants from 131 countries. It was truly an honor for me to also participate in that global town hall meeting, and so it gives me great pleasure to wish the FPCI even greater success in the coming years.
Good afternoon, everyone. How is everyone doing? Is everyone doing okay? All right. Hi, everyone. Today we're going to discuss a very interesting topic and very timely as well. My name is Mabda Haironisa Fajrila Siddiq, and I will be moderating today's session. I am a researcher at the Habibie Center, and I am a Woman in Foreign Policy Fellow at the FPCI, and it is a pleasure for me to moderate this session with the distinguished panelists. This session will discuss middle power diplomacy to address the question of how middle powers of the world are becoming game changers in international affairs. And the session is held in collaboration with Universitas Bakri as the knowledge partner of this session. So to discuss this topic, we have 4 distinguished panelists here with us today. First, we have Professor the Honorable Gareth Evans, who was the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia from 1988 to 1996, and the Distinguished Honorary Professor at the Australian National University. A round of applause for Professor Evans. Second, we have Her Excellency Melba Priya, who is the Ambassador of Mexico to Japan, and formerly Ambassador of Mexico to India from 2015 to 2019, and Ambassador of Mexico to Indonesia from 2007 to 2015. A round of applause for Ambassador Priya. We also have Professor Gordon Flake, who is the founding CEO of the Perth US Asia Center at the University of Western Australia. And he has extensive experience of working with the US and Australian foreign policy community on various issues in the Indo-Pacific, particularly on the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia. So round of applause for Professor Flake. And last but not least, we also have Pak Cornelius Purba. Pak Cornel is the Senior Managing Editor at the Jakarta Post, and has covered extensively about Indonesian foreign policy and its role in the region. A round of applause for Pak Cornel. All right, so as the topic suggests, we're going to discuss a very interesting and timely and relevant issue for Indonesia. As everyone knows, middle powers have increasingly become a force to be reckoned with in bringing about changes in the international system. They are no longer viewed as passive actors, increasingly able to demonstrate their agency in addressing global issues and at times navigating through geopolitical rivalry. And Pak Dino Patijalal himself defines middle power as states who possess substantial size, so those with adequate population and territorial sizes, weight, so it's defined in terms of economic, diplomatic, and military strength, and ambition, so agenda-setting power, and preeminence in international affairs. So the panelists invited today will be able to speak about what having substantial size and weight and having the will to employ this feat to demonstrate ambition means from different perspectives. So namely Australia, Mexico, the Republic of Korea or South Korea, and Indonesia, of course. And this discussion will especially be timely for audience here in Indonesia and also audiences from the respective countries invited here today as well. Because last week, amidst his foreign visits, President Prabowo informally met with other MICTA leaders for the second MICTA leaders gathering on the sideline of the G20 summit in Brazil, where they agreed on the importance of MICTA as a channel to promote inclusive cooperation in response to global challenges. So through this session, as the geopolitical and geoeconomic competitions grow increasingly complex to navigate, we will be able to understand how middle powers can serve as an important force to address global challenges, enhance prosperity within the respective regions, and of course recover trust and confidence in multilateralism. So the session is going to be divided into 2 sessions. We will begin with a moderated discussion with the panelists, and then there will be a short Q&A session in the end. So as an introduction and to set the scene, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to deliver their introductory remarks. So please keep it short, up to 2 minutes, and I'm going to stick to the time because we have countdowns here, timers here up on the stage. So please, I'm going to start with Professor Evans. How do you define middle powers? What makes them unique? And how important are they in addressing global challenges? Professor Evans, 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mabda, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you all. I guess before we can determine how good middle powers are capable of being in fixing the world, not a bad idea to get some agreement about what middle powers actually are. And the truth of the matter is there's a lot of disagreement. There's no agreed list of middle powers. There's no agreed definition of middle powers. Dino has made clear his view that middle powers are those with a combination of size and weight and ambition. that add up to about 24 countries around the world, but other people take a different view. I take a different view. I don't think size as such, physical size as such, helps us very much in determining who are likely to be effective middle power players. When you talk, whether you're talking about GDP or whether you're talking about population or land mass or size of military expenditure, the truth of the matter is that the language of middle powers really is not conditional on having a certain size. Most of the world thinks of countries like Norway, thinks of countries like Singapore as effective middle powers, even though their populations are quite small, under 6 million, 120th in the world's list of populations, 1/50th the size of Indonesia. All of us on this platform would think of ourselves as middle powers, but I think a better way of approaching it is not to try and get some notion of size, but to focus on three things: what we are not, what we are, and what kind of mindset we bring as middle powers to the conduct of international relations. What we are not are countries with so much military and economic power that we can bend others to our policy preference. We can basically force them into following us. None of us are in that capacity. Some of us have a little bit of capacity in a regional context, but not much more than that. The second, what we are countries that each of us, in our different ways, have sufficient capability, sufficient credibility, and sufficient motivation to really make a difference in international affairs. And the mindset that I think that is common to the countries that I think of as middle powers is a mindset which gives real weight and utility to the concept of middle power diplomacy. Middle power diplomacy, in turn, is something I think that has a characteristic motivation and a characteristic method. The motivation of middle power diplomacy is a really strong belief in the utility and the necessity of cooperative approach to problem solving, in particular those big public goods problems that are too big for any country, however big or powerful, to solve by itself. And the characteristic method of middle power diplomacy is coalition building with like-minded countries, not necessarily sharing the same value systems, but like-minded in our determination to get things done. So we can make a difference as middle powers, and I won't take time now to give you further examples. We'll come to those. But I think the ways in which middle powers, as I've described them, can make a difference is first of all in agenda setting, coming up with ways of thinking about things that the big guys are just not really focused on or not sufficiently, or carrying too much baggage to be able to move on. We can play a role in bridge building, and we can play a very significant role in building a critical mass of support for international commitment, in particular to public goods problems. And Canada and Mexico and Indonesia and Australia and South Korea have all played a role in various ways in the past of building that support, but we'll no doubt explore more of those opportunities as we get the discussion moving.
Excellent, thank you, Professor. Ambassador Priya, so what do you think? How do you define middle powers and what makes them unique?
Well, first of all, good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for taking your time to listen to us. One of the things about the theme of this talk is that Mexico and me, we don't agree about the concept of middle powers. Mexico has not adhered itself as a middle power, not in the Cold War, not after. We are not a middle power. Middle power is putting a cap on everybody that considers itself a middle power. We are middle powers in some things, we are upper power in other things. So the idea of Mexico is a middle power and that's where you stay is not one we adhere to. However, all of those elements that we have talked about on size and economy and population, well, we are all of that, but we are a sovereign nation that has an autonomous foreign policy, a well-established presence in the world, and international diplomacy is what we do. If we have assessed that, I will use middle power just for the sake of this discussion, not because we think that we are middle powers. So Mexico has historically, for reasons that are to do with our geography and many other things, have a constitutional foreign policy. Our foreign policy is part of our constitution. We have principles of foreign policy in our constitution. We believe in non-intervention, in self-determination of the states, on Pacific settlement of disputes, and all of those force of international relations that give countries legal equality as states. So a middle power is not better than a smaller power or less than a bigger power. So we have to think about those things. Now, taking into consideration where we are today, I think these middle powers or these countries, what they are very important in is that they are relevant actors in the international arena because we earn recognition, and we have the basic of everybody around this table is cooperation, not cohesion.
So cooperation is key there. Professor Flake, please.
Well, thank you. I very much agree with almost everything that's been said by Ambassador Priya and by Minister Evans. I spent 25 years in Washington, D.C., but most of that was spent focusing on Korea, Japan, the region more broadly. And now I've lived in Australia for 11 years, and I've been an Australian citizen for about 5 years now. So my view on this topic, on middle powers, is not a Washington, D.C. perspective. It's very much informed out of Seoul and out of Western Australia. Now, having said that, I tend to also, along with Pak Marty from the panel this morning, or there are other panels, I also challenge the concept of a middle power. You know, because Australia, Mexico, Korea, Indonesia, we're all in the G20. In fact, we're all in the top 15 economies in the world, right? We're not middling by any way. We're consequential powers, right? The term actually is something we can blame Korea for. In Korea, a lot of academics go back and forth into government. And so middle power is a way that academics describe the behavior of nation states, right? It's not a way a diplomat comes out and says, we're number 2. We have a cap or a ceiling, right? We're not consequential. That's not how we talk, right? Governments don't either, right? It's just an academic term, right? But I think it might be helpful for today for us to understand how other countries talk about this. So in Australia, we use the term rules-based order. Rules-based order. This is a mantra in Australian foreign policy. And what that implies is we don't want to live in a world where might makes right. We don't want to live in a G2 world. We want a world of institutions and standards and norms and organizations and laws and cooperations that, you know, that you build through the mechanisms that we just described here. Probably in Turkey, maybe in Mexico, they might talk about the liberal international system rather than kind of middle powers in terms of that. And what that implies is that depending on the issue, every country is going to have different strengths or weaknesses. And so in some sectors, Australia is a global leader. You know, if you're talking about critical minerals, energy transition, rare earth supply chains, right? Or the technology around resource extraction, Australia is the best in the world. The world comes to Australia to learn. We're not a middle power in that regard, right? In other areas, Mexico is a leader. In other areas, still Indonesia is a leader. You know, and so I think if you frame this much more about we don't want to live in a world where it is just determined by power and power alone. Middle powers, if you use that frame, are those countries who want to live in a rules-based order and a system where our voices are not only guaranteed but enhanced.
So rules-based order is the key term here. Pak Cornel, please, particularly your perspective as an Indonesian, what do you think is a middle power?
Because the three speakers have talked before about middle power, I just want to greet anak-anak muda yang hadir di sini. You are the future leaders of this country. you will be the successor of Pak Martin Natalegawa who is sitting over there. But be careful. One thing I want to say, especially my respect to those who read the Jakarta Post and subscribes. Not just read, but subscribe. It's a matter of my own salary. And for you, before talking about diplomacy, maybe your dream will be a foreign minister, will be ambassador. But be careful with a little girl here. She's just now 7 years old. Her name is Kimora. Her dream is to be the president of the Republic of Indonesia. Maybe one day you must apply to her to be her minister or ambassadors. So, about young people, not all of you will become ambassadors or diplomats. But by attending such a forum, you enlarge, widen your vision. If all of you become diplomats, then foreign ministry should be expanded 4 times. I'm a journalist. I do not understand anything about diplomacy. But I cover foreign ministry since 1985. So almost 40 years. Still I have little knowledge and still have no chance to become even a junior diplomat because of my age. Later I will talk about Indonesian perspective about middle power. Tapi anak-anak muda sini middle power semua, belum ada you have enough income, right? Okay, thank you.
A very encouraging talk there. So, of course, I think if we're discussing about middle power diplomacy, despite the elusiveness of the definition itself, I think we also have to talk about their role in the region, especially now that we're in Indonesia. Of course, we have to talk about the different middle powers' role in the Indo-Pacific, especially with respect to their roles vis-a-vis ASEAN. So I would like to turn to Professor Evans. Australia has demonstrated consistent leadership in regional forums, like, for example, the ARF, ASEAN Regional Forum, especially during your tenure as Foreign Minister. So how can Australia's experience in fostering collaboration within the Indo-Pacific guide middle powers in addressing regional challenges, such as institutional reforms and geopolitical instability? So what do you think can other middle powers in the region learn from Australia's experience?
I was lucky enough to be Foreign Minister at a golden period for international relations, the end of the Cold War, an environment of real optimism when there was consensus on the UN Security Council, and there was a real willingness around our region to be adventurous in finding new mechanisms of dialogue and cooperation and working together in a way that we hadn't done before. But that said, you've still got to make things happen, and when you're a country Australia's size, you don't have the military clout, you don't have the economic clout to force anybody to take any notice of you. You have to operate through persuasion and through building confidence in the quality of the ideas that you're putting into circulation. So when I think back on what worked in getting stuff done during my period, and we did get a lot of stuff done, it was a combination of things. It was, first of all, the resources available to my country, the diplomatic resources, the number of posts that we had around the region, the professional quality of our diplomats, and the staffing in my own government. Resources are very important. Without that, you can't move the dial very easily at all. Second thing is to bring a sense of creativity to the problems of the region. I worked brilliantly, as Dino said this morning, with Ali Alatas in resolving the Cambodian terrible genocide and civil war, because between us we came up with this wholly new approach to solving that problem, namely giving an unprecedentedly major role to the United Nations during a transition period to give China a face-saving way of stepping back from supporting the Khmer Rouge. That was the creative idea from which that whole peace process developed. So creativity is tremendously important, coming up with new ways of solving old problems. The third thing that's important if you want to be successful in middle power diplomacy is to have credibility. And that means not behaving in a different way domestically than what you're preaching to others. And credibility is very important. Credibility is a bit of a problem with countries like Australia because we're so obviously an ally of the United States that people are inclined to think that we must always be speaking, with the voice of the United States. And you absolutely have to be very, very careful about getting yourself into that position of being seen to be one-sided and bringing to bear a sort of a predetermined approach to problem solving. That's not going to help. You've got to have credibility. And the final thing you've got to have is simply opportunity. The opportunity that the times give or that your energy gives to do new things. And if we look at opportunities now in the Indo-Pacific for middle power diplomacy, a couple of the things that I think of are agenda setting for the East Asian Summit. Not just leaving it to the big guys, United States and China and others, to determine how they want that dialogue mechanism to go, but banding together as creative, energetic middle powers and forcing a much more activist agenda on that very important body. Maybe also doing some work, my final point, on the nuclear issue, about which Mexico's long been a leader, Australia's tried to be a leader, and Indonesia has certainly been a leader within the non-aligned movement. Middle powers do have an opportunity for influence in moving towards a nuclear weapon-free world. We blew that opportunity with the Biden administration and the Obama administration. They wanted to move to no first use, but allies in the region and in Europe, middle power allies, said, oh no, we don't want you to go down that particular path. If middle powers do have an ethical, sensible, cooperative approach to problem solving, and they get together and use that collective weight to do it, then in our own region and worldwide, I think we can make a difference. Whether we can calm all the storms and fix all the world's problems is another issue. That's probably being a bit romantic. But we can certainly make a difference in a lot of different areas, and we have in the past, and we can do it again.
So key here is diplomatic resources, creativity, credibility, and opportunity. Professor Flake, I understand that you've been working for quite a long time in Australia, and you have a very extensive experience working on issues surrounding Korea as well. And of course, as we discussed before, Korea is also a key actor in the region, and is, as you mentioned, is guilty of coining the term middle power. So in terms of Korea's engagement in the Indo-Pacific, how can middle powers like them effectively collaborate with other middle powers in the region to achieve stability, ensure stability, and of course, ensuring that regional integration can continue to go on? Professor Flake, please.
Well, thank you. Like Australia, the Republic of Korea is a treaty ally of the United States. And that implies, in some respects, the choice has already been made, right? It is a core part of Australia's national security strategy to rely on an alliance relationship. The same part it is for South Korea, and they're under kind of very direct threat. So that impacts, how truly balanced one can be, because you can't say we're balanced when you've made the choice. This is a core part of your strategy. Now, that's only on some issues. There's a broad range of other issues where I think, as Gareth mentioned, you've got a lot of latitude. I thought it might be useful to frame this in a slightly different way. Everyone on this panel, with the exception of our great moderator, grew up during the Cold War. I don't know if the college students here can understand this, but all through my high school and most of my university days, I believed that the world was going to end in nuclear holocaust. Everybody believed that. And then all of a sudden, we had, in 1989, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and we had the start of a period that Dr. Evans just described very well as the post-Cold War era. One of the best times in our lives, right? 25 years. We didn't know it was going to end. From 1990, arguably, until around 2015, the exact date is debatable, depending on you look at it, where it seemed like the world was going to become more global, easier to travel, more integrated, and just better and better and better. We're eventually moving towards science fiction, Star Trek. And even things like 9/11, even terrorism, were bumps in the road. They didn't fundamentally challenge the order. But today, I think most people fear that we have re-entered into an era of great power competition. And so in that context, the rules-based order that we built so fervently during that post-Cold War era is challenged. It's a challenging thing. And so I want to leave you, if I just got 1 minute, with one way to frame this discussion. I read an op-ed from David Brooks, who's a Republican New York Times reporter in the middle of the first Trump administration. And he argued that the fundamental divide of our era is not China-US. It is not rich versus poor. It is not South versus North, communist versus capitalist. The fundamental divide of our era, he argued, was high trust versus low trust. High trust societies are complicated. Again, they involve institutions and standards and norms and organizations, all of which require expertise to manage. So diplomats, like we've heard from today, have had to spend their career developing real expertise to deal with that collaboration as opposed to coercion that Ambassador Pia just mentioned in the process, right? Unfortunately, there are some individuals in this world who do not want to live in a high-trust society or who cannot thrive in a high-trust society. And back in 2018, David Brooks mentioned them. He listed them. Diplomats can't do this, I can. He said it was Putin. It was Duterte in the Philippines at the time. It was Orban in Hungary. It was Erdogan in Turkey. Interestingly enough, he then listed Donald Trump, because these individuals want to tear down your faith in the media, in the Jakarta Post. They don't want you to read newspapers. They don't want you to believe in judges and courts and governments and systems. They want a world where you can't believe anything, because then only a strong man can say, I alone can fix it. I alone can fix it. That is not a world that is conducive to middle power diplomacy, right? And even though some demagogues, some populists in middle powers like Turkey or Hungary have pursued those things, I think that's negative, right? It's a negative. And so one of the previous panel to this one wrestled with the implications of the re-election of Donald Trump. And my argument is that we are in an environment now where middle powers are going to be not just rebuilding the rules-based order that Gareth and his colleagues built, but trying to defend it in an era when it is being attacked. So to make it very clear, the space for middle power diplomacy is shrinking. It is under attack. And so Indonesia and Korea and Mexico and Australia and many other countries in Europe have a responsibility to defend that order. And that is, I think, the challenge of middle powers in this era.
So defending a rules-based order is key here in terms of maintaining collaboration between the middle powers in the region. But Cornell, of course, as an Indonesian, Indonesia is often recognized as the de facto leader of ASEAN and being among the most active in promoting, for example, ASEAN centrality in the Indo-Pacific. So in your view, how successful has Indonesia been in establishing itself as a middle power, especially with regards to regional diplomacy and multilateral engagement? So to sum it up, how successful has Indonesia been?
First of all, in Wednesday, we just, voters just elected 37 governors, 93 mayors, 415 regions nationwide. It was just completed in one day, regardless the shortcomings. Before I answer it, why Indonesia is a middle power? I don't want to argue. Maybe like you buy shirt, there is L, there is double L, maybe triple L. So it's a middle power. So remember, only 6 years after the nation forced President Suharto to end his 32-year dictatorship in May 1998, Indonesia held its first direct election, first direct presidential election. Just 6 years after. I think we are more democratic than Australia. Australian voters only have the right to vote for parliament, not the prime minister. In 2024, in 2005, we have the first regional head direct elections. Indonesia is de facto the leader of ASEAN. We are the largest member of ASEAN. And Indonesia learns very well from the India experience. When you read how the South Association, I think SAARC, of South Asian nations, doesn't work very well because India, as a big country, tends to knock the head of our smaller member. But Indonesia choose to be, let's grow together, especially under Suharto. Now Indonesians tend to think, we are bigger than Singapore, Malaysia, Brunei. We should have more recognition. And also remember, we are, after the third largest democracy after India and US, we are also world most populous Muslim nation who are known for moderate and tolerance. I'm sorry, I'm a Catholic, but I do know Muslim and Islam Indonesia is very moderate. I don't want to please you. It's come from my heart. In the last 10 years, Jokowi tend to ignore ASEAN. But only 8 seconds left. Indonesia needs ASEAN also, not just ASEAN needs. We are strong also stronger because of ASEAN. That's not the meaning of leadership. Already I'm told to shut up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pa. So, Indonesia is successful in making ASEAN work, and Indonesia also, of course, needs ASEAN. Not only ASEAN needs Indonesia, but also Indonesia needs ASEAN. So I would like to turn to Ambassador Priya, because, of course, Mexico is an important middle power, but from a distant region from Southeast Asia. So to set the scene here, of course, I think a lot of the audiences might have read a lot of news about Mexico, but to sort of set the scene here, could you please maybe provide a little bit of a background on how is Mexico's foreign policy, especially within its immediate region, looks like? Ambassador, please.
First, let me tell you that Mexico is your neighbor. And middle powers have many regional belongings, if you want to call us middle powers. We don't agree with that sense, but never mind. So we have many different belongings. For us, Asia is not the Far East. It's the next door neighbor West. We are your neighbors. Of course, we are not next door, but if you could swim, and your founding president used to say that we were washed by the same ocean, and we still are washed by the same ocean. So middle powers have a lot of geographical belongings, but one of the reasons that Mexico has always had a significant voice is that we believe that every country has an equal footing. And we believe in global governance. We live next door to the only country that has used nuclear power. So Mexico is a country of many belongings. MICTA, APEC, G20, of course CELAC, of course OAS, of course USMCA. We are a sort of hinge country. If you open us in the middle, we are in the middle of Europe and Asia, and we are in the middle of North America and Latin America. And we belong to all of those regions. So, although middle powers are powers in the region, and I don't like the word power, but are influential in the regions, don't forget that, of course, Indonesia is ASEAN, and there you have an incredible strength that you should not lose. You belong to many other associations. It's not only geography. That's why the idea of the global north and the global south, we love labels. North and south are geography. So Mexico is the global north, Australia is the global south, and Indonesia is the global middle, because you are in the equator. So don't go there, don't go there. As I said, one of the things is that you have to detect shared concerns and coordinate common constructive positions if you want to be able to adhere to a global governance.
So thank you very much, Ambassador. We will return to your point on global governance, but of course, I think discussing about global governance in this day and age, I think it's inseparable from one very crucial factor, which is global great power rivalries, geopolitical competition, etc. Pak Cornel, this is especially timely because President Prabowo has just returned from his foreign visit, and he has visited both China and the US during his foreign visit, which stresses the importance of both countries for Indonesia and the region. Yet China was the first country that Pak Prabowo visited after his victory was declared, and in his series of foreign visits, China was also the first country that he visited. So we also have to understand that on the side there is still a lot of unease when it comes to our engagement with China. So in your view, what are the most significant challenges that Indonesia is facing in maintaining its role as a middle power status, particularly in balancing and or navigating the geopolitical tensions in this day and age? Pa, please.
Journalists are trained to ask questions, not to answer. But moderator forced me to answer questions. First, actually, a bit different from the moderator question. I want Martin Natale already raised about the joint statement of President Prabowo and President Xi Jinping in Beijing, especially point 9 about joint development of the Natuna waters. But I will talk about it later. About China, Indonesia historically, traditionally are hostile to China, especially army hostile to China, because Indonesia regards itself as the sub-regional superpower. Remember, I think only Indonesia which has the gut to cut diplomatic ties with China from 1967 until 1990. 23 years we cut diplomatic ties. Only when Premier Li Peng came to Jakarta on August 8, 1990, President Suharto agreed to reopen diplomatic ties. So that Prabowo goes to China, it is a very pragmatic and rational choice. But traditionally, we are not so hostile to China. About Indonesia, role, with ASEAN as middle power, ASEAN, actually, you know, situation Indo-Pacific. Actually, definition of Indo-Pacific is not clear. Where is Indo-Pacific? We don't care about Indo-Pacific in Africa. But for Indonesia, ASEAN, quietly, actually, ASEAN, Indonesia agrees with the rising presence of military presence of US, Western countries, Japan, Australia, even India. We just half-heartedly denounce. No. Actually, welcome. We are too afraid to China. But remember, a single country, even the US or Australia, has the gut to say to China, let's fight one by one. And these Western countries want to use ASEAN. We don't want to be trapped in between. So quietly, Indonesia, ASEAN agrees with the presence of more Western countries. The merrier, the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pa. I would like to return to Professor Flake, which of course you've mentioned about your extensive experience working on issues surrounding Korea, as well as having perspectives from the US as well as Australia. And returning to discussions on Korea here, as an immediate neighbor of China and given its historical relations with the US, discussions about strategic autonomy has always been complicated by dilemma. So in your views, how can South Korea's middle power status address the sort of like dilemma in balancing its relations between the US and China in maintaining its strategic autonomy?
Okay, I think it's important to state that whether it's Indonesia or South Korea or Mexico is probably the exception here, Australia or almost any other country, at least in the region, we have a situation where we depend on the United States for, to some degree, security, either through an alliance or through the global norms. And at the same time, we have an increasing dependence on China economically. People are surprised to realize that even though South Korea is right next door to China, Australia actually has a greater percentage of its trade with China than South Korea does, right? It's very important, especially where I come from, Western Australia, where our iron ore or our gas and most of our agricultural products all go to a single market. So there's a high degree of independence. So there's always this tension between our security, diplomatic needs, our economic needs. And the interesting thing is it's important to realize that those are shared tensions, and that by working and looking at how other countries deal with it, that we learn from that process. Now, Mexico is probably going to go through some economic coercion with its closest neighbor, not China, but with the United States, right, which is its leading trade partner. But I will tell you the interesting thing in this is, just about 4 years ago, for a variety of reasons, Australia was on the receiving end of some very overt economic coercion from China, our largest trade partner. Bans on our coal, bans on barley from Western Australia, bans on beef, bans on crayfish, on wine, a whole raft of sectors. South Korea experienced the same thing. When South Korea decided in response to North Korean missile tests to deploy theater high altitude aerial defense batteries, THAAD batteries, China then used economic coercion to punish South Korea, so for political security reasons. And so there was a learned lesson for Australia from South Korea, then the Philippines done as well. And interestingly enough, if you look at the last 3 or 4 years, Australia and China relations have stabilized compared to where they were 3 years ago. Australia really did not give up on any of its core principles. They did not knuckle under to any of the 14-point demands that the Chinese had kind of leaked into the Australian press. And at the same time, we haven't been as provocative either. We haven't gotten an apology. We haven't gotten compensation. We dropped our WTO courses. But underpinning everything I just talked about are those same desires to work together with other countries who have shared experiences from us.
Thank you, Professor. Ambassador Priya, I believe that I think there is also a lot to discuss here about particularly Mexico's effort in maintaining its strategic autonomy here, because of course you mentioned that you don't necessarily agree with the idea of middle power being some sort of like confined or limitations with regards to states' actions. What I would like to ask here is, given the fact that now China has increased its investment in Mexico quite substantially, as well as with Mexico and US historical relations as bordering countries, how has Mexico maintained or pursued strategic autonomy in this sort of complex situation?
China has not increased its investment in Mexico. Let me tell you a little bit about what it is to be Mexico. We, as I say, we live next door to the only country that has used nuclear power against another country. When that happened, and not even your fathers and mothers maybe were born, Russia and Cuba had a missile crisis with the US. What was the answer of Mexico in the 60s about that issue? Mexico created, talking about cooperation with other middle powers, nobody called us like that many years ago. What we did was the first nuclear-free zone in the world. And we signed something that is called the Tlatelolco Agreement. So nobody in Latin America and the Caribbean has nuclear power. Today, we talk again about nuclear power because of the conflict of Russia and Ukraine. But when we were growing up, nuclear power was a real thing. It was a real threat. And you have to be able to do all sorts of alliances to reach your autonomy. Alliances to reach your autonomy. It might sound funny, but it's not. In 2013, Mexico was instrumental to adopt the Armed Treaty. Why? Why were we interested in Armed Treaty? Because our country is flooded by American arms. It is illegal to have a weapon in Mexico. In 2018, we were active supporters of something that is very important for everybody, which is called the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. I live in Japan, and there is not 1 week where I don't speak Indonesian, because I meet an Indonesian on the street of Japan. So if we don't have a regular and safe migration, the world will be a much more complicated state. At the same time, we have FTAs with 50 countries. And by the way, the first free trade agreement that Indonesia ever signed, it signed with Mexico in 1962. Nobody was talking about capitalism then. Nobody was talking about anything else. But why Indonesia and Mexico decided to write a free trade agreement is still a mystery to many of us. But here we are. 1888, Mexico is the country that signs the Treaty of Amnesty with Japan, and for the first time, Japan signs an equal treaty with one nation. And the Mexico Treaty is used again and again and again for any country that wanted to have relations with Japan after the Meiji period. So, you have to forge alliances to exercise autonomy.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And Professor Evans, maybe drawing from your experience working as a foreign minister, and speaking from your experience observing Australia following now, what do you think what sort of lessons can we learn in terms of maintaining strategic autonomy from Australia as a middle power?
Well, from my experience, if middle powers like Australia are going to be effective, they first of all have to have a very clear sense of their own national interests. And that's in the context of China versus the US, that means in our case not being sucked into either side's camp, notwithstanding all the history of the US alliance and everything that goes with it. I'm a little bit more spooked by the United States these days than I am by China, and I think that's a common view in Australia, and it's very important to be very, very clear on what your economic interests are and what your security interests are, and not to lose sight of the necessary balance. I think it's also very important for every country to have another dimension to its sense of its national interests. And this is every country's interest, and particularly middle powers countries' interests, in being and being seen to be decent countries, good international citizens, countries that are not solely consumed with their own security, with their own prosperity, but do worry about the problems of a wider humanity, that do care about development, that do care about averting and responding to war and to atrocity crimes and to addressing the great climate and pandemic and weapons control issues of our time. And countries that do take those issues seriously, even when there's no quick or immediate economic return or no quick or immediate security return, are countries that really advantage themselves internationally, reputationally, in terms of getting reciprocal agreements with other countries, and also just getting stuff done, getting good cooperative action on those big collective action problems where very often, in order to get a solution like climate, you have to be acting against your own national interests in the short term. So, first lesson, I think, to be an effective middle power, and I think this was true of my period in government, you have to have a very clear sense of national interest, which is not just a selfish national interest, but to some extent has that extra dimension as well, the interest in being and being seen to be a good international citizen. The second thing to be effective is you have to look for opportunities and take advantage of them as they arrive. If you're just reactive to things that are going on, you're not necessarily going to be a very helpful or a very useful partner to other countries in the region or the wider world, or not necessarily do all that much to advance your own country's interests. You've got to grab those opportunities and look for them. And the final thing I would say is and I'd say it particularly to this audience of young people who are looking to the future, stay optimistic. Stay optimistic. However gloomy things appear, however much of a mess the world appears, however much we're unhappy about the state of conflict and atrocity crime, remember that things can and do change. And that pessimism is self-defeating. Pessimism is self-reinforcing. Optimism is self-reinforcing. You don't get out of bed in the morning to do stuff unless you believe that change is possible. So my final message to you is, whatever the state of the world and whatever you think might be the difficulties of making an impact on the world as a power that doesn't have the military might or the economic might of others, that's just a middle power, stay optimistic about the possibility, the necessity of making the world a safer and saner and better place.
So optimism as an important driving force. Maybe before we proceed with the Q&A, I do have one last question. We have discussed about the importance of cooperation, about the importance of multilateralism, and so of course I think it's important to also discuss about how do we recover trust in multilateralism and global cooperation. So I would like to ask each of the panelists maybe in 1 to 2 minutes to prepare their, to deliver their closing statement by answering what do you think can middle powers do to recover trust in multilateralism and global cooperation?
Now Indonesia even, I think, considering no longer multilateralism. It's not so popular among the powerful countries. Indonesia will choose minilateralism. ASEAN, we don't need to have summit with all ASEANs, just with 5 ASEAN members. But because you model asked about the trust, I want to again touch about the meeting between President Xi Jinping and President Prabowo. It's about confidence of our neighbors. President Prabowo, I think, he should visit all ASEAN capitals, meet with ASEAN leaders to explain actually what is going on in his conversation with President Xi Jinping. Because joint statement politically is binding. You cannot just say, no, I don't mean like that. No. In my view, I'm a journalist, I'm not a government leader, it's a blunder. We need a damage control to regain the trust of our neighbors. Can you imagine what Vietnam reaction, the Philippines reaction, Brunei, Malaysia reactions? So I think President Prabowo should explain. This morning, Foreign Minister Sugiono, I think avoided to explain it because very sensitive. But from a media perspective, it is a blunder. But it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. a very bad starting. Multilateralism, it is popular, but now Indonesia more simple multilateralism. We cannot talk about democracy with Laos, Cambodia. Why don't we talk to Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, the Brunei, the original founding fathers of ASEAN. But again, young people, kalian jadi pemimpin bangsa ini. Bangsa ini bangsa besar, kalian pimpinlah bagaimana sebaik-baiknya. Jangan belajar dari kami orang-orang tua ini, hal-hal yang buruk. Terima kasih.
So be a leader. Thank you very much, Pak Cornel, for your inspiring remark there. Professor Flake?
I think we've already said a lot of the answer. I mean, Gareth's final plea for us to remain optimistic. What that means is that we have to, even though the world situation is uncertain, even though politics seems kind of messed up, even though we can no longer talk about post-war Europe and basic issues like national sovereignty in Ukraine have been challenged, that there's still a lot of good that can be done by working together as institutions. I've personally been a big fan of MICTA, the Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, Australia. It is functionally a middle power grouping within the G20. It doesn't have the baggage of the G7 and the politics. And generally these 5 countries are acceptable. People don't dislike them. In the past we emphasized like-minded, but with issues in Turkey, candidly with some of the decisions around BRICS with Indonesia, that might be a debate whether we're like-minded on some of these issues, but still there's an opportunity to build. So for me, it is being optimistic and building. The more you collaborate and build and cooperate, the better the world will be.
Thank you, Professor Flake.
I would add one thing to optimism, and is trust. Trust the future. I mean, Evans and I were talking about age a little time ago. You have much more time than we have, but trust the future. And you have to become activists. You cannot only be optimist because it's an optimistic time. You have to be activist for optimism. Yes, national interest is important, but climate change is for everybody. Yes, national interest is important, but women issues are important because it's the women that forge the next generation. Yes, national interests are important, but migration and economy and cybersecurity and human rights, they are all important. So what we are trying to say here is we are giving you a world in which we trust it. It didn't always go the way we thought it was going to go, but you are the activist of your future. You have to be activist if you want to be trusting and if you want to be optimist. Thank you very much.
And Professor Evans, nothing to add? Okay, great. Thank you very much for all of the speakers. So now we will turn to the Q&A session. Due to the limited time, I think we only have 10 minutes for the Q&A, so we can have 2 questions from the audience. So if there's anyone who would like to ask a question, please show a hand. A gentleman over here, another one, and gentleman right there on the front. So here and there. Yeah, I think you can approach the microphone if it's okay. Okay, I think we can start with gentleman over there, and then you can please approach the microphone if it's okay. Yeah, it's on your right. Yes, please.
Check. Thank you very much for the really, can you hear?
Yes.
Yes. Distinguished panelists, thank you very much for the presentations. I would like to ask questions, and assess the concept of middle power in terms of international conflict resolution. We saw that in the 90s and early 2000s, we saw a lot of middle power countries such as, for example, partnership between Australia and Indonesia in Cambodia peace process, Indonesia role in the Philippine peace process with the MNLF, and then Switzerland, Finland, Sweden. There are a lot of examples of middle power countries engaging in international conflict resolutions. However, as the concept of middle power expand in academic and now in foreign policy, we no longer see a real empirical cases where middle power country actually successfully engage in conflict resolution. We saw the Indonesia role or ASEAN role in Myanmar civil war right now, which has been fruitless so far, and many other cases. So what do you think about the advantages that a lot of academicians propose that the middle power have the leverages, certain leverages? Do they exist, or do they only exist in certain kind of condition? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And the second question, please keep it concise and brief. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just have a one-sentence question. Do you think AUKUS, the Defense Cooperation Agreement, will have an impact on the political and security dynamics in Southeast Asia?
So impact of AUKUS in Southeast Asia. So I would like
Thank
to
you.
start with, thank you very much for the question. I would like to start with Professor Evans. First question on middle power in achieving peace, and then the influence of AUKUS in Southeast Asia. Professor, please.
Potential role of middle powers in conflict resolution. There are quite a number of situations which do lend themselves. Regional responses, like Nigeria led for so often in West Africa. Regional responses, if ASEAN can get its collective middle power act together in Myanmar, can be very effective, and we can just hope that with Malaysia taking over the chairmanship of ASEAN next year, maybe we can take some new energetic initiatives in that place. Middle powers have a significant role to play in the General Assembly in the United Nations. There's a huge amount of frustration with the Security Council at the moment, for reasons we all understand, the exercise of the veto power. But there's a growing realization that it is possible to put together significant majorities in the General Assembly on really important issues like the Middle East conflicts, and to accelerate the momentum for resolution flowing from that. So I think just looking in a regional context, and there are some other bilateral ones as well. I mean, and I referred before to the role that Australia and Indonesia played together in working out the parameters of the Cambodian situation. There are situations like this all around the world where creative, energetic, well-resourced middle powers are capable of changing the parameters, changing the understanding of the art of the possible. So I can just suggest that we hang in there. The other question was about defense cooperation.
The influence of AUKUS in Southeast Asia. AUKUS, Australia.
Oh, AUKUS, yes. Well, I'm not a big fan of AUKUS. I think, A, the boats are not deliverable by the United States or the United Kingdom any time within not only my lifetime, but my kids' lifetimes. Secondly, I think they're a lousy choice in terms of cost-benefit. And thirdly, I think they're a serious problem for our national sovereignty, because there's no way we're going to get this very advanced technology from the United States without the United States believing that these boats will be available at the flick of a presidential finger for use by the United States in any military adventure the US might want to get itself into. Now, I'm not a majority voice necessarily, but I am a significant voice in the Australian community, and I think there's a lot of people having a long second thought about that particular defence arrangement. We've always had a fear in Australia of abandonment, of being this European country in Asia and being out of place and needing a great and powerful protector, whether it's the United Kingdom or the United States. Those days have passed. We are a country of this region. Australia's future is our geography, not our history. Australia's future is the Asian region. It's not the Anglosphere of the US and the UK. And Australia's future is not being enmeshed to the extent of losing our sovereignty to a great power as significant as that power has been so often in our past. So it's a lively issue in Australia. It's a lively issue around the region, I know. But be aware that there's a lot of people who are very, very concerned that this was a very bad decision by successive Australian governments, and I think there is a chance that it will completely fall in a hole before too much longer.
Thank you very much, Professor. I believe Professor Flake would like to add something on that.
So I am much more optimistic about Professor Evans' longevity. I think he'll be around for a long time. And I'm also more optimistic about AUKUS in terms of its role in the region. Now, having said that, if you step back and think more importantly to my big picture, the post-Cold War era period was built on a foundation of security. It was built on those security guarantees throughout the region. And we're in an era right now, candidly, where the increasing collaboration between China and Russia and North Korea and Iran has impacts, I think, globally, right? That I think are destabilizing. And if you ask the Filipinos, they would probably agree with that. If you ask the Vietnamese, they would probably agree with that. If you ask the South Koreans, or certainly if you ask the Ukrainians, they would agree with that, right? So I tend to think that things that strengthen the system are good. Now, again, I can appreciate some skepticism to that, but I still haven't given up on the rules-based order and the security foundation on which that rules-based order was based. And I would point out the last thing is that in this era of uncertainty, not concerned about China's rise, but how China exercises its power, and concerned about the reliability of the United States, it's not a coincidence that Australia-Indonesia relations are the best ever. Australia-Japan, Australia-Korea, Australia, Mexico probably, Australia-Europe, Australia-India are all the best ever. And I think the reason is because we all have a shared anxiety about that foundation on which so much of our world was built for the last 70 years.
Thank you very much, Professor Flake. Maybe to draw a Southeast Asian perspective into this, Pak Cornelius, what do you think about the influence of AUKUS in Southeast Asia?
Of course, for those who forgot it, Australia, United Kingdom, US military pact. There is also informal military ties between India, Japan, Australia, and US. For Indonesia, at least for the time being, actually the target of AUKUS from Indonesian perspective, I think, more to China. So Indonesia initially was angry because Australian foreign minister informed it to Indonesia just a few minutes before announcement. Though I don't know about the military, but the military, I think, is okay. Do it properly. Don't announce that your nuclear submarines will pass our waters. Like Nike, just do it, don't talk too much.
Thank you very much, Pak Cornel. Lastly, Ambassador Priya, what do you think about the role of middle power in conflict resolution, and maybe if you have any take on the role of AUKUS in Southeast Asia?
Let me go back to the conflict resolution question. Middle powers, or however you want to call us, we are not middle powers, are vital for conflict resolutions. Mexico was vital in Central America. I hope, as Dr. Evans says, that ASEAN will get its act together and that Rohingyas don't have to be marching everywhere with everything. It's a complicated world, and so conflict resolution is vital. And again, conflict resolution is based on cooperation, on trust, on building blocks to build, and that's what we want. Now, very quickly on defense cooperation agreements. Defense cooperation agreements are to defend us. So again, is us against the others. There is always a double sword in defense cooperation agreements. Depends on one side, on which of the sides you are. On the ones that are signing, or on the ones that think that you are signing because you will attack them or because you are afraid of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Priya. Round of applause for all the speakers. This has been a very interesting discussion. Thank you very much for all of the panels, for taking your time to participate in this really interesting forum, and also for the audience for your active engagement, as well as the Universitas of Bakri as the university partner of this session. I believe that there are a lot of lessons that can be learned from this session, especially for all of the young future leaders here. So thank you, everyone. And before we leave the stage and proceed with the next session, which is the plenary, the closing plenary, I would like to invite all of the speakers to come up front for a short photo session. Also, a selfie with everyone. Great idea, Ambassador. Is there any foto dari depan? Tim Dokum boleh nanti dari depan ya? Sekarang aja, naik. Thank you. Mau dari depan dulu? Dari sini dulu. Dari sini dulu aja, soalnya udah jalan ke atas. Oke. This should be okay. The photograph.
Go on top of here. If not, you were not going to get on top.
No, it's okay. Aman.
Okay.
All right, everybody please squeeze in. And
Get up, everyone.
Can.
Yep.
Get on top of it. Who's the youngest? Evans is the youngest. The future president.
Hitung. 3, yeah. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. Yeah. To all the distinguished speakers, we have a small gift from FPCI for your participation. Yeah. For the moderator, please. Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Hello. Hi, sir. Would like to give you a gift. Thank you so much for your participation.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Oh no. Thank you. Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Pak. Once again, thank you so much. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, let's take one more picture together, Pak Purba.
Oh wait, they want one more.
From the front now? Yes. With your gift, you can show it off if you want. All right. Boleh dihitung? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the last session for the third parallel in the Citizen Diplomacy Hall. Please stay tuned. In 30 minutes, we will start the closing plenary of Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy 2024. See you in a few minutes.
Tempo Scan Group. Not a magazine name. Some might think we only produce pharmaceutical products. In fact, we also produce consumer products, nutrition products, and cosmetics. Our brand equities have become market leaders. TempoScan also has dozens of production facilities spread across various regions of Indonesia. Almost all of our products are produced domestically. Our distribution network can reach all regions of the Indonesian archipelago. And Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, even Africa, presenting quality products at affordable prices. For more than 70 years, building an integrated business ecosystem, thanks to the hard work and dedication of 12,000 TempoScan employees. We don't stop here. TempoScan continues to expand its business with limitless innovation. TempoScan, working wholeheartedly for society well-being. Tempo Scan Group. Not a magazine name. Some might think we only produce pharmaceutical products. In fact, we also produce consumer products, nutrition products, and cosmetics. Our brand equities have become market leaders. TempoScan also has dozens of production facilities spread across various regions of Indonesia. Almost all of our products are produced domestically. Our distribution network can reach all regions of the Indonesian archipelago. And Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, even Africa, presenting quality products at affordable prices. For more than 70 years, building an integrated business ecosystem, thanks to the hard work and dedication of 12,000 TempoScan employees. We don't stop here. TempoScan continues to expand its business with limitless innovation. TempoScan, working wholeheartedly for society well-being. Tempo Scan Group. Not a magazine name.
Mediaindonesia.com bertransformasi. Dengan wajah baru, membawa semangat baru. Dalam upaya untuk tampil lebih segar, menjadi referensi semua kalangan. Kami menjunjung komitmen tinggi, menampilkan konten terbaik dengan visual menarik. Media Indonesia, suarakan Indonesia. Kami temani Anda dari sore hingga malam hari dengan berita aktual dan berkualitas. Informasi paling hangat dalam sehari kami ulas dengan mendalam berikut dengan perkembangannya. Metro hari ini, Prime Time News, dan Top News. Perbaharui dan perdalam wawasan Anda dengan informasi terkini hanya di program-program petang hari kami.
with different qualities.
Sorry.
So let it show with no apology.
Pertama di Indonesia, kopi dengan paduan rasa premium oat milk dan Brazilian espresso beans. Sekarang temukan sensasi baru minum kopi yang lebih nikmat. Cafino, upgrade your experience.
Berawal dari mimpi untuk menginspirasi. Di tahun 2005, JAK TV hadir sebagai salah satu stasiun televisi yang selalu menayangkan program-program yang menghibur dan mengedukasi, serta membawa nilai positif bagi pemirsa di rumah.
Sinergi yang kreatif,
transparan, dan profesional. Dari Jakarta untuk Indonesia.
Rakyat Merdeka adalah media yang memberitakan peristiwa politik dan sosial sejak awal era reformasi. Dan Rakyat Merdeka konsisten berani tampil beda dengan bahasa yang mudah dimengerti.
Pagi-pagi enaknya ngopi. Mantap nih. Selalu happy ketemu sahabat yang sejati. Tanpa sekat, benar-benar ilmu padi. Tubrukers terus berkarya tanpa henti. Diseling sekali-sekali selfie. Susah senang ditemani si benar-benar kopi. Kopi Tubruk Gajah, benar-benar kopi.
Kami adalah Be Universe, sebuah media yang berintegrasi dan menginspirasi masyarakat Indonesia dengan informasi, hiburan, hingga gaya hidup masa kini. Dengan platform media yang lengkap, kami hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pasar yang sangat luas. Deretan media yang berintegrasi dalam Be Universe diantaranya adalah BTV, media informasi yang memberikan inspirasi lewat tayangan program televisi seputar hiburan, berita, hingga olahraga. Berita1.com, investor.id, dan jakartaglobe.id adalah portal informasi di mana memiliki segmen yang berbeda, mulai dari berita seputar politik, hukum, peristiwa, informasi ekonomi dan finansial, hingga informasi berbahasa Inggris yang komprehensif. Tidak ketinggalan, media cetak yang masih menjadi kebutuhan pasar dengan eksklusivitasnya, seperti Investor Daily dan majalah Investor. Be Universe, satu pintu menuju informasi tanpa batas dan terlengkap untuk selalu menginspirasi.
Unexplained presents.
That's the way that I reconcile with being a figure on the internet that is constantly, for lack of better words, bullied and attacked.
Unveiling the secrets hidden in plain sight.
Pak Duta Besar, katanya sebentar lagi Anda akan terkejut karena akan ada berita yang luar biasa mengenai penyadapan Presiden dan beberapa anggota kabinet.
Advocating for human rights and justice.
Pemerintah mengakui ini sebagai kejahatan HAM, tapi tidak minta maaf.
So when people say Israel has the right to exist as an exclusively Jewish state, what does that mean? Does that mean that a military occupation, a fascist dictatorship subjugating millions of Palestinians, does that have the right to exist?
Where morals take place.
And even sometimes my own friends, some people that I know are keluarga yang tidak setuju, tapi I know what's right and I will be on the right side of history.
Catch new episodes of Explain Yourself podcast, only on YouTube and Spotify.
Hidup itu tentang bergerak. Gak ada berhentinya. Yang bisa bantu gua gerak terus cuma Hydro Plus. Dengan 7 ion Hydration Plus untuk hidrasi maksimal. Buat yang gak mau cairan tubuhnya habis, Hydro Plus Isotonic Drink non-stop plusnya.
Rasa nyaman itu gampang loh. Bisa pulang on time sesuai plan buat hangout bareng bestie. Walaupun kadang ada yang bikin gak nyaman. Dengerin playlist kesayangan, semangat lagi biar plan tetap aman.
Dapetin nyaman itu simple kok. Pas perut bunyi saat lapar, langsung aja pesan online. Ngonten lancar, makin cuan.
Saat ada halangan dan mendadak stuck, rasa nyaman bisa jadi kesempatan untuk create something.
Nyaman itu bisa jalanin plan bareng Besti. Nyaman itu urusan nabung deposito serba digital.
Nyaman itu transaksi apa aja, sesimpel itu.
Nyaman itu gak takut sama kebutuhan atau pengeluaran dadakan.
Ngebank senyaman mungkin di Line Bank.
Welcome to Hiroto Group. Hiroto Group is a holding company established in 2013. It focuses on 5 main business sectors: property, automotive, building construction, manufacture, and agriculture. Hiroto Land, business units in the property sector. Hiroto Motor, business unit in automotive sector. Business unit in the building construction sector. Business unit in manufacturing sectors. Hiroto Farm, business unit in agriculture sector.
Peristiwa demi peristiwa selalu terjadi dan terus berkembang sepanjang hari.
Saat Anda membutuhkan informasi dengan perkembangan berita mutakhir,
jadikan kami mata dan telinga Anda
untuk berbagai aktualita terkini.
Sambut kami sebagai referensi. Ikuti semuanya di Kompas TV, independen, terpercaya.
Hadirin sekalian, selamat sore dan selamat datang kembali kami ucapkan di Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy 2024. Sebentar lagi closing plenary CIFP 2024 akan segera dimulai. Oleh karena itu kami persilakan seluruh hadirin yang masih berada di luar ruangan untuk dapat memasuki ruangan Citizen Diplomacy Hall. Sekali lagi kami persilakan semua hadirin yang masih berada di luar ruangan untuk dapat segera memasuki Citizen Diplomacy Hall karena acara akan kami mulai sesaat lagi. Terima kasih.
PT Freeport Indonesia telah lebih dari setengah abad mengeksplorasi, menambang, dan mengolah batuan logam di dataran tinggi Kabupaten Mimika, Provinsi Papua melalui teknik penambangan terbuka maupun bawah tanah. Dari 3 kandungan mineral berharga, tembaga adalah sumber kehidupan kami. Nama Tembagapura menghiasi kota pusat operasi kami sebagai pengingat, sebagai bentuk terima kasih. Kami melakukan segalanya dari penambangan, pengolahan, hingga pemurnian disertai eksplorasi yang berkelanjutan. Semua menggunakan teknologi canggih dengan keselamatan pekerja sebagai prioritas. Prinsip ini ada dalam setiap kebijakan, strategi, dan prosedur K3 yang ketat dan bersertifikasi internasional. Sejak 1967, kami menjadi bagian dari Indonesia, khususnya Papua dan Timika. Puluhan ribu insan dari Sabang sampai Merauke telah menjadi bagian dari keluarga besar Freeport Indonesia. PT Freeport Indonesia terus mengidentifikasi, memahami, menyusun strategi demi mengurangi dampak lingkungan serta bertanggung jawab pada lingkungan sekitar. Tekad kami untuk terus bekerja keras demi mewujudkan yang terbaik. Bangga menjadi keluarga PT Freeport Indonesia. Kebanggaan Indonesia. Harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Pilih kuliner favoritnya dong, Pak. Kuliner favorit? Kalau saya sih sukanya soto Lamongan. Wah, enak banget itu. Kalau nasi Padang? Nasi Padang. Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Kalau nggak nambah. Nasi Padang. Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Nasi Padang.
Apaan?
Wah, itu sih nggak enak banget. Nggak enak banget.
Memproduksi konten disinformasi itu mudah. Semudah juga penyebarannya. Tapi tidak dengan para korbannya. Hidup mereka akan susah, menjadi sasaran ujaran kebencian. Jadi, jangan terlalu gampang membagikan konten-konten yang mencurigakan ya. Cek lagi ya. Yuk kita persulit penyebaran konten-konten hoax. Kalian bisa mulai dengan membaca tirto.id dan follow media sosialnya ya. Oke?
Selamat sore semuanya. Masih semangat? Oke, nah sekarang kami ingin mengucapkan pastinya selamat datang dan bergabung kembali di Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy 2024. Can Middle Powers Calm the Storm and Fix the World? Dipersembahkan oleh Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia atau FPCI. Dan sebelum kita lanjutkan kegiatan kita pada sore hari ini, ada beberapa informasi dan pengumuman yang ingin kami sampaikan terlebih dahulu. Yang pertama, sekali lagi, toilet berada di luar ruangan sebelah kanan, dan bagi hadirin yang hendak melaksanakan ibadah sholat, musola berada di lantai 2. And for those of you who needs or require an interpretation device for Bahasa Indonesia to English, we provide interpretation devices which is located at the left-hand side of the room. But please do make sure that you return the devices before exiting the room. Dan kami juga informasikan kepada seluruh peserta untuk tidak membuang sampah sembarangan dan membuang sampah pada tempatnya. Dan jangan lupa kami sekali lagi undang dan mengajak rekan-rekan hadirin semua untuk bisa membagikan keseruan di CIFP 2024 di Instagram, X, TikTok ataupun Facebook dengan hashtag CIFP 2024 dan mention @FPC Indo. Dan sekali lagi untuk mendapatkan agenda CIFP 2024 selengkapnya bisa langsung saja mengakses CIFP2024.com. Dan ini kami informasikan lagi bahwa sesaat lagi acara closing plenary akan segera dimulai. Oleh karena itu kepada seluruh hadirin yang masih berada di luar ruangan kami persilakan untuk dapat segera menempati tempat duduk masing-masing karena acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih.
It's truly a great pleasure and honor to convey this congratulatory message to my good friend, Ambassador Dino Parijalal, on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, or FPCI for short. It's quite remarkable that the FPCI has grown to become the largest grassroots foreign policy group in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and in the Indo-Pacific, with an impressive network of over 100,000 people. Yet it's also not surprising that such a major foreign policy initiative should come from Indonesia. Indonesia, as we know, has produced many outstanding diplomats, from Adam Malik to Ali Alatas. Indonesia has also launched many significant diplomatic initiatives like the famous Bandung Conference and also hosted the first ever ASEAN Summit. At the same time, it's clear that Indonesia is also one of the most successful democracies in the world. So against this backdrop, it's not surprising that the FPCI has had some remarkable achievements, including, for example, hosting the world's largest foreign policy conference in 2019 with the participation of over 11,000 people. And FPCI has also held this massive global town halls like the one in 2023, which engaged 111 civil society groups, 42 universities, and had 28,000 participants from 131 countries. It was truly an honor for me to also participate in that global town hall meeting. And so it gives me great pleasure to wish the FPCI even greater success in the coming years.
As our world becomes more interconnected, affairs beyond our borders deeply affect us all. Hence, diplomacy is more important than ever, not just to liberate us, to advance our freedom as human beings, but to collectively address world issues at its roots for the well-being of the planet. The Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, FPCI, the largest grassroots international relations community in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and the Indo-Pacific, has gone through a decade of citizen diplomacy, democratizing diplomacy by engaging more people, providing platforms for speakers, involving schools and the youth to participate in conferences and events, giving access to those with limited resources and the globally least connected, which is vital for peacekeeping, humanity, and the growth of our nation. I'm honored to have participated in the Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy and their Net Zero Summit as both a speaker and as an audience. I got to experience their flagship events from two sides. What makes it unique in my eyes is that they are able to carry the spirit of youth and optimism for the future. They are able to make a conference on foreign policy incredibly stimulating, fun, and engaging through the creation of speakers from public figures to activists and politicians. A diverse range of topics and different sessions, but most importantly, they continue to do so throughout the years. It's incredibly important for me to support efforts that promote leadership and youth participation in my country, as I sincerely, as a young person, am always hoping for a more promising future for everybody. I'm Laksmi Danif Suwardana, and I would like to congratulate FPCI for overcoming a huge milestone.
Hello, my name is Michael Vatikiotis. I work for the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue and a lifelong friend almost of Dino Jalal. I would like to really congratulate Dino on the achievement of FCPI's anniversary. FCPI is a wonderful organization, grassroots organization looking at foreign policy, unique, I think, in the world. One of the things that I value most about my interactions with FCPI is not about those of us who are experts or people who are talking at students or talking to students. It's also the feedback we get from the students who attend the FCPI events in large numbers and keep people like us in touch with the realities of the people of Indonesia and the concerns of the younger generation. And for that, I think FCPI provides an extremely valuable two-way street on issues of importance, of global importance and regional importance. And for that, Dino really has to be congratulated. Thank you for always thinking of me and including me in FCPI events, and good luck on the journey for the next few years. Salam sejahtera. Terima kasih.
Well, hello everyone. I really want to extend mine and Global Citizens' heartfelt congratulations to everyone at the foreign policy community of Indonesia on reaching your 10th anniversary. You've been an incredible partner to us, and it's been wonderful to work with you. What I've enjoyed most is joining your webinars, working with you, and of course jointly convening for 3 years now the Global Town Hall. The special ingredient, if you like, the secret sauce of the foreign policy community of Indonesia that I like is when you log on, when you engage, it's an active, thriving community. You bring together people at the grassroots from across not just Indonesia, Southeast Asia, but indeed around the world. It's a vibrant community and everyone's active, wanting to make a difference, wanting to use their voice. Global Citizen is proud to call you our friend and partner. We're looking forward to many more years working together. So wishing you all very, very best for the 10th anniversary. Here is to 10 years more of impact and 10 years more of friendship and working together. Thank you.
These few words to the attention of my good friend Dino Jalal to celebrate your 10th anniversary, the one of FCPI, which owes so much to you, Dino. A real achievement, as I can testify, when looking at the close relationship, the Paris Peace Forum, as well as the Institut Jacques Delors, and I'm involved a lot in both of them, have constructed over the years. So many thanks for your support. Good luck for your next 10 years. Keep moving. We need you in good shape and larger. Thanks for your attention.
Good morning from the tranquil shores of the Indian Ocean. My name is Professor Gordon Flake. I'm the CEO of the Perth US Asia Centre, a foreign policy think tank at the University of Western Australia here in Perth, which we call Australia's Indian Ocean capital. Today it is my great honour to express my congratulations to Dr. Dino Padi Jalal, the founder of the Foreign Policy Community Indonesia, on the 10th anniversary of the creation of that essential organization, FPCI, the Foreign Policy Community Indonesia. It has been my great honor to attend the very first conference on Indonesian foreign policy organized by FPCI, and almost everyone since. It is a tremendous organization with truly global reach that has changed not just the way the Indonesians see the world, but the way the world sees Indonesia. In particular, I have always been impressed by the way FPCI engages with the rising generations. Legions of students who are engaged in conferences, in workshops, in training and understanding, who not only learn about the world, but also portray to the world an image of energy, of wisdom, of vision of youth that I think gives everybody who's engaged optimism about the trajectory, not just of Indonesia, but of Southeast Asia, the Indo-Pacific region as a world. So on behalf of myself personally, the Perth US Asia Centre, and so many of us, congratulations to FPCI. What a wonderful 10 years. We look forward to working with you for many decades to come as you continue to play an important role ensuring that Indonesia and Indonesia's voice is heard in foreign policy in the Indo-Pacific and more broadly. Congratulations.
Selamat siang, hadirin sekalian. I'm Masato Watanabe from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, GRIPS, in Japan. First of all, I would like to convey a message of best wishes from our senior fellow, Yutaka Imura, former ambassador to Indonesia, to Dr. Dino Pati Jalal and all the participants of the Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy 2024. In recent years, FPCI and GRIPS have jointly organized public forums and other events on a wide range of topics such as AOIP. Regarding last year's conference on Indonesian foreign policy, Professor Kunihiko Shinoda, a colleague of mine at GRIPS, attended in person and spoke at the conference. All of us at GRIPS wish the success of this year's conference. Terima kasih banyak.
Congratulations to the foreign policy community of Indonesia for this milestone. You've done a great job popularizing international relations to young people of Indonesia, many thousands of them. I think it's something that we can replicate and maybe emulate in other ASEAN countries. It brings international affairs to life and also cultivates and grooms younger people to be interested in international affairs. So well done, Dr. Dino Jalal and the CPI. I hope that you have many more milestones ahead in the future. We look forward to seeing them. Thank you.
Greetings, Padino. This is your old friend, Ambassador Bob Blake. I want to congratulate you and all of your colleagues at the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia as you celebrate the grand occasion of your 10th anniversary. I think I'm one of the few foreign diplomats who have been present with you from the creation. And yes, Dino, it's true. You asked me to do some really tough assignments to begin with, like talking about sensitive topics like Iran that no one else wanted to talk about. And of course I stepped in for you because I like you guys. But also, it's true, you made me even dance for a while. Even that kind of stuff I was happy to do for you. On a more serious note, I just want to say that the foreign policy community of Indonesia has had such an impact, and you have turned yourself into one of the largest and most influential foreign policy organizations, not only in Indonesia, but in all of Southeast Asia and possibly Asia as a whole. And your positive vision of Indonesian internationalism and the important role that Indonesia can play in the foreign policy sphere is just so important. So I want to wish you many more decades of success, and I promise you that I will continue to be your strong supporter. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Pak Dino and to the whole crew at Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. I'm Rory Medcalf, head of the National Security College of the Australian National University. A huge fan of what you do, and I just want to commend you on all of the contribution you've made over the past 10 years to informing, educating, motivating Indonesians, especially young Indonesians, about the big challenges and opportunities that we face in the world today. I've had the privilege of connecting with your events in the past. I was there in 2023 for your conference. I'm sorry I can't join you in person this year, but I want to say that your work has been noticed in Australia, it's been respected in Australia, and we see this very much as a platform for future engagement between our two countries as we try to navigate all those big challenges in the Indo-Pacific region. So again, happy birthday and well done.
A huge congratulations on this amazing anniversary for one of the most important foreign policy groups, really in Asia and a leader around the world in terms of bringing together extraordinary people and having that very unique conversation that links people who are involved directly in government with some of the greatest thinkers, with young idealists, and bring it together across such an incredible diversity of country and interests. Many congratulations and very, very happy anniversary. I'm very proud to be with you.
Good afternoon from Washington, D.C. My name is Satu LeMay, and I am the Vice President of the East-West Center. I am very pleased to be able to convey these happy anniversary wishes to the foreign policy community of Indonesia and its leadership, Dr. Dino Patijalal. I am happy to say that the East-West Center and I have been working with FPCI over the years, and we have always been grateful for the wonderful collegiality and cooperation between our two organizations. The role of FPCI, I think, is extraordinarily important. Indonesia's democracy is important, and the vision of Pak Dino to get numbers of people, hundreds of thousands of young people and civil society engaged.
Lagi kita akan segera memulai closing plenary sore hari ini, tapi boleh ya Saya minta tolong sedikit, di sini masih banyak kursi-kursi kosong, boleh teman-teman, rekan-rekan yang baru saja masuk ke dalam hall untuk bisa menempati tempat duduk dan bisa mengisi barisan terdepan terlebih dahulu. Sekali lagi, selamat datang kembali kami ucapkan, sesaat lagi kita akan segera memulai closing plenary session sore hari ini di CIFP 2024. Tetapi sebelum kita memulai, sesaat lagi kami mohon kepada seluruh peserta, hadirin, rekan-rekan yang baru saja masuk untuk bisa menempati tempat duduk dan mengisi barisan terdepan yang masih kosong terlebih dahulu. Jadi boleh yang baru masuk langsung saja menuju ke barisan terdepan dan mengisi tempat duduk yang masih kosong karena di sini masih ada beberapa barisan yang ada di depan. Ini masih kosong, silakan kami persilakan untuk bisa menempati tempat duduk yang terdepan terlebih dahulu. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat datang dan selamat bergabung kembali. Dan sebagai informasi, sesaat lagi closing plenary akan segera dimulai. Oleh karena itu kami persilakan sekali lagi untuk bisa menempati tempat duduk yang tersedia. Terima kasih. Baik, selamat sore, bagaimana semuanya masih semangat? Oke, boleh ya dengar semangatnya lagi, boleh tepuk tangannya untuk sisi sebelah sini? Sebelah kanan udah terdengar semangatnya, kalau sebelah kiri mana semangatnya? Luar biasa, selamat datang, welcome back, selamat bergabung kembali di CIFP 2024 yang dipersembahkan oleh Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. Boleh saya minta tepuk tangannya bersama sekali lagi? Dan tidak terasa sekarang kita akan segera memasuki closing plenary sore hari ini di CIFP 2024. Dan hadirin sekalian, tahun ini adalah sebuah milestone yang besar bagi FPCI. Dalam 1 dekade terakhir atau 10 tahun terakhir, FPCI telah tumbuh menjadi organisasi akar rumput hubungan internasional terbesar tidak hanya di Indonesia, tetapi juga di Asia Tenggara dan bahkan Indo-Pasifik. Memang luar biasa semangat dan juga ini FPCI. Bayangkan saja, hadirin sekalian, perjalanan FPCI itu banyak sekali dinamikanya, naik turun. Bahkan kalau kata Chairman FPCI, ini FPCI quote, pernah hampir tutup. Namun kini seperti yang kita ketahui bersama, FPCI dikenal dengan kontribusi nyata seperti CIFP yang pada hari ini kita hadiri bersama, Global Town Hall, Indonesia Net Zero Summit, dan juga berbagai program-program lainnya. Nah, sekarang saya ada trivia atau quiz sedikit nih. Ada yang tahu nggak di sini sebenarnya jumlah anggota FPCI ada berapa? Berapa? 50 apa? Atau 51 chapter. Tapi kalau anggotanya sendiri, ada yang tahu? Nah, anggotanya adalah lebih dari 100.000. Rekan-rekan saya boleh tepuk tangannya? Dengan jumlah yang luar biasa ini, tidak hanya dari Indonesia tetapi juga dari berbagai penjuru dunia, dan kegiatan FPCI sendiri diikuti oleh peserta dari lebih dari 130 negara. Dan yang paling utama hadirin dan juga paling semangat, FPCI juga punya FPCI chapters yang kini hadir di berapa? Di 51 universitas dari Sabang hingga Merauke, yang pastinya membawa semangat diplomasi hingga ke pelosok Nusantara. Boleh tepuk tangan ya sekali lagi. Jadi oleh karena itu hadirin sekalian, marilah selanjutnya kita saksikan bersama video spesial yang memperlihatkan cuplikan-cuplikan penuh cerita dari keseharian tim di balik layar FPCI. Please enjoy, selamat menyaksikan.
Di grup saya ada satu etos, saya sampaikan ke seluruh staff itu. Suffering is good. Suffering is good.
Quantity, what's more important is the quality of love that you've shown. So sweet, so gentle. You're all that I want my man to be, and loving you comes so naturally. Oh baby, I want the love that only you can bring, and I can only separate our feelings and cause you to be insecure with me. Just one heart is all a woman has to give. I only have one heart that feels, and one heart to love with, and one heart of which you can be positive. I only have one heart that feels, and my one heart beats for you. Oh
Boleh tepuk tangannya sekali lagi untuk FPCI. Ini memang luar biasa semangatnya ya, kita lihat bagaimana sosok-sosok yang berada di balik layar FPCI dan pastinya dedikasi yang mereka berikan yang sudah kita saksikan bersama. Dan pastinya di tahun ini, di tahun ke-10 FPCI ini pastinya patut untuk kita rayakan bersama. Oleh karena itu kami mengundang untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung para pendiri dan juga senior fellows FPCI untuk bisa memberikan sepatah dua patah kata tentang perjalanan FPCI. Langsung saja kami persilakan kepada Dr. Dino Patijalal, founder FPCI, Profesor Dewi Fortuna Anwar, co-founder FPCI, dan juga para senior fellows FPCI, Duta Besar Sumadi Brotodiningrat, dan Duta Besar Iwan Wiranata Atmaja untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung. Boleh berikan tepuk tangan untuk menyambut para pendiri dan juga senior fellows FPCI. Sekali lagi hadirin memberikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk para pendiri dan juga senior fellows FPCI. Silakan Prof untuk dapat langsung memberikan sepatah dua kata.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. I've got 2 minutes, so just very quickly. Firstly, happy 10th anniversary for all of us, for FPCI. Yeah, thank you for being with us during this very happy and auspicious moment. And in my 2 minutes, Dino has been saying a lot of good things about FPCI, but I would like personally to acknowledge that without Dino, there will be no FPCI. So Dino is really the intellectual visionary behind this movement. This is not a think tank. This is not, a research institution. This is really a grassroots movement. But we are doing all kind of very exciting things. But Dino's dedication, vision, and at one moment he got very sick, but he continued to think about FPCI. So please, join me in again congratulating Dino and to be, the brainchild of this movement. Yeah. And secondly, I would like to acknowledge the team that you saw, in the video. This very dedicated young people who have been with FPCI from this early time, and they didn't join FPCI because FPCI could give them a good salary or even a nice office, but the fact that they shared the vision and they really, really dedicated themselves. So let's give a big hand to the FPCI team. But FPCI would not be where it is today without the support of all of our members and loyal followers. So all of the chapters, especially, coming from all over Indonesia, and I was asked by some friends, who are paying for them, and as Dino said, they pay for this themselves, and without you, without your presence, there could not be FPCI. So a big hand to all of us, to all of you. And last but not least, to all the strong supporters from the diplomatic corps, all the ambassadors who are willing to subject yourself to the clinics, to those of you who man the booth, and the enthusiasm. Without the supports of all of the diplomatic corps, we will not be here rather. So again, a big thank you to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, terima kasih Prof. Dewi. Dan selanjutnya untuk semakin membuat momen ini berkesan, saya ingin mengajak rekan-rekan yang hadir pada sore hari ini untuk turut mengucapkan selamat ulang tahun ke FPCI. Bisa? Mau? Setuju? Setuju? Oke, boleh ya. Selamat ulang tahun FPCI. 1, 2, 3. Kurang semangat, boleh ya sekali lagi?
Hari ini, hari yang kau tunggu, bertambah 1 tahun.
Buat tepuk tangan semuanya.
Bahagia.
Dan langsung saja kami persilakan kepada perwakilan FPCI chapters untuk menyerahkan. Sudah ada pisau untuk kami persilakan para pendiri dan juga senior fellows FPCI untuk bisa potong kue bersama. Dan boleh ya kita hitung mundur bersama juga hadirin. Kita akan hitung mundur. Boleh bersiap Bapak dan Ibu di atas panggung. Oke, sudah siap? Rekan-rekan hadirin sudah siap? Kita hitung mundur bersama. Oke. Siap? 3, 2, 1. Boleh tepuk tangannya. Selamat 1 dekade FPCI.
Moga Tuhan melindungi kamu serta tercapai semua angan dan cita-citamu.
Luar biasa, dan langsung saja kami persilakan dan undang Dr. Dino Patijala untuk bisa memberikan refleksi singkat dan juga apresiasi 1 dekade perjalanan FPCI. Kepada Pak Dino kami persilakan.
Okay, music off. So this is how we're gonna celebrate 10 years of FPCI. It's gonna be a countdown from 10 to 1, and all of us are going to just clap from 10 to 1. Okay, get it? And show your spirit, because each number requires 1 year, represents 1 year of hard work and love that we give for FPCI and for foreign policy. Are we ready with the number? Countdown? Udah siap? Screen udah siap ya?
Sudah Pak, sudah. All ready, all set.
Sorry, I missed the first 5 seconds. Let's do it one more time, okay? All right. So 20, come on, put it on stage, on the screen. Mulai lagi. There you go.
Oke, boleh tepukan saya lagi dan kami persilakan untuk berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Bapak dan Ibu, kepala pendiri dan juga senior fellows, to please take a picture first on stage kepada tim dokumentasi untuk dapat bersiap juga berfoto bersama. Sehingga kita bisa mengabadikan 1 dekade perjalanan FPCI pada sore hari ini. Boleh langsung merapat. Tera silakan juga ikut merapat dengan perwakilan seluruh chapter FPCI. Dan sekali lagi, I will help with the countdown. Sudah siap semuanya? Berfoto bersama, senyum, mengarah ke kamera, ke tim dokumentasi. 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi, 3, 2, 1. Oke, dan berikutnya kita boleh ya yang di atas panggung, kita menghadap ke layar, putar arah, karena kita akan berfoto dengan semua yang hadir sore hari ini, oke? Boleh ya semuanya senyum nanti mengikuti arahan tim dokumentasi. Yang di belakang boleh lo monggo berdiri if you want to be in frame. Siapa tahu bisa langsung saja kasih dada-dada, lambaikan tangan. To stand up for those of you who are in the back. Because together we will take a picture once again to mark the 10 years of anniversary of FPCI, a decade of citizen diplomacy. Tim dokumentasi bagaimana? Untuk seluruh hadirin. Boleh sekali lagi yang di belakang boleh berdiri. Ini udah ada arahan dari panitia yang di belakang boleh berdiri semuanya. Oke, yang di depan juga ya, semua hadirin berdiri ya. Oke, to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request you to please rise as we will take a picture together. Okay, everybody in the audience ready? Boleh diangkat, udah ada beberapa yang bawa props. Oke, kita bersiap berfoto bersama. 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi yang lebih seru ya. 3, 2, 1. Oke, buat berikan tepuk tangan luar biasa untuk kita semua dan pasti untuk FPCI. 10 years, a decade of citizen diplomacy. Dan kami persilakan, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu, rekan-rekan sekalian. Langsung saja kami persilakan untuk bisa kembali ke tempat duduk masing-masing. Terima kasih juga Tera boleh dada-dada sekali lagi kepada seluruh hadirin. Bye-bye Tera, oke. Dan jangan lupa teman-teman sekalian hadirin, kalau tadi sudah foto sama Tera, upload di media sosial dengan hashtag CIFP 2024 dan tag @FPCIndo. Dan selanjutnya Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, rekan-rekan, kita akan masuk ke sesi berikutnya. Kira-kira ada yang tahu nggak kita akan masuk ke sesi apa? Sesi apa? Battle of the Brains. Almost correct tapi belum. Sebelum itu ada satu sesi lagi. Kira-kira di sini ada yang mau atau kangen ketawa-ketawa nggak? Dari tadi kan udah diskusi. Mau ketawa? Ketawa? Mau? Mau? Boleh denger lagi mau atau enggak? Oke, jadi langsung saja sesi berikutnya adalah sesi stand up comedy yang akan dibawakan komedian yang datang jauh-jauh dari Bali. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome special stand up comedy session with Christian Jago. Please give a round of applause.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Christian. I've been living now in Indonesia for 6 years. But the weird thing is that in 6 years, nobody ever called me by my full name. Nobody called me Christian in this country. I don't know, maybe it's too long for Indonesian people because they don't call me Christian, they make it short. They don't call me Christian, they call me kafir. It means the same thing. It's okay. It's okay. No, they don't always call me kafir, okay? When I pray, they call me kafir. When I cut, they call me Chris. And when I pay, they call me Curis. That's... I've been living in this beautiful country for 6 years and saya cinta Indonesia. To me, yes, to me Indonesia is the most beautiful country in the world. But Indonesian people sometimes are too nice. I think that's your problem. Your problem, which is not really a problem, but your problem is that you're too nice. And I'll give you an example. I know many languages, but I cannot learn Bahasa Indonesia, and this is why. Because every language is easy. Yes means yes, no means no. Easy. Not in Bahasa Indonesia. Because you're too nice, you don't like to say no. So for example, if I invite someone to this event, and they want to say yes, they will say, yes, Chris, I will come. But if I invite one of my Indonesian friends to this event, and they don't want to come, they will not say no to me. They will say, Inshallah. Just say no, like it's okay, you can say no. Like even, I don't know if you know, but I was one of the contestants of Suci, stand-up comedy Indonesia on Kompas TV. As a matter of fact, I was juara 3 di Suci X, give it up for me. And I was the first one in the history of that TV show to perform in English. And so I was very nervous. So when I did the audition, I asked my friends, I was like, do you think the judges would like my jokes? And they were like, yes, Chris, they will love your jokes. And do you think I can win Suci? Inshallah. Indonesia is a great country, and I'm trying to learn Indonesian culture because I come from Italy, and my culture is very different. For example, I learned that many Indonesians believe in ghosts. Like, we don't have all the ghosts that you have in Europe. Like, you have Tuyul, right? The small one, that then you have Wewe Gambel, the one with the... We don't have that in Italy. And then you have Babi Pet, right? The pig that steals money. Actually, we do that in Italy. We call them politicians. Italian politicians, not Indonesian. Please, no deportasi, yeah? Please. But talking about politics, this year is a big year for politics. Donald Trump is the new president of the United States, and American politics are crazy because they went from Obama to Trump to Biden, and now Trump again. They went from a black president to an orange president to a dead president, basically. And the election were crazy. Trump even got shot. And this is what I don't understand. I don't understand Republicans, because Republicans were saying, Donald Trump almost died. That's why he should become president. But they were also the same people that were saying, Biden is almost dead, he cannot be president, you know? So just choose. And also here in Indonesia, we had the election, and we have a new president in Indonesia, but it's very difficult for me to explain Indonesian politics back at home in Italy. Because in Italy, if I have to be honest, we're very ignorant about Indonesia. As a matter of fact, there's only one Indonesian person that everyone knows in Italy. And it's not President Prabowo, it's not Jokowi. The only Indonesian person that everyone knows in Italy, it's Erick Thohir. He's the only one. And the reason why everyone knows Erick Thohir in Italy is not for his many accomplishments, but it's because many years ago he came to Italy and he became the president of one of the most important Italian football teams, Inter Milan. Now, I am from Milano, and I love Erick Thohir. Because in 5 years that he was president, Inter Milan won nothing. My team is AC Milan. That's why I love Erick Thohir. And listen, I'm not saying he was a bad president. Erick Thohir is a brilliant person. But after he sold the team to a Chinese man, Inter started winning everything. Okay? Inter is the champion of the league. The only problem that now that Inter as a Chinese president, Inter now, the players are always injured. I don't know, maybe because now the team is made in China. I don't know, maybe. And Indonesian people were asking me all the time. For example, 2 years ago, Inter Milan was in the final of Champions League against Manchester City, and Indonesian people would stop me all the time on the street and they would say, Chris, we know Inter is not your team, but it's the same team as your country, it's the same team as your city. Do you want Inter Milan to win? Inshallah. But yeah, talking about politics is we are in very difficult times. You know, some people say that we might be close to World War III, and now that there's the new president in the United States and there's a new president in Indonesia, what we can all hope for is that there's going to be no more conflict in the world. You know, we have to pray for the people in Ukraine, for the people in Gaza. We have to pray that the world is going to become united, because right now the world is very divided. And I don't know a lot about politics, but I know a lot about conflict, because I'm married. And the secret to conflict resolution is being open and talk to each other, you know, open dialogue. For example, I still remember the first time I got in an argument with my wife. And I'm Italian, I'm very passionate, I was screaming and I was angry, and she told me, Chris, you need to stop. You need to realize that yes, we are arguing, but this is not me against you in this argument. This is me and you against the problem. And you are the problem. So yeah, if you want to solve conflict, just say to your wife that she is right. That's the only way that you can solve conflict. And I love my wife very much. My wife is from Africa Selatan, and I'm an orang bule, okay? I'm white. I'm orang putih. My wife is from Africa. She's black. She's very beautiful, very black. And we have a son together. And I don't know if my son is mine, because I'm white, she's black, and my son looks like he's from Kupang. I'm not sure he's mine. Like even his first word, the first word that he said, like he was in his crib, and the first word you can never really understand. He was in his crib. I came to his room, and he was saying something like, and I was like, what is he saying? And I came closer. I was like, and I was like, is he saying dada? No, he was saying entete. That's what it was. He was saying. But as much as I love Indonesia, there's some things that I still don't understand about Indonesia. For example, one thing that is very different Indonesia from Italy is the way you get sick. Because in Italy it's very easy. In Italy you have the flu, you take some paracetamol, and that's it. Not in Indonesia. The first time I got sick in this beautiful country, my Indonesian roommate came to my room and he was like, are you okay, Chris? And I was like, no, I have the flu. And he was like, no, you have masukanging. No, the window is closed. There's no wind. And I was like, no, you have wind. You have wind inside of you and it's bad. I was like, I have wind inside of me? What am I, Avatar, the Last Airbender? Like what? And I was like, listen, just go to the pharmacy and please buy me some paracetamol. And he was like, no, you're in Indonesia now. All you need is a coin. And he started scraping my back with a coin. Kerokan, that's what you call it. And the worst part is that it worked. Like he scraped my back and it worked. I was cured. And that shows that what they say about Indonesia is true. In this country, you can fix any problem with money. Sorry. Maaf. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. Have a good night.
Once again, give a round of applause. Bagaimana? Udah puas ketawanya? Belum? Berarti masih ada semangatnya kan untuk sesi berikutnya? Nah sekarang baru deh. Berikutnya kita mau sesi apa? Yes, Battle of the Brains. Jadi boleh tepuk tangannya untuk our next session, Battle of the Brains. But before we do start this year's Battle of the Brains, I would like to invite my co-host for this session, Jenny, to come up on stage. Please give a round of applause for Jenny.
Hello.
Hi, Jenny. How are you? Please.
I'm good. Always excited for the last session.
Yes, Battle of the Brains. And now, probably for those of you who are not yet familiar with Battle of the Brains, this is a session everyone is waiting for usually every single year, right, Jenny?
A sacred battle of
sacred.
every conference in every year.
There you go, a sacred battle, because this is a fun trivia where we test general knowledge on current events and also pop culture. And this year, we have very special teams competing against one another, right, Jenny?
Correct.
What teams will be competing this year?
First and foremost, of course, we will have the ambassadors team. Should we just call them on stage or?
Before that, who else will be competing?
Right. We will have here, FPCI team. Special only for this year, a tribute to 10th year anniversary of ours. Usually the FPCI team, our board members, our senior fellows, they will always tell us, the staffs, what to do, but probably today I will give the test back to them.
Yes, we put them to the test. And next, what other teams will be
The third
competing?
is journalist team.
Journalist team. Ooh, I'm rooting for that one. And last but not least?
Students.
Students team.
Favorite.
Okay, but for Battle of the Brains, Jenny, it will not be complete without the buzzers on stage, right? So we'll be waiting for the buzzers. Kita akan bersiap sesaat lagi. There will be 4 teams. Boleh mungkin we will test who is rooting for which team mungkin ya Jenny ya. Let's coba kita tes semangatnya. There will be 4 teams, ambassadors, FPCI, journalists, and also students. Let's hear for the ones who are rooting for the ambassadors team. And next, FPCI team. For the journalist team. And students team.
Obvious.
Obviously, students. But before we invite the teams to come up on stage, Jenny, probably we can explain first the rules of the game.
All right, let me explain the rules of the game. I'm the referee here. First, there will be question on the screen along with 4 possible answers, A, B, C, D. And then second, after me and Sarah entirely read out the question, then that's the only time where all the team can press the buzzer and answer the question. And this is important to note that when they press the buzzer, the fastest one to press is the one that will light up and voice out the buzz. So that means trust the buzzer.
Trust the buzzer and don't let others steal the buzzer as well.
They will always be fair, the buzzers. And if the first team answers correctly, one of the other teams can still, if the first team answers incorrectly, one of the 3 other teams can steal the chance to answer the question. And then we will have the scoreboard on the screen to keep track of the scores. And at the very end of the session and in between the section of the quiz, we will read out the scores.
Yes, and then the maximum tries for a single question is 3 times. And after 3 wrong answers, once again, we would like to remind you, 3 wrong answers from 3 different teams, we will then move on to the next question, right? So please do keep in mind to listen to the questions very carefully and wait until the whole question is being read out along with the answers, right, Jenny? And
okay, are we ready to call all the team to the stage?
The tables are all set, the buzzers all set. So Jenny, on your cue, who will we invite onto the stage and introduce first to the audience?
We will have first and foremost the ambassadors team. We have His Excellency Mario Ignacio Artaza, the ambassador of Chile to Indonesia. Second, we have Her Excellency Lila Karse, ambassador of Hungary to Indonesia, Timor-Leste, and ASEAN. Last but not least, Her Excellency Kamala Shirin Lakti, the ambassador of United States to Indonesia.
Once again, give it up for the ambassadors team. Please take a place on stage. Welcome, ambassador. Please take a position here up on stage on the ambassadors table team.
Okay. Second team is FPCI team, my favorite, but I will be fair. The first one is the co-founder of FPCI, Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar. Second is Ambassador Sumadi Broto Diningrat, FPCI Senior Fellow. Third is Ambassador Iwan Wiranata Atmaja, another FPCI Senior Fellow.
Quite some tough competition, but please give it up for the FPCI team. And next, we will introduce and call up onto the stage our journalist team. The first is Retian Sekar Nurani, journalist at Kumparan. And next, Riana Aryadita Umasugi, journalist at JPNN, or Jawa Post. Please give it up for the journalist team. And it appears that Fergie Nadira Bahrunin was also supposed to compete here along with the journalist team, but she was informed to be sick, so therefore there are only 2.
She ran to emergency, she got sick suddenly, please pray for her. So it's gonna be like 2 brains. Actually, we're not really brainless, but wish us luck.
Okay.
Sarah, what do you think of getting just one from the audience?
Bagaimana? Do you want to have one teammate from the audience?
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay, anyone from the audience who would like to help out their journalist team, please raise your hand. Jenny.
I see the first hand over there.
Okay, there you go. Jenny, your choice, your pick.
Let's go. Come on stage. And you'll be a journalist in the future, probably.
Yes, come up on stage. Please give your applause. Here it is, a representative from the audience who will also be competing on their journalist team. Boleh kita kenalan dulu ya? Can we have a short introduction? Here, come up on
your name and
to the
where are you
journalist
from?
team's table.
Hello everyone, my name is Saraja Falsawas and I'm from Universitas Pelita Harapan.
There
Our
you
future
go.
journalists
Please.
join the journalist team, yeah?
There you go. Come up onto the journalist team table. And next, we will invite our fourth and last team who will be competing in this year's Battle of the Brain, which is the students team. Fredika Boma from Universitas Cendrawasih.
All the way from Jayapura.
Yes. And next, Izatul Magfira from Universitas Sumatera Utara. And also on the students team, Sydney Rahel Junior from Universitas Mula Warman.
All the way from Kalimantan Timur. Wow.
There you go. Please give your applause once again for those rooting for the students team. All right, Jenny, it appears that all teams are already up on stage. I think it's best if we test the buzzer first.
Okay, we'll try from the FPCI team first. Important to note that when you press the buzzer, don't stop until me or Sarah notice the buzz, okay? Otherwise, the other team will steal the buzz and it will also light up. Okay, FPCI team, test the buzzer. Okay, no problem. Ambassadors team. Students, journalists. Okay, and all at once, in my countdown, 3, 2, 1. All right.
All right, it appears everyone has befriended the buzzer, Jenny. So without further ado, let's begin the sacred battle of the brains of CIFP 2024.
A reminder, just a quick one, we need to first read out the entirety of the question and we will count down first 3, 2, 1, and then you can press the buzzer, okay? Ready?
Yeah.
Audience ready? Be our eyes and ears, okay? All right, Sarah, we can start?
Yes, the first question is from the general knowledge category. The first question is, in 2050, Indonesia is estimated to be the blank largest economy in the world. Is it A, second? Is it B, fourth? Is it C, sixth? Or is it D, eighth? 3, wait for the countdown. Wait for the countdown. Okay, wait for the countdown. Jenny, on your countdown.
We apologize to you for this time.
Okay, ready? In 3, 2, 1. Ambassadors.
Which one?
Ambassadors, which one? That's a valid question.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's ambassadors team, correct, Sarah?
Yes, the ambassadors team, I'm sorry.
These are also ambassadors.
The ambassadors team, I apologize. Yes, the ambassadors team. Yes, and the answer is?
So the answer is B, the fourth biggest economy.
And let's see on the screen, the correct answer is? Yes! Points for the ambassadors team.
All right, we move on to the second question. Get ready? The Bandung Conference, or Konferensi Asia Afrika, was organized by which 5 countries? A, Indonesia, Yugoslavia, Egypt, India, Ghana. B, C, D. In my countdown, 3. Not yet, Ambassador Iwan. In 3, 2, 1. FPCI team.
Yes. And the answer is?
B.
It's one only chance to answer.
Yeah, B.
Is the answer correct, Jenny?
Unfortunately, Ambassador Sumadi, it's an incorrect answer.
So another countdown to see for
We
another
need to-
answer.
Yes, replay the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Journalist team.
1, 2, 3, D. Hey, sorry, hey.
Hey.
Judges?
Audience? No, they say it's the wrong answer.
Wrong answer.
One last chance?
One last chance.
One last chance. All right.
Start the countdown, Jenny. And let's start the countdown.
I'm sorry, I just got a note that actually the FPCI team got a correct answer. Ambassador Sumadi was like, Jenny, it's the correct answer.
So there you go. Points for FPCI then?
All right, 10 points for FPCI team.
Please give a round of applause. All right. There you go.
10 points for FPCI.
Which will be corrected for the answer. And next, we will continue to our third question. Where would you find Angel Falls, the world's tallest waterfall? Is it A, in Chile? Is it B, in Argentina, C, Venezuela, or D, Panama? 3, 2, 1. Can I start the countdown again? Let's begin the countdown once again. Remember, get your buzzers ready. 3, 2, 1. Ambassadors.
Journalists.
Venezuela!
Woo! Yes! 10 points for the ambassador team.
Is it journalists or the
Is it journalists or?
It was ambassadors team.
Okay. So I need someone to be at the front to see the light. All right. So 10 point for the ambassadors team. Could you help to put the placard just right beside the bell? I think it's easier to see which one light up first. Okay, perfect. Next to the fourth question. Difficult. What is the name of Tesla's new humanoid robot? A, Optimus, B, Wall-E, C, Robonaut, and D, Johnny. In 3, 2, 1. FPCI team. Apa?
Optimus?
The answer is correct, Optimus! Another 10 point for FPCI team.
All right, we will continue to the next question. Don't worry, students and journalists. Who is rooting for students and journalists? You see, there you go. Masih semangat ya. And the next question is, which world leader is known to have popularized the term Indo-Pacific? Is it A, Barack Obama, B, Lee Hsien Loong, C, Shinzo Abe, or is it D, Narendra Modi? 3, 2, 1.
Ambassadors team.
Prime Minister Shinzo Abe of Japan.
And the answer is, let's take a look on the screen.
You mean C?
Yes. The answer is Shinzo Abe. Another 10 points for the ambassadors team.
Next. Who is the first woman to win a Nobel Prize? A, Mother Teresa, B, Marie Curie, C, Rosa Parks, D, Helen Keller. 3, not yet. 3, 2, 1. Ambassadors team again. Oops, nope. Ambassadors team. They light up first.
Madame Marie Curie. B.
Thankfully, Ambassador Mario mentioned the name. So correct answer, Marie Curie. 10 points for Ambassadors team.
And next, we will move on to the next question in the general knowledge category. The Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy was first held in 2015. Where was CIFP's first venue? Is it A, Kota Casablanca, B, Hotel Grand Sahid Jaya, C, Mayapada Tower 1, or D, Le Méridien, Jakarta? 3, 2, 1. Ambassadors team.
B, Hotel Grand Sahid Yaya.
And let's take a look at the correct answer on the screen. The answer is
correct.
Correct at B, Hotel Grand Sahid Jaya.
I have to express my disappointment to the FPCI team.
Don't worry, we still have more rounds to go, Jenny, because next we will move forth with the current events category.
Students and journalists, you can do this.
Yes, yes. Current events. Journalists, students, we're rooting for you for this category, okay?
Since his inauguration, President Prabowo has visited several countries. Which of the following is the order in which he visited these countries? These are the options. I'll count down. In 3, 2, 1.
Wait, before it was buzzed before you said 1.
Okay, that's not fair.
Down again,
I'm gonna repeat.
Jenny.
I'm gonna repeat. Hands off. Hands off. 3, 2.
It was still 2. It was still 2.
Hands off. Hands off.
Our lighting is delayed.
Really?
Yeah.
No, there you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Trust the buzzer. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Students team.
Doesn't like.
What's the answer? B?
Yeah, B.
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 The audience are smart. Incorrect, I'm sorry.
And remember to keep your hand on the buzzer when you buzz. Remember?
Hands up, hands up, hands up. Another chance in 3, 2, 1. FPCI.
No, it doesn't line up.
Hey.
It's not yet.
Correct answer. 10 point for FPCI team.
All right, we will continue to the next question. At the G20 in Brazil, President Prabowo met Indian Foreign Minister Jaishankar in a sideline meeting. What did he say to Foreign Minister Jaishankar? A, I hear you're very smart. B, I like your vest. C, nice work you're doing. Or D, I know you, you're very famous. In 3, 2, 1.
FPCI team.
It's not like up. It's like up.
It lights up, it lights
Okay,
up.
FPCI team.
Ini dubesnya asal pencet. I know you, you are very famous.
Correct answer.
Correct answer, asal pencet tapi betul. Yes, another 10 points for the FPCI team. Yay!
Next question.
Next question.
Which is the most recent country to join NATO? A, Sweden. B, Finland. C, North Macedonia. D, Montenegro. 3, 2, 1. Audience, is it the FPCI team or the students team first? FPCI team.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Sweden.
Correct answer. Wow, it's very tight score here.
All right, remember to keep your hands on the buzzer. Jangan diangkat sampai betul-betul nyala. Okay? Sekali lagi, we will continue. Okay, hands off the buzzer as we read the question. Next. New Zealand's youngest MP went viral for performing haka during a parliament meeting. What was she protesting? Is it A, the use of federal funds for abortions? B, the reinterpretation of a treaty between the British and the indigenous Maori? C, the potential criminalization? Or D, the lack of protection for minors on internet? In 3, 2, 1.
Ambassadors team.
B.
And yes, the answer is correct. Let's put that up on the screen. Another 10 points for the ambassadors team.
Next question. The year 2024 was a politically turbulent year worldwide. Which of these countries did not hold general elections this year? A, the Philippines, B, United States, C, Japan, D, Indonesia. 3, 2, not yet. 3, 2, 1. FPCI team.
Hey.
Correct answer. Wow.
Another 10
Students
points.
team and journalist team, you're good there.
Another 10 points for the FPCI team. Don't worry. There are still questions prepared. There's still time. You still have the chance to keep up.
No, Ambassador, after counting.
Okay, we will now move on to the next question. BRICS. Okay, BRICS leaders are in discussions to create a common currency. What is the name of the BRICS-wide currency tentatively called? Is it A, the unit, B, the WCU, C, the item, or is it D, the BRICS coin? In 3, 2, 1.
FPCI team.
FPCI.
Hey.
And the answer is, let's put it up on the screen.
Correct.
Correct, the unit.
I'm proud to be FPCI. Last question from this topic before we move on to the pop culture. I'm sure FPCI team would have a chance to lose, yeah? In which country will the 2025 UN Climate Change Conference take place? A, Azerbaijan, B, Glasgow, C, Egypt, D, Brazil. 3, 2, 1. FPCI team.
Hey.
Is it correct answer? I'm sorry, it's incorrect.
So there's still another chance. Another countdown, Jenny.
3, 2, 1.
Ambassadors team.
Ambassadors team.
B, Glasgow. I mean, sorry.
Another countdown. Come on, students and journalists.
This chance is only for students and journalists, by the way.
Students and journalists, get ready.
3, 2, 1. Students team.
D. And the answer is?
Correct answer.
10 points for the students team.
Moving on to the favorite section, pop culture.
And here is the current scoreboard. Ambassadors 60, FPCI 70, students 10, and journalists 0. But don't worry, it is the pop culture category. Students and journalists, you still have the chance to gain more points. Okay, so now we'll begin with pop culture for the first question in this category. Which movie won Best Picture at the 2024 Oscars? Is it A, Barbie, B, Past Lives, C, Oppenheimer, or is it D, American Fiction? 3, 2, 1.
Ambassadors team.
Oppenheimer, boom.
The answer is? There you go. Oppenheimer. 10 points for the ambassadors team.
Next question. Tennis legend Rafael Nadal has officially retired. At which Grand Slam did Nadal win most of his titles? A, Australian Open, B, US Open, C, Wimbledon, D, French Open. In 3, 2, not yet.
Not yet. Wait for the countdown.
3, 2, 1. Ambassadors team, I'm sorry.
Doesn't light up.
Paris, the French Open.
What's the answer?
D, French Open.
Jenny?
Correct answer. Wow.
Another 10 points for the ambassadors team. And next, come on students, come on journalists, the song. Sing it with me. Pata. Yes, it's based on a popular Korean drinking game. It's sung by K-pop star Rose, featuring which American singer? Is it A, The Weeknd, B, Billie Eilish, C, Bruno Mars, or is it D, Justin Timberlake? 3, 2, 1.
Ambassador's team.
C. Bruno Mars.
There you go. The answer is correct. Another 10 points for the ambassadors team.
Next question. In the novel Wicked by Gregory Maguire, what is the real name of the Wicked Witch of the West? A. Galinda, B. Nezaros, C. Marble, D. Elphaba. I don't even know what this is.
We haven't started the countdown, remember? We do the countdown first. Jenny?
3, 2, 1. FPCI team.
FPCI team, it is.
C.
Incorrect.
The audience has spoken.
Yes, we give
Next
another
chance.
chance.
You don't have any more chance.
3,
2, 1.
Journalists! Final chance! The answer is?
D. Alphaba.
Correct answer. Finally, 10 points for students team. Sorry, journalist team, yeah?
Yes, 10 points for journalists. And now we're going to move on to our next question. In the popular TV series Game of Thrones, what is the sigil of the House of Targaryen? Is it A, lion, D, deer wolf, C, rose, or is it D, dragon? 3, 2, 1. Ambassadors team.
D, dragon.
And once again, yes, the audience has spoken. The answer is correct, dragon.
Last 2 questions in pop culture. What is the name of this popular back charm from Thailand?
Wait, do not buzz just yet. But
A,
do be ready.
Labubu. B, Monchichi. C, School Panda. D, Crybaby.
No, not yet. Countdown first, remember.
3, 2, 1. No, not yet. Let me repeat. 3, 2, 1. Students team.
Students, the answer is?
A, Labubu. Correct.
10 points for the students team. And now the final question for this category. Where does the term breath summer come from? Is it A, a TikTok dance trend, B, a line from the movie Mean Girls, or is it C, a slogan used by a presidential candidate, or is it D, a new album by Charlie XCX? On my countdown, 3, 2, I'm still on number 2, ambassadors. Hold your buzzer. I'll restart the countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Students team.
It's D. And the answer is, audience? Jenny?
Correct.
Another 10 points for the students team.
All right, let's check the scoreboard. Let's check the scoreboard.
Let's put it up on the screen right here for the current scores. And this will be the final score as well, I believe, right, Jenny?
Yes.
Here we are, ambassadors with 100, FPCI 70, journalists 10, and students 30. So the winning team is the ambassadors team. Please give a round of applause. And as usual, we invite for the winning teams to please come up onto the center of the stage as we together will witness the crowning moment. Dan jangan kemana-mana dulu, to the journalist team, FPCI team, and also students teams to please stay on stage for we'll take a picture together. And once again, ambassadors team, please come up to the center of the stage. For now, you will be crowned the 3 smartest people in the room. Please give a round of applause to the winner of CIFP 2024 Battle of the Brains. Please take a picture first with the crowns, the 3 smartest people in the room. And next, Jenny, there is a surprise gift for the winning team, I believe.
I have a good news for you, Excellencies. This year's winners will receive a 3 days, 2 nights vacation in Tanjung Lesung.
Yes, and it is presented by the Jababeka Group. Therefore, we'd like to invite onto the stage to present the gift from the Jababeka Group to hand over the prize to our winning team for Battle of the Brains. Once again, please take another picture and give a round of applause.
These are the 3 smartest people in the room.
And now for all the smart people on stage, to all the teams, FPCI team,
FPCI students team, journalist team, and we also invite the representative from Jababeka Group to join us in the group picture.
Yes. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Sekarang freestyle. Ayo gaya bebas, boleh seru-seruan semuanya? 3, 2, 1. Okay, give another round of applause.
One more picture, Sarah. The winners with the representative from Jababeka to get 1 picture.
Yes.
Yes.
Once again, Your Excellencies, can you please take 1 step forward to the ambassadors team, to the winning team of the Battle of the Brains, to please come forward 1 step as we take a picture of the handover of the gift from the Jababeka Group, which is a 3 days, 2 nights vacation in Tanjung Lesung, sponsored by the Jababeka Group. Please give a round of applause.
So students, journalists, and FPCI team, we try again next time.
Yes, there will be more Battle of the Brains coming up in the following years. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. Terima kasih untuk keikutsertaannya. Dan boleh ya semuanya untuk terus memberikan semangat because there is still the next Battle of the Brains at other years of CIFP.
Bagus sekali.
Once again, please give a round of applause as well for my co-host, Jenny. Jenny, where are you? Jenny? Jenny, please come up on stage once again. Please give a round of applause for Jenny. Jenny, come up here to the center of the stage. The Battle of the Brains Master. Please give a round of applause once again. Thank you, Jenny. Battle of the Brains and CIFP will not be the same without you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, hadirin sekalian, rekan-rekan semua, bagaimana? Seru nggak tadi Battle of the Brains-nya? Tim yang kalian dukung menang? Menang? Boleh tepuk tangan ya kalau menang? Dan pastinya sekali lagi ingin kami ingatkan untuk membagikan keseruan-keseruan di hari ini di CIFP 2024 dari pagi hari tadi sampai sore hari ini di media sosial dengan hashtag CIFP 2024 dan jangan lupa untuk mention @FPC_Indo. Dan sudah tidak terasa juga kita hampir menuju akhir dari acara CIFP 2024 hari ini. Tetapi sebelum kita mengakhiri rangkaian kegiatan kita, marilah kita bersama-sama terlebih dahulu menonton video highlight CIFP 2024. Please enjoy.
Kita waktu itu niatnya adalah untuk membangun suatu ormas akar rumput hubungan internasional yang benar-benar fokus di lahan yang belum terjamah, yaitu akar rumput itu, ya, civil society grassroots gitu ya. Kenapa banyak think tank, tapi umumnya mereka berkutat di elit politik istilahnya, ya, orang-orang yang sudah sangat paham mengenai bidangnya. Tapi saya lihat di kampus dan di ruang publik banyak yang tidak paham mengenai hubungan internasional atau mengenai politik luar negeri di Indonesia. Nah, itu yang kita ingin fokuskan. Jadi selama 10 tahun terakhir itu kita aktif sekali menjemput bola, mendatangi mereka, mengetuk pintu mereka, menelpon mereka, dan memperkenalkan diri dan menawarkan kerjasama. Dan alhamdulillah dengan upaya yang konsisten dan intens ini dalam 10 tahun ini, FPCI sekarang telah menjadi ormas hubungan internasional terbesar di Indonesia, di Asia Tenggara dan juga di Asia Pasifik.
Sekali lagi tepuk tangannya untuk CIFP 2024. Hadirin sekalian, dengan demikian closing plenary dari Conference on Indonesian Foreign Policy 2024 telah selesai. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada seluruh peserta yang telah hadir dari pagi hari tadi sampai sore hari ini atau sampai acara ini selesai. Terima kasih juga kepada seluruh peserta yang sudah mendiskusikan kebijakan luar negeri Indonesia serta berbagai isu hubungan internasional lainnya yang pasti mempengaruhi kehidupan kita semua. Sekali lagi jangan lupa untuk terus bagikan momen kalian dan menggunakan hashtag CIFP 2024 dan mention @FPC Indo di semua postingan teman-teman. And for those of you who are using an interpretation device, once again, please do make sure that you leave your devices to the interpretation services desk, which is located at the left-hand side of the room. Dan sekali lagi kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada the Embassy of the United States in Indonesia, Sinarmas, Polytron, Cavino, Kopi Gajah, Hydroplus Isotonic Drink, Hana Bank, Hiroto Group, PT Freeport Indonesia, Tools for Humanity, MTech Group, Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, Embassy of Australia in Indonesia, PT Harum Energy, Tanoto Foundation, PT Tempo Scan Pacific, PT Triputra Agro Persada, Embassy of Sweden in Indonesia, Bank of China, Kikoman Aku Food, Sido Muncul, PT Kino Indonesia, Embassy of Germany in Indonesia, Jababeka Group, Bank Mayapada, KMK Group, PT Keramindo Megah Pertiwi. Dan kami juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh media partner CIFP 2024. Terima kasih kepada Mahaka X, Mahaka Advertising, Republika, Jak TV, Rakyat Merdeka Online, Berita 1, BTV, Jakarta Globe, Unexplained, Text from IR, Kata Data, KG Media, Kompas TV, See Today, Tirto.id, Bisnis Indonesia, Bisnis.com, Data Indonesia, Jakarta Bucket List, Most Radio, Inilah.com, Now Dots, The Conversation Indonesia, Liputan 6, Metro TV, Media Indonesia, Medcom.id, dan Si Paling HI. Dan kami juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada 43 mitra CIFP 2024. Dan juga terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada 51 FPCI chapters yang hadir pada hari ini. Dan sekali lagi boleh juga saya berikan terima kasih apresiasi untuk seluruh yang hadir pada sore hari ini. Boleh berikan tepuk tangan yang luar biasa untuk kita semua. Untuk CIFP 2024 dan juga FPCI. Dan untuk memeriahkan penutupan hari ini, marilah kita sambut bersama New Soul Band. Salam diplomasi dan sampai jumpa di CIFP 2025.
Selamat malam semuanya. Kita buat lebih semangat lagi malam hari ini ya. Bersama kita Nusoban.
Ayo kita jadi sama-sama.
Anda aku bisa menjadi seperti yang kau minta. Jadi cerita kala cinta menggoda, tak peduli jika surga dan neraka tak pernah ada. Yang penting kau ada, meski tanpa panas marah. Mengapa sabda Allah belum kuasa dekat kisah kita bersama cintaku. Ingin ku kembali ke masa remaja, terasakan lirat ratna yang ku lalu untukku. Meskipun kau cari sama bila engkau aku suka, aku ingin cinta. Terbasam merbak becik bersena, wahai agi malam. Oh, bantu aku merepi alam. Meskipun hidung ini berlalu, yakin badai, oh pasti berlalu. Lilin-lilin kecil pun merayu bicara.
Oke, siap-siap semua kita joget lagi.
Sekali lagi ya.
Are you ready?
Bring it in. 1, 2, 3, say. Apate, 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 apate. Aha, aha. Apate, 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 apate. Aha, aha. Kissy face, kissy dance, empty your palm, but I'm trying to get your wrist for real. Aha, aha. Red hot, it still tell me no. Bring it in. Don't love is something I can feel. Don't you want me like I want you? You ready, party people? Don't you need me like I need you now? Dream tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. Are you ready for it? Just make me hot. Say.
Apate, 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 apate.
Aha, aha.
Apate, 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 apate,
Apate, apate. Aha, aha.
It's whatever, it's whatever you like. Gonna sit in apate.
Aha, aha.
Come to the party all night. Come, what's up?
Don't you really want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Dream tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. You all you gotta do is just CIFP. Apate, apate,
Apate, apate, apate, apate.
apate, 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 apate. Hey, hey. Come on again, John. Bring it down. Side. Hold on, I'm on my way. Yeah, 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 I'm on my way. One more time for you guys. Side. Hold on, I'm on my way. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm on my way. Yeah, say it.
Don't you worry like I want you, baby. Don't you need me like I need you now?
There you go. See tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All we gotta do is just 1, 2, 3, let's say. Apate, 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 apate. Apate, 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 apate. Spit me at the apate, 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 apate. Spit me at the apate, 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 apate. Just spit me at the. Thank you. Here we go. Kita nyanyi bareng-bareng lagi yuk. Yes.
Oke, kita joget bareng lagi. Jangan ada yang duduk.
Bring it on. Ingatkan kamu dirimu yang pertama, yang di belakang boleh maju ke depan dong. Kau kecewakan aku, tapi ku maafkan salahmu. Here we go. Kini berganti kisah, ku meniti dirimu. Yep. Tapi apa yang terjadi?
Apa yang terjadi?
Kau meninggalkanku lesai. Easy talk. Kau ingat ayo dong, sini.
menyapanya, menyapa dirinya, bercanda-canda dengan dirinya. Apa yang ku rasa, aku dan ku rasa, aku tetap
Sekali lagi semuanya.
ini kan terasa bahagia saat jumpa dengan dirinya. Rindu terasa dikala diri ini ingin jumpa, ingin selalu bersama dalam suasana. Ini kan namanya cinta. Oh ini kan cinta pada. Ini kan rasanya cinta. Ini kan cinta terasa bahagia. Lagi. Ini kan namanya cinta. Oh ini kan cinta. Cinta pada jumpa pertama. Ini kan rasanya cinta. Oh ini kan cinta terasa bahagia saat jumpa. Ini kan namanya cinta. Oh ini kan cinta. Cinta pada jumpa pertama. Ini kan rasanya cinta. Oh ini kan cinta terasa bahagia saat jumpa dengan dirinya. Cha cha la la la.
Siapa?
Dengan siapa ya?
Dengan dirinya.
CIFP. Lanjut lagi ya. Buat kalian yang suka. Woi. Yang lagi galau bingung. Antara rindu atau benci. Kita bareng-bareng semua yuk.
Biar kata nenek sihir bagiku kau Britney Spears.
Sama semua.
Biar kata mirip buaya bagiku emang buaya. Apa? That's right.
Oke siap.
Aku cinta kepadamu. Saya ini hanya untukmu. 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 Oh, yeah. Biar kata kau musibah.
Banjir kali gua
sudah hebatku, hilang sudah hebatku,
sekali lagi,
hilang sudah hebatku, memang
kau raja. Terima kasih. Kita boleh nyanyi bareng-bareng di bawah juga boleh ya?
Di bawah saja ya.
Iya, supaya
Oke, aman begini. Bisa di stop dulu sebentar.
bagaikan langit berwarna biru menanti kabar, peluk dan cium hangatnya untukku sekali lagi. Oh bagaikan langit di sore hari berwarna biru, sebiru hatiku menanti kabar yang aku tunggu, peluk dan cium hangatnya untukku semuanya. 1, 2, 3, say. Menjadikan aku terbang ke atas ke langit ketujuh bersamamu. Bagaikan langit di sore hari berwarna biru, sebiru hatiku menanti kabar yang aku tunggu, peluk dan cium hangatnya untukku. Bagaikan langit di sore hari berwarna biru, sebiru hatiku menanti kabar yang aku tunggu, peluk dan cium hangatnya untukku. 1, 2, 3, say. Yang ku cinta menjanjikan aku terbang ke atas ke langit ketujuh bersamamu. Oh asmara yang terindah mewarnai bumi yang ku cinta, menjanjikan aku terbang ke atas ke langit ketujuh bersamamu. Tibanya hatiku sayang, karena pikiranmu salah selama ini. Setiap kau tak datang sayang, padahal aku tak pernah ada di rumah. Selama ini aku pemanduan, tapi kau tak tahu sayang, pikirmu kau yang menyakitiku. Bukan sayang, bukan kamu sayang. Tibanya hatiku sayang, karena pikiranmu salah selama ini. Setiap kau tak datang
tadi seru tapi sekarang agak mundur ke belakang ya. Karena ini gedungnya mau rubuh.
Betul. Jadi mungkin boleh tapi gantian ya Om ya.
Iya.
Jadi nggak terlalu rapat di sini.
Sekarang gimana kalau kita nyanyi bareng lagi?
Boleh dong ya. Pada maju boleh dong di depan di sini
Iya.
biar lebih seru.
Ada yang masih belum move on sama mantan pacarnya nggak?
Ada.
Jambon. Janjinya benci tapi pas ketemu jatuh cinta lagi.
Aduh.
Ketika diajak jalan bareng langsung jatuh cinta lagi.
Udah.
Ada? Oke.
Oh ada tuh dia tuh.
Kita nyanyi buat kalian semua yang belum bisa move on. Alright.
Royal.
Dari seribu jalan di dunia, mengapa berpapasan bertemu dia?
Tiap hari pergi tanpa kata, mengapa sudut mata apa rupanya? Lupa bahwa lupakan nyata mudah, tapi itu senyuman yang ku suka. Semua sepertinya sama, tatapan khas matanya masih yang lama. Kau ajak bicara, seketika kembali ku jatuh cinta. Sialan dia, sakit dan air mata sia-sia.
Dari begitu banyak manusia, mengapa lagi-lagi dia yang ku jumpai?
Malam hangat tapi aku terjaga, rindukan diri kasih usah kecewa.
Sama yo, sing.
Lupa bahwa dia ku tak bisa. Sepertinya sama, tatapan khas matanya masih yang lama. Kau ajak bicara, seketika kembali ku jatuh cinta. Sialan dia, sakit dan air mata sia-sia. Merasa tepat di titik kelemahanku,
letakkan di hati,
terbaik tetap selalu ada singgahsana, tempat untuknya.
Sepertinya sama, tatapan khas matanya masih yang lama.
Kau ajak bicara, seketika kembali ku jatuh cinta. Sialan dia, sakit dan air mata sia. Dari semuanya hanya dia, hanya dia.
Thank you.
Pasti pada tahu lagunya ini semua ya. Kita nyanyi sama-sama di
Pasti
sini.
pada tahu. Saatnya kita bernadia.
Bernadia.
Persis setahun yang lalu, ku dijauhkan dari yang tak ditakdirkan untukku. Yang ku ingat saat lebih percaya cara-caraku. Pilih ragukan rencana Sang Maha Penentu semuanya.
Hey!
Untungnya ku bisa rasa hal-hal baik yang datangnya belakangan. Untungnya ku bagai ada sehat. Untungnya hidup terus berjalan. Untungnya ku bisa rasa hal-hal baik yang datangnya belakangan. Here we go. Untungnya, untungnya, untungnya ku bisa rasa hal-hal baik yang datangnya belakangan.
Oke, kita siap digoyang semua ya. Yang lagi foto kita goyang ya.
Foto sambil goyang boleh deh.
Jempolnya di atas.
Mungkin aku terlalu cinta.
ketemu kowe ning dalan. Kowe kenangan gendaan.
Sini dong.
Ngomong jalumu piye, tak tutugane, tak usahane. Aku yang masalah, ya kan berjuang dewe. Yang penting kowe bahagia
Semuanya yo.
Nanging opo bangsamu ning aku. Kowe milih dene, kowe ninggal aku, ninggal tatu. Kurang opo yang ku pertahanke kowe. Kowe malah ngepoti liyane.
Gendelo status botangan gandengan Jarak suduro aku sengaja kowe tahunan Janjimu janji tae jarak arep berkatuan Jangan ngedem kamu ele hati hancur berdua Sia-sia waktu aku mencari dabumu Mungkin koyo aku tetanda seko uramu Kowe ngabodi bangga dino nurutin gengsimu Kau milik kono sing iso nurutin seramu Asu
Pas aku jalan jumpa ketemu kowe ning dalan. Kowe genangan gendaan. Jalumu piye, tak tutugane, tak usahane. Aku yang masalah, yang kau berjuang dewe. Sepenting kowe bahagia endingnya. I won't forget the way your kisses feeling so strong, but it lasts me for so long. But I'm not gonna make your heart is missing. That's why you go away. I know, yes I know.
Batu mata kau daling gue hati Aku rebo hargai utek boleh nanti Tak boleh kebetulan dihancurkan harapan Tapi sebatas sangat dibuang koyo rosoan Sirasuk kaya judak Dua pasangan bijak Yuskira was budak cintaku dua espada Pelaku karone tapi ku tak urus dewe Saiki pesan balik di tangan mau kamane Keple
Lagi digoyang lagi di lo. Here we go. You show. Here we go.
Janjene kowe Prabu nuruti ibumu. Jarene ra ninjak, ra oleh dicinta. Apa koyo kene susahe wong kere. Amen tresno kalah karo bondo. Ku ngerti sifatmu beda karo aku iki. Ono apa kok kowe beda karo aku iki? Apa aku salah nek aku tresno kowe? Dadi jumpa tradisi hatiku gelisah. Mending aku ro kowe kerek si dewe-dewe. Ojo waton tumindak dekere ora beceh. Nanggo duwe trisno ning atimu muto. Kalau bodohku nang dupo aku ora apa-apa. Panjene kowe Prabu nuruti ibumu. Jarene ra dijak, ra oleh dicinta. Opo koyo ngene susahe wong kere. Amen tresno kalah karo bondo. Sampendo aku percaya ro omonganmu. Jebul saiki kowe keconangan ning buriku. Kowe selingkuh ra koncoku bakatku meneh. Apa bener karo duwe ra sudo larani. Jarene muna FU kowe ora alus. love you. Jaremu rerak ninja, kowe ora cinta. Gaya pilih meneh, aku ora duwe. Tenang tuh kalau rumpo aku ora baca.
Pancene kowe Prabu nuruti ibumu. Jare darani jara oleh cinta. Opo koyo gene susah wong kere. Amenya tetep kalah karo bondo.
Wis kowe ra iso apa erek enenge. Kangge gaku bandaku kubandi gantilahe. Ada kuwi nene ning atimu wuto. Dadi kira kuat jadi kebanda makin takune balik kowe dewe. Isi pakura kucing apote ora benci. Akan dia kena ning atimu wuto. Atiku wis kuat rasane pengen jebak.
Pancene kowe Prabu nuruti ibumu. Jare darani jara oleh dicinta. Opo koyo ngene susah wong kere. Desno kalah karo bondo. Pancene kowe Prabu nuruti ibumu. Jare darani jara oleh dicinta. Opo koyo ngene susah wong kere. Ambene desno kalah karo bondo. Okay, thank you. Now let's check this out.
Somebody say for you.
Come on.
CIFP. Here we go. Say.
Siapa tidak mengetahui perbedaan, tidak pernah diajari di sekolahan. Orang-orang macam-macam diciptakan, jangan patut cuek semua punya perasaan.
Ada orang Jawa, ada orang Sunda, ada orang juga, ada orang Manado, ada orang Madura, ada orang Papua yang disebut jangan marah.
Siapakah yang dapat menyatukan kita?
Salah satunya dengan musik. That is the music of my country.
That is the music of my country, my country, of my country. That is the music of my country, my country, of my country. My country.
You sing. Katanya ngerti tentang persatuan. Mengapa adu domba muda dilakukan? Mengapa semua orang hilang kesabaran? Mengapa semua mudah diprovokasikan?
Ada kulit hitam, ada kulit putih, ada rambut panjang, ada juga rambut pendek. Ada mata besar, ada mata sipit, ada orang kaya, ada juga orang miskin.
Siapakah yang dapat menyatukan kita?
Salah satunya dengan musik. That is the music of my country.
Hello, hello, hello. Ya, ya, ya. Digoyang-goyang ya, digoyang ya. Do, do, do. Ayo kita berdaulat. Ya, digoyang, digoyang ya.
Yang digoyang, digoyang ya.
Yang digoyang, digoyang ya.
Yang digoyang, digoyang ya. Kalau ku pandang gelip bintang dan jauh di sana, dan terdengar melodi cinta yang menggema. Merasa tubuh seakan ikuti irama, dan terlena oleh pesona alunan kopi. Irama kopi dangdut yang ceria, membawa hati menjadi gairah. bagai ciuman yang pertama. Terasa tubuh seakan ikuti irama. Karena terlena oleh pesona alunan kopi. Karena terlena oleh pesona alunan kopi. Sehingga basah.
Alright guys, thank you. Kita bertemu lagi di lain waktu. God bless you all and God bless Indonesia.
Thank you. Have a good night. This woman sign out. Thank you.
Tes. Oke, mungkin ini udah selesai acaranya ya. Panitia boleh mendekat ke panggung. Yang merasa staf FPCI dan volunteer seluruh panitia yang mengadakan dan mengorganize CIFP 2024, mari kita merapat ke panggung sekarang juga. Kita mau foto bareng guys, ayo. Bapak ada? Oke. Ayo boleh langsung mobilisasi semuanya? Iya di bawah aja. Enggak sih, tapi ada harus yang di sini karena nggak muat kalau bawa semua. Boleh langsung ke sini guys, ke depan. Nggak apa-apa. Jangan loncat-loncat. Oh ya Allah. Yuk.
All right, my girls and my boys, aka my babies, 271 babies.